Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This is S4A Livestream number 127 being recorded on April 24, 2025. And joining me as always in the chat at twitch.tv/socialism S4A are several dozen people. We're up to 50 viewers right now. And what we're going to do in today's stream is try to do live a video that I was going to do as an offline video, talking about the Bernie and AOC rallies, the Fight Oligarchy Tour, in the context of Trump's first 100 days, and an overall really lackluster response from the Democratic Party, who borderline seemed to have thrown the last presidential election with running Biden up to the last minute as he's, fumbling his way through debates and saying things like, "We finally beat Medicare," which they tried to say he was actually trying to say, "We finally beat COVID." I firmly believe he meant, "We finally beat Medicare," as in we got that, out of the public consciousness as a topic. Guess what, though? People still need healthcare, and that's not actually going away. But in the context of all of that, they're doing this Fight Oligarchy rally tour. And the SOCDEMs seem to be like really, really vehement about it. And so I sat down trying to do an offline video responding to all of this. Like, what's going on with Trump and Musk? What's going on with the economy? What's going on with the Democratic Party? And how can the left sort of get in the game here? Because U.S. left is borderline non-existent. There are a few small left parties that are suppressed heavily and have just never really gotten started in the U.S. electoral system, which is extremely hostile to anything that isn't a Democrat, a Republican, or a former Democrat, Republican, multi-millionaire candidate who basically acts like some cross between, a Democrat and a Republican. So basically around the election, about 6 months ago, I did a number of videos on like the Green Party and PSL and the election and the possibility of another Trump term and what the Democratic Party was doing, putting Kamala Harris in there, who had gotten 0 delegates in the 2020 primary. It's overwhelming. And now Trump is in, and it's a significantly different tone than the first term. We were talking about this in the last live stream last month, number 126. And it's overwhelming. It's totally overwhelming. And I sat down and I was writing an outline, which turned into a script. And then I started recording it, and I got 33 minutes into it. And I felt like I was just flailing, because a lot of the video and a lot of the message is aimed at social democrats and people who are basically supporters of the Bernie AOC thing. Now, we've been covering this topic since 2020. We started this channel in February 2020, so a little over 5 years ago. Been talking about Bernie Sanders since the very beginning, because at that time, this was even a month before the COVID-19 pandemic, happened or was declared as a public health emergency. I still hadn't heard of it at that point, although it had been kind of happening. There were cases in like Italy and Spain, and then in China, and over the winter, hence why it's COVID-19, started being detected in late 2019. And then, of course, in mid-March 2020, it was declared an emergency, and the shutdowns went into effect and all that kind of stuff soon after. But Bernie was in the primary then, and I had followed the Bernie primary in the cycle before 2015, 2016, and everyone I knew was really devastated when Bernie basically endorsed the Democratic Party and made no indication that, having built up all this momentum and having rallied people by the tens of thousands in stadiums to a much more progressive message that was really not a Democratic Party message, that he was not going independent, either into the Green Party, which was the obvious choice, because if you read the Green Party platform, Sanders basically stole it and just watered it down 10 or 20%. So that was the obvious choice, was just go join the Green Party, and you will take millions of people with you who are fed up with the Democratic Party and would never vote for a Democrat. So everybody that I knew at that time, I knew people who were delegates who went to the DNC, was crushed that Bernie, here you have an independent, and you need this context also. He had been an independent, for a long time. Then he enters the Democratic Party primary to run, rallies a lot of people who basically don't think like Democrats. And then his whole message then was, we're going to totally transform the Democratic Party. Well, that was 10 years ago. So how's that going? You didn't transform shit, honestly. And so he's still leading people into the Democratic Party. And everybody I knew at the time who was, involved in supporting Bernie. And I remember I voted in that primary and had lively debates. There was a huge line to vote in that primary in 2016. And talking to people about why they were supporting Bernie, and got into some fun arguments and stuff like that. But when he conceded to Hillary and then just didn't make any indication of leaving the party but staying in it, everybody I knew who had had been volunteers for that campaign, which was quite a thing because they were getting people talking about poverty, and they were getting people really talking about a lot of needed change. And it was the closest to building class consciousness on a really, really widespread and inclusive way that we had seen in really recent history, like a good half a century. So it was a very, very unique moment. Everybody I knew was crushed when he just, didn't push back that much on the way that the party had screwed him, and then was just like, yep, vote for Hillary, end of story. And then in 2017, he became the head of outreach for the Senate Democrats. So, I mean, he's basically became a Democrat without formally becoming, changing his affiliation to being inside the party. But functionally, he was a Democrat. And then he ran again in 2020. And guess what? He, let everybody down again. And he didn't run in 2024, of course. He had to get out of the way for his good friend Joe so that Biden and Harris could let everybody down instead. Not that we really expected anything else, but I have to tell you, people did expect somewhat better. I know that Bernie has the history, Michael Parenti pointed out, of like supporting the war in Yugoslavia and doing other shitty things. Even despite that, like even knowing that, even taking that into account, people still expected better from Bernie than he ended up doing. He is like fully selling out now. Started that process in 2016 in July after the convention when he just made no indication. Because what the Green Party or a new Labor Party or whatever needed and has needed and still needs is somebody with the juice to get it off the ground with a bang. Ralph Nader had the prominent campaign in 2000 as the Green Party presidential leader, and he was a very well-known consumer advocate. He doesn't have great politics, to be honest, but he was a good critic of the Democratic Party in a lot of ways. And, fairly well-known by the standards of who you could get to run for the Green Party. Not a labor leader, not somebody we would think of normally as like a socialist type leader, but had some name recognition, got media attention. He was well known for getting seatbelts put in cars. So the media had to pay some attention to him. Still, the rallies, weren't on that level, and he didn't get anywhere near the kind of attention that Bernie Sanders was getting, let alone that the economy was still a lot better in 2000 than it was in 2016. Like, nobody's having the conversation about the Rust Belt at that point. We're just coming out of the 90s. Like, things were relatively intact compared to the way that they would be 16 years later. After 8 years of Bush and Cheney, the War on Terror, Patriot Act, normalization of torture, Guantanamo, which actually Guantanamo was started under Bush Sr., I think in 91, continued under Clinton, and then, used in the War on Terror. And then Obama didn't close it. And then now we have El Salvador, et cetera. But a lot of continuity there is the point. Things deteriorated dramatically. Then you had the 2008 crash. Then you had the Tea Party and the austerity narrative. And on and on. And then in 2016, people were in much worse shape overall. And here comes Bernie. And he's just feeding people into the Democratic Party. And what you hear with the rallies a lot is, isn't it good that they're getting people together? AOC and Bernie are getting people together to talk about some of these issues. First of all, I've watched some of the rallies. I've not been to one in person, but they're full-length videos online. They're just Bernie's greatest hits. It's like the same talking points that he's had since 2020. A few new current events sprinkled in there. It's really weak stuff that he didn't deliver on in 2016. He didn't deliver on in 2020. So yeah, it would be great if people were rallying for something other than somebody trying to funnel people into the Democratic Party, where nothing's going to happen. Because again, it's been 10 years since 2015. What has changed? Nothing. They're just tying workers' hands. They're wasting people's time. So as I was saying, we need somebody with the juice to get it off with a bang. Ralph Nader was kind of like the last thing. People have floated, Jesse Ventura, really more of a libertarian. And Ventura wound up, not doing it and whatever. Ventura, I believe, like Trump, was involved with the Ross Perot Reform Party in 2000. And then he was the Minnesota governor for a while. So they were like, maybe we can get him. I still don't think Ventura would have pulled the same crowds that Bernie was. The way that I like to put it is Bernie picked up the U.S. left and then dropped it on its head. He did pick it up. I mean, he rallied people, he got people's hope up again, and then he crushed that hope. That's how I see it. And so when people say, well, isn't it a good thing? No, I don't actually see giving people hope and then crushing that hope as a positive. I really don't. So he had I would say, twice in a century, maybe, opportunity after July 2016 to lead several million people into the Green Party and get that going and really start a nationwide campaign to run people for lower office and also for Congress and say this is, continue the political revolution, et cetera. Now, from a socialist perspective, there's a lot of other movement building that has to be done. The political arm is actually an outgrowth of the economic arm, and the labor movement is in a really, really, really weak point. So that's sort of the overarching explanation of why is there no left? Why are labor politics so bad in this country? It's because there isn't really much of an organized labor movement to generate a sharp, class-conscious vanguard in the first place, and everything kind of follows from that. But as far as trying to get something kickstarted to rally people around and maybe change some of the laws, reshape the playing field, maybe get some of the labor laws changed, pass card check, which Democrats have been talking about forever, and then they never do anything about it, which would make it much, much easier to start a union, which we desperately need. Unions are at an 80-year low in this country. They've just been on the decline since the 1960s. Early 60s. And Bernie had a shot to lead people out and actually jumpstart the Green Party, who invited him to do it. They're like, look, we will offer you our ballot. Let's have a conversation. He didn't reply, just kept saying, we're going to totally transform the Democratic Party. Didn't do it. Squad comes and goes. People started calling them the fraud squad. I know some people don't like that because it was promoted by people like Jimmy Dore, who subsequently went more of like libertarian, MAGA right-wing direction. I don't like Jimmy Dore either. He used to be one of the more progressive people on the Young Turks, and then after he got into a pissing match with Cenk Uygur, and just went fully independent, he needed money from somewhere, and he needed views from somewhere, and he started pandering to MAGA and to libertarians generally. And then, became irrelevant to the left, but then still tries to speak for the quote unquote left. And there's a bunch of people in that Jimmy Dore orbit. I used to talk about this a lot a few years ago, like RBN is, I think, a prominent example. And there's a wing of the Green Party that does that too. I think had Bernie entered and brought in, several million dedicated progressives with him, we wouldn't have seen that sort of, because the Green Party's always had this thing where there's a sort of contrarian libertarian streak in there. Because the party is fringe and it's got high turnover, it comes and goes, and it kind of works with whoever's around because it's generally so desperate for people to interact with. And I like the Howie Hawkins campaign. People thought Hawkins didn't have charisma, whatever. I thought he had better politics than Jill Stein. more of like an overtly socialist message. But anyway, Bernie just had so much potential there, and that was the consensus of everybody I knew, coming from a left perspective. Some of whom did go into the Green Party after that, some of whom just went back into the woodwork and gave up hope, some who went into other organizations. A lot of people went into DSA, where the fight against the Democratic Party continues between the left wing, which is anti-Democratic Party, and more the center and right wing, which are still in bed with the Democratic Party. This is a mess, and a lightning strike would have saved everybody a lot of time to have Bernie say, okay, well, we ran in the party, we got all this publicity, we got all this momentum. Now I'm starting my own party. We're going to do what the Green Party's been trying to do, but do it correctly, or we're going to enter the Green Party and actually just build it up. People always talk about, are you going to take over the Green Party? Literally, have you read their platform? Because it kind of meant for this. Like, you don't have to take it over. This is already what it is. Like I said, Bernie's platform is pretty much a slightly watered down Green Party platform. So that would be the logical party choice, but Bernie won't do it. And so Bernie is sort of like building a dam, helping to hold back all the people who could get organized independently, get them out of the Democratic Party, which does not have internal democracy, where you can't really struggle for correct ideas in that party because it's a bourgeois party, it's for capitalism, it's a genocidal imperialist party, etc. I know that there's a lot of liberals who don't like hearing that, and they start, saying genocide and air quotes and all that kind of stuff. But the reality is they support the wars. They end up getting on board with most of the austerity. The Republicans introduce right-wing changes when they have power, and then the Democrats, when they're in power, help to tweak and finalize those right-wing changes. It's like that meme, the ratchet effect. Republicans move things to the right. Democrats prevent movement back to the left. Bernie is now part of that. And we're going to do some readings. But my point here is I am so sick and tired of talking about this topic because we've been stuck at this very point for 10 years. I mean, not quite 10, but almost, as far as Bernie announcing he's going to be running in the primary. We're about at 9.5 years past that. And nothing has really changed. You got the squad in there, which I was saying has not amounted to a whole lot. AOC is now touring with Bernie and seems to be like his appointed successor to carry this on, except she doesn't even really have what credentials Sanders did have as a progressive. Voting against the railroad strike, Biden, the most, quote, pro-union president. That's the most pro-union president you've had. Voting against this, stopping the railroad strike. You need a much more pro-union party. Again, it's not going to come out of the Democratic Party. It's just simply not. So if you don't like what's happening with Trump, if you want to take things in a different direction, great, so do I. This is a communist channel, and I know a lot of, for people new to this channel, a lot of U.S. Americans really don't know what that means. So we'll talk a bit in the stream about what does it even mean to be a communist, so that you can understand where we're coming from. Because what you're getting out of social democracy is, reformed capitalism, regulated capitalism. We are long overdue to go past that. But it takes a massive, massive amount of organizing to do that. Organizing that's being prevented by these rallies, which are gathering together. For example, in Los Angeles, 36,000 people turned out for the Fight Oligarchy rally with Bernie and AOC. And those 36,000 people are being encouraged to be Democrats. So no, that isn't good to rally people together and then point them in the wrong direction. Rallies are not inherently good. The character of the leadership also matters. The class character of the political message matters. Like I said, I was trying to do this as an offline video, and I wanted to do it with the chat in part to make sure that all the angles got covered and we could have this discussion and really round it out. I have a lot of notes. I have a lot of points that I want to make in the course of the stream, but I want to bounce it off of you all in the chat also and just make sure that you all have a lot to add too. There's a lot of well-read and informed and class-conscious people in the chat here. And I want to make sure that we're covering this from all the angles. in part because I couldn't finish this as an offline video. I mean, I'm sure I could have if I really, just absolutely forced myself to. But I'm so sick of this topic. And, it's why we're doing it live, in part to just get it done. Because you do a stream, you click record and you're just going, I mean, I usually edit them down a little bit later, but it's, the stream is the stream. That's it. And you can't really back out of it. So we're getting it done today. But like I said, I'm so sick of Bernie Sanders. I'm so sick of the misleading that's going on as the U.S. working class gets more and more desperate, as we now see really full-blown fascism out of Trump's second term. Fascization is a process. It's not an on-off light switch. It's been building for a long time. I became politically active, those of you listening for a while know, in the Bush and Cheney years during the War on Terror in the 2000s, which is a decade that the U.S., I think, has so much shame and shock from. Still, there's a collective amnesia about that decade. But they set up most of the infrastructure that is currently being implemented. And the Democrats have, well, they rubber stamped it at the time. When the Democrats took the House back in 2006, Conyers and Pelosi said straight off, impeachment is off the table. They weren't going to impeach Bush, which is what the base was clamoring for. They refused to do it like on day one. And they were in on the War on Terror consensus and the Patriot Act and all those changes to the surveillance state and the militarism and all of that. It was a blueprint for invading every country that they felt like invading. And the Democrats, in the end, when then Obama got in and they could do whatever they wanted because they controlled all three branches. And what did they do? They didn't really repeal it. Like I said, the Republicans introduced the changes, the Democrats tinker with and finalize them. I'm so tired of going around this merry-go-round when the fascization is now at the full-blown, everybody and their grandmother is talking about, Trump might do away with all the other branches of government, dissolve Congress, whatever. That's where the discussion is at now, and we could have prevented this so many fucking times. And we're going to do some React videos later. We're going to do some classic hanging with the Sock Dem gang stuff. I got some Kyle Kulinski for you. Yum, yum. Nice and fucking rancid. And he's getting real aggressive. There's a video. We're going to do a straight Kyle Kulinski video. And then we're going to do a react to a react. It's actually the Vanguard douches cheering on Kyle Kulinski, reacting to Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk. And in that video, Kulinski's basically like, anybody who's opposing Bernie, they're your enemy. I mean, they're getting full on now. I got into a thing with a guy on Blue Sky who says that he's a communist, fairly popular, or, about 6,000 followers, north of 6,000 followers, unfollows me over being critical of the rallies. I was polite about it too. And it's crazy. The Sock Dems are really, really, really digging in though. And you see this from more of the mainstream liberals who don't even want to reform capitalism, really. The mainstream liberals, the blue MAGA, I think the Sock Dems could be characterized like blue MAGA light, because they basically engage in the same behaviors, but they want some better policies. But blue MAGA now, especially since the Harris loss, nothing's their fault. Everything is the fault of people who didn't vote for Harris. First of all, I don't live in a swing state, so literally my vote didn't matter. So don't worry about it. They don't understand how anything works. They don't want to do any self-criticism whatsoever. And the Sock Dems are getting on that train too, and Bernie and AOC are their vehicle to do it. Okay, they're the little caboose. Although the Democrats, I think, well, I said for a while Bernie was being used as the hood ornament of the Democratic Party. And yeah, that is how they're building blue MAGA light, the Sock Dems, out of the Bernie. And like I said, we didn't know in 2015 where Bernie was going to end up going. Bernie had not been a Democrat for 30 years. He had been part of a minor socialist party in Vermont with Parenti going back to the 70s. We didn't know Bernie was definitely going to, it was still not yet decided by history at that point that Bernie was definitely going to go full on Joe Biden is my best friend. And then in 2020, after he endorsed Biden, they gave the Bernie team those quote unquote work groups. They gave him a bunch of coloring books to fill out, and then just promptly discarded them after basically talk about a participation trophy. They're like, yes, Bernie, here's your working groups. If you read, and there's some good articles talking about those quote unquote work groups. There's some really interesting story. I think Cornel West was involved in that, having been a big Bernie proponent. And I'm not a big fan of Cornel West if you've read the old community posts on that. But it was a shit show is what it was. The Democrats were like, yeah, let's workshop with you about what we can bring, what are the progressive demands for the Biden administration? And then they just promptly tossed them. I mean, it was like that went absolutely nowhere. So if you think this is going somewhere, is my point, it isn't. And again, this is probably the single topic we have talked about the most on this channel for the last 5 years. And I'm sick to death of it because now we do have a very shockingly, frighteningly dangerous Trump administration. It's catching people as off guard as Bush and Cheney did back in the day when they were unrolling what was at the time shocking, unprecedented police state stuff that nobody was expecting. And now we get another wave of this like 20 years later. And how much further can this go at this point? I'm just, like I said, I'm so sick of it. I'm sick of Bernie. I'm sick of the people defending Bernie. And the stream is for you. If you're defending Bernie, this is all about you and how fucking sick of it I am. And I hope by the end of the stream, or if you're already convinced and you're sick of it too, I hope that this will help flesh out the discussion so that you can go to your friends and family members who are still, vehemently pro Bernie or whatever. If you know some blue MAGA or blue MAGA light people, to have those conversations with them, because we have to talk about this. We're still at the crossroads, socialism or capitalism. The specter is still haunting, and the SOCDEMs, as per usual, and if you don't know this history, we're going to teach it to you today. But as per usual, as happened a century ago and is basically their nature, Social Democrats, part of holding the anti-capitalist movement back. And one of the things they always tell themselves to rationalize it, particularly in the U.S., I don't know if they do it in all the other countries, but in the U.S. it's like, well, you're never going to have a revolution anyway. We should just do this. What you don't see is all the people who have dropped out of the system entirely, who actually are on board with they're probably not ready for a revolution tomorrow. No doubt. Nobody is saying that. We're nowhere near a revolutionary moment. You need, we're talking about this in the last stream, much, much, much bigger labor movement. You need general strikes, which again, you need a labor movement for. See live stream number 126 for more discussion of that. We're nowhere near that. But the reason we're nowhere near that, in large part, first of all, you got all the anti-labor laws that the Democratic Party has been instrumental in upholding since 1947 in the Taft-Hartley Act. And even Bernie was talking about repealing parts of Taft-Hartley. Okay. And then that obviously has not gone anywhere since. But part of the reason why we haven't been building that movement and building more of a crescendo to confront capitalism head on as it goes into crisis and as it possibly is gearing up for a war against China, something like that. Part of the reason that we don't have that movement is because all of this pessimism, all of this naysaying, all of this bourgeois despair that has been poured into the movement, and people like Bernie have helped to hold independent organizing back funneling people into the Democratic Party. That's not independent organizing. That's a 1% controlled party. Look on opensecrets.org. You can see, look at who's contributing to the top Senate Democrats, top congressional Democrats. Some of it is teachers unions and things like that. Most of the rest of it's the same. There's a few differences. We covered this in an older live stream, I think somewhere in the 50s, live stream number 50 something like that. Or maybe it was later. Anyway, it was before we hit 100. I know that much. The building trades and certain other things contribute more to the Republicans, but some of the biggest industries, banking, the financial industry, insurance, medical industry, they contribute to the top Democrats and Republicans about equally. Also, real estate developers. That's a huge part of who is preventing change in this country and funding the most reactionary shit in the politics. So we need to build that movement. And, again, I think lacking the historical background, which has been gatekept. If you don't know the history of the international communist movement, of the radical labor movement, going back 200 years, you may not know this history because the capitalists kept it from you. We're going to help to clue you in on some of that. And if we look at the original rise of fascism, people have this idea that it's communists responsible for the rise of Hitler. It's total nonsense. There was a revolution in Germany, for example, in 1918, 1919, in the winter. Guess who helped directly put it down? That's right, the Social Democrats. So if you've seen, and you probably haven't if you're in Blue MAGA Light, but if you've seen, for example, the Bernie killed Rosa Luxemburg memes, that's what that refers to. Because Bernie is of the type of the socialists of Germany who put down the communists. And then you get the farce of Weimar Republic democracy, and that gives rise to Hitler. And anyway, it's so endlessly frustrating. But again, we're 10 years after Bernie started his thing. Nothing has fundamentally changed. And that's the point. You want to go another 10 years without things changing? Line up behind Bernie and AOC, because they're leading you nowhere by design. All right? Okay. Had to get that off my chest because that is, and I only got about a tenth of it. That was just me shaving off the top of the frustration. I used to yell a lot more on this channel in the beginning, and this is why. It's so frustrating to me. I've been very interested in why there isn't a U.S. left, and the answer may surprise you, or it may not. But I was able to get into that question a lot more, and doing this channel was a great vehicle for exploring the history in detail. It's not unique to the U.S., but the U.S. is one of the worst examples where the left is the most repressed among the imperialist or advanced monopoly capitalist countries. All right, I think that I've blown off almost enough steam to get started with the notes and such. Let's get into the chat. The only credit I can give Hassan is that he's better than Vosh. Everyone's better than Vosh almost, but that's not hard at all. Yeah, Hassan's sitting down with AOC and Bernie and doing interviews with them. A crash is a known inevitability. Tariffs and the like are just the material realization. Well, they're the shock that's going to send a fragile economy, structurally fragile economy, into recession. They're going to be the thing that tips it off. But this house of cards was set in motion, built years ago. The rallies are just a way to funnel the angry liberals back into supporting the party. Yep. I mean, they exist to channel anger at capitalism back into the quote-unquote left wing of capitalism. This is fundamental to social democracy, and we'll read some excerpts from the 1920s and 30s, which nothing has changed since then. I mean, the technology has changed. There's more pollution. There's microplastics now. But in terms of the class dynamics, nothing has changed from then. Did it surprise you to see Trump soften up on his tariffs with China almost immediately? Not a bit. And he did look really cowed. He had his tail between his legs. I saw the couple of clips last night from him yesterday, and did he soften his tone so much. No, because China didn't come calling. They don't care. I saw some things about China can't get like beef from the USA anymore. Okay, they'll get it from Australia. Bye. So there isn't, there's a limit to how much China needs the U.S. in that way. And one of the things about the Trump administration this time is they have some far-right ideological wish list stuff that they're working through, some things that are part of the need of the U.S. capitalist class to ramp up fascism because of the crash and for other reasons. But one of the things that they're trying to do, there's like all kinds of motivations which are interwoven with each other, but it's kind of staggering in a way. But one of the things that they've been floating as an idea is getting rid of income tax and trying to replace that revenue with tariffs. Not going to work. It's just simply not going to work. the rest of the world will restructure their trading deals with other countries and just cut the US out. Trump thinks this is some brilliant move because everybody's just going to come crawling on their knees to the US. And yeah, there will always be some things that the US, or at least for the foreseeable future, that the US will be indispensable for certain things in the global economy. But the longer you run this, the less that's going to be the case. If people feel, and the whole framing from the Trump administration is like, the world has been unfair to the US. What? I mean, it's so crazy. It's just pure projection. But I think it's projection that's going to bite them in the ass because it's so detached from reality. The world is looking at Trump and going, this guy's unstable. We don't know what the trade policy is from one day to the next. We need to just, markets do not like that kind of chaos. They like chaos that they can profit off of. That is unprofitable chaos and instability. And also, so let's talk about onshoring for just a brief moment. Let's say you're in another country and you want to send your product to the US and there's prohibitively expensive tariffs. So the Trump administration says, oh, that's fine. Just move your industry here onshore. Well, okay, that's going to cost tens of millions of dollars probably for most companies to set up and a lot of time for companies to set up shop in the US. And then what are the odds the tariffs are even going to be around 3 or 4 years from now? Not that good. I mean, these are like historically really unusual tariffs for the modern era. So would you actually spend all the time and money to move all your operations to the US to avoid the tariff? Or would you just wait for the tariff to go away? Like, it's such a crazy thing. But they think that they've found the cheat code here. And I think part of it is just insanely bad policy. Coming from Trump's advisor, Peter Navarro, I watched a CNBC interview with that guy. After watching that, I was firmly convinced that guy's just really stupid. Like the thing they grilled him for about 20 minutes on CNBC point blank about what are you doing with the tariffs? Because this was like a couple weeks ago, right when the initial stock crashes started and Sell America became the byword. And his answers were bad. I mean, I came away from that like, oh, now I see where the tariffs are coming from. Trump's advisor is a Trump loyalist. That's why Trump promoted him. But his ideas are awful and they're wrong. And they're just going to be really, really destructive even to them. Like they're not going to do the things that Trump thinks that they're going to do. So anyway, no, I was not surprised to see him oh, we're going to give China a really fair deal. You better hope they give you a fair deal. Are you kidding me? They don't need you as much as you think that they do. Anyway. But I do think that China is a lot of what that's about. Personally, I flipped out when I learned a few weeks ago that Bernie lived for a summer in a kibbutz in 1963. This leads me to believe his activism has always been very transactional, very typical of liberal fascist. Yeah. Those are his politics. He's supportive of Israel. What I saw in the rallies was Bernie had the line, Israel has the right to defend itself from terrorism, but they do not have the right to go to war with all of Gaza. And that was all he said about it. So that was his framing. They have the right to defend themselves from terrorism. So do I think, again, coming back to the SOCDEM's question of aren't these rallies a good thing? We're going to look at some comments from people too that I had to read them in the YouTube comments moderation. Now you have to listen to them too. We need to share this burden. And this is incidentally, I said a while ago, I stopped doing so many of the Hanging with the SOCDEM gang React videos because we did some Hanging with the BreadTube gang React. Those I mostly thought went nowhere. I was not real happy with them at the time. I just didn't like commenting on those videos. The SOCDEM gang, I thought were more productive as far as the kind of political discussion that those Reacts, they had their take. I thought it was very wrong, and it was a good opportunity to explain what I thought were better communist politics and why, the specific ways in which I thought communist politics were better and which took account of things that the reformist social democrat, whether it was TYT or Kyle Kalinske or whoever, Humanist Report, I thought on the whole, those were decent, but I got a point where my soul just couldn't take it anymore. Hence why we're doing that in this stream, because I I need your strength. I need to lean on you in the chat. I just cannot sit in a room alone and do that anymore. I can't take it. But anyway, yeah, Bernie has peaked the left wing of fascism. This is it. So, do we think it's a good thing to rally a lot of people and then be like, Israel has the right to defend itself? I mean, I think there's a much better conversation you could have there, actually. So, no, I don't think that rallying people together and giving them that message and calling it good is enough. I don't think that that's enlightening. I don't think that that's educational. I don't think people are going to walk out of that rally really talking about what they heard in any meaningful way where they're like, wow, it's leads me to think that. Whereas, what we do on this channel, it's centered on the audiobooks coming out of leaders of the international communist movement. And I'm constantly getting comments from people who've listened to that stuff, including me, where you're just thinking about it for weeks afterwards and it changes your entire perspective on politics. And that's absolutely not the case with the reformist soc Dems, which basically boils down to elect better Democrats and everything will be fine. No, it absolutely fucking won't. And we'll get into more of why that is on the contrasting, a communist perspective with a soc Dem one. I want to say thank you for your audiobooks. I've been appreciating them while working on the assembly line. Don't tell the company. I only wish you had more commentary or explanation of the text because some of the language is very hard to understand. I try to do what I can. I don't force and first of all, thank you for taking the time to study. Really. And also, let's thank the patrons. Let me put that on the screen right now while I'm thinking about it. As I say at the end of a lot of the videos, if you like this channel, thank me, but also thank a patron or buy me a coffee supporter for helping to make it possible, because I really would not have the time. I'd make some kind of content because I sincerely believe in this. It's important. I've been passionate about it for years and years. But I would not have the time. I have bills to pay like every other proletarian in, any country. I got bills to pay. Capitalism makes me pay rent and groceries and everything else. And I would have to spend much more time doing wage work and less time on this. So if you like the channel, thank me, but also thank a patron or buy me a coffee supporter. We'll give the URL, patreon.com/socialism for all, buymeacoffee.com/socialism for all, and consider becoming one yourself, because that really does help. The channel has grown significantly over the last 5 years, and I've learned a lot. A lot of you have been following along, have learned a lot. We've had a lot of good conversations. It's really what I live for, is that kind of exchange and conversation and discussion. And I'm so happy so many people are interested in that too, and helping actively to facilitate it in one way or another. So that's huge. But also thank you to the people, everybody else in the audience too, for taking the time to study. Yes, I sit down and I do, I have my little routine that I do to get the recordings done. And the patrons help, supply the time for me to do that. But you all really make it happen in the end by doing the studying. So, thanks all around. This really is collaborative, and that's how I look at it. Anyway, as far as the commentary or explanation, I think did more of that naturally in the beginning, as it was real new to me and I was doing more foundational texts and just wanting to really explain it to everybody. When I feel like the text is more or less self-explanatory, I don't do as much commentary. I don't force comments, in other words. But that said, sometimes now, because a lot of this is less new to me, I'm less inclined to do extensive comments, because I have to some extent lost some perspective on what it is to be a absolutely beginning communist. Okay. I do try to remind myself deliberately to do comments, because I know that my natural tendency is to do less now. Because I've just given these comments so many times and I don't want to repeat myself. Like, it just, I think there's a natural inclination to just not want to repeat yourself too much, but teaching is partly about repeating yourself to, new classes year after year. So if there's something you want to know about, though, that's what the comments are for, or you can even DM me. And yeah, just leave it in a comment and I'm happy to try to explain it. Just obviously, like, word it well because things don't always come across, as good faith in pure text. But anyway, thank you for listening. Okay. And their responses to suggesting something different than Democrats or Red Team is just insane, too. I don't usually get into it with liberals on Blue Sky, but I did recently, and it felt like hitting my head against a brick wall. Yeah, the Blue MAGA stuff is crazy. And Blue Sky is like, so I used to use Twitter. I hate Twitter. I've talked about that a lot. Using Twitter felt like being in a car crash even before Elon Musk bought it. And then after Elon Musk bought it, I didn't want to use it, but it wasn't terrible. Now Elon Musk is part of the government. I'm definitely not using it. You know what I mean? So I don't support that whatsoever anymore. That really was a deal breaker for me. Blue Sky doesn't feel like being in a car crash, and it's not owned by Elon Musk. But you get a totally different thing there, which is like it is some of the most stubborn and arrogant liberals you could which I think is just part of being a liberal. But it's some of the most stubborn and arrogant liberals imaginable. They will be just furious with you for criticizing them at all and will block you immediately. On Twitter, there was at least some possibility, however painful it was, of like some radical posts being made. On Blue Sky, I feel like it's so much more, and this might just be social media nowadays, versus like years ago. But people are like, I think digging into the echo chambers harder than ever. And I see that a lot on Blue Sky from Blue MAGA zombie cult people. It's so bad. I feel like I personally, like I watch successful posters on Blue Sky. I'm more of a conversationalist. I'm just not great with posts. I see people doing banger posts and it's just not my language. Like, I don't think that way. I don't think in microblog terms. And I've honestly tried studying, accounts that do post really well. And I feel like I've figured out my own version of that. And I feel like I finally, after a lot of time, got down my version, my flavor of posting where it's kind of like me at my peak as a poster versus like, I do more long form stuff. That's just where I feel I excel, is the long form stuff. I feel like I finally found my style of posting, but I still hate it. So, finding people. The other thing is I hate dogpiling. I will quote tweet some liberal doing something and then I take a screenshot of it and I do a comment on it. What I don't like is when people just pile in there and they're just like utterly rude. Sometimes they're saying really reprehensible stuff, whoever it is that's being quote tweeted or quote skeeted, and is the person being derided. And sometimes that's like totally valid if it's something about genocide or something like that, like utterly reprehensible. There's other times where I feel like conversation would be more appropriate, and yet people come in like so hard against them and so rude and so nasty that it's like, okay, do you feel better? Like you used this online person as a punching bag. You didn't really change their mind about anything. And I get you're trying to just bully them into silence, but like, I don't know. I've always preferred conversation, no matter how deranged it gets. I still think people do better when you have a discussion with them, I guess. So social media does not lend itself to that. And like I said, I'm just more of a long form kind of person. But anyway, Bernie's campaign slogan, amended, not us, me. Yeah, he's out there. It's like when people made fun of Sarah Palin for just like doing a tour and just doing her greatest hits of, the lamestream media and her other phrases. That's pretty much what Bernie is doing. Hopefully not getting ahead of your point of moving beyond even talking about Bernie. Do we just have to wait for him or AOC to do something more mask off than supporting genocide is? So I think that the thing keeping people back is, again, just this gigantic web of rationalizations that people use to explain why they keep following them. I think they really believe we can't do any better. And I don't understand that thinking. I've never thought that way myself. So I never had a phase like that. I can't speak to it firsthand. But I mean, let me put it this way. We can't do better if everyone just decides we can't do better and doesn't work for it. You know what I mean? I think people think it's too hard and they don't want to try, and so it never goes anywhere. So then the few people who do try to build up a left party, or one of the various left parties that exists, it's they're too few in number. They're easily picked off, and it goes. They're not able to get that much done. They're not able to do that many large scale projects. Once in a while, you get a larger scale project, but it's sort of always existing in this fringe place. That's why I was saying Bernie could have led, millions of people in at once in 2016. Not everybody would have gone that way, but a lot of people were ready to, and they just needed somebody to carry the fucking torch. I heard that from so many people, and that was also my strong feeling myself. And it was like, God damn it, if he's not going to do it, I don't know who else has the juice to do that, because we live in a world bound by time and space. Like you've got what you've got in terms of resources in your environment. He was it. I mean, he was the one rallying people in a way nobody had seen in decades, and then he just pissed it away. And I don't know who else has that juice. Howie Hawkins doesn't have that juice. Jill Stein doesn't have that juice. Cornel West doesn't have that juice. Bernie had the credibility. He just didn't have the heart for it. Didn't have, and the other thing people give the excuse of Bernie that he didn't want to risk, going independent and then having Trump win. Well, guess what? Trump won twice. So whatever he was trying to do, it didn't work, and we don't have our own thing. So, I think it's just people keep spinning their wheels and saying, this is the best we can do. It's a lie. And people have to realize they're lying to themselves saying that. And nothing's changed. Like I said, it's been 10 years since 2015, and Bernie started his crusade to totally transform the Democratic Party. Well, where are we now? You have not totally transformed the Democratic Party, not one bit. You're feeding people into a dead end. Everybody knows that, well, maybe you don't if you were born yesterday, but I mean, everybody from earlier eras knows that the Democratic Party is where social movements go to die. Everybody knows that. Bernie knows that. He's doing it anyway. Because, I mean, in the end, he's protecting capitalism. That is what he's doing functionally. As the saying goes, the purpose of a system is what it does. Look at what Bernie's been doing. Look at the effect it's having. I'm sure he is well aware of that effect. You must conclude at some point, when he's not changing course, that he is satisfied with that result, because that's what he's doing. Speaking of Hassan again, what best describes him, more of a rad lib or a social fascist? I'm not sure. Rad lib is kind of slang. I'm not sure there is a big distinction between those. Also, I don't listen to him enough. Had Bernie built that since 2016, the third party could have been something by now. Absolutely. That's the point. Yeah, that's the point exactly. It's not a complicated point. It's really and truly not a complicated point. And I'll talk about this more later once I go through the whole list of points. But for people saying, oh, well, a left party can never win an election. In the beginning, it's not even about winning the elections. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here. But if you lead enough people out of the Democratic Party that the Democratic Party openly and plainly cannot win without them, then you have just forced the Democratic Party to deal. And that's a start. You are both building up your own thing while acting as a veto on the Democratic Party. We'll discuss this in more depth later. But it's just, people don't want to think about it, and they come up with excuses not to think about it. But that's like a very obvious implication, is pull out and tell the Democratic Party, we, millions of people, are not going to vote for you unless you do this, unless you deal with us. And if they do it, you reward them with a vote. For now, while, again, we keep building towards something, overpowering them in the future. But in the short term, I mean, probably most of the time, they're not going to end up doing what your demands are. And then they lose and lose and lose and lose. And you're able to engage in a dialogue and a discussion and build consciousness around that as you show people, look, They're happy to give you the Republican Party. They will do it. They would rather do that than deal with the left. And some of that is happening now, but if it was happening in an organized, clear-cut way, it'd be so much easier to have that discussion. Again, Bernie could have led that, but we'll talk about that more later on. I'm tired of Bernie's bullshit, AOC as well. I rewatched S4A's critiques of her TikTok post from several years ago, and AOC is just the same now as then. These two are hitting a fundraising bonanza with these rallies. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Bernie and his supporters are going out there with, he's not even running for office right now. He's just rallying and people are showing up. Well, I think not coincidentally, AOC just had a record quarterly fundraising draw of, I think, $9.6 million. And you don't think that people are giving to the Democratic Party as a whole as well? So they're fundraising, and they're fundraising off of, they mentioned in the rally, one of the things they talk about is Trump sending people to alleged death camps in El Salvador, which, again, they've been sending people to black sites openly for 20 years since the start of the war on terror, openly, and normalizing torture and TV and stuff like that for over 20 years since 9/11. And they're mentioning it, but what do you do? They're just fundraising off of it. They're fundraising off of it. That's what they're doing. They are fundraising. They are fundraising. You want to know why they're doing this? Money. They're getting funds to keep doing their political thing that they're doing, which is not resulting in stuff that you and I need. It's not building power for the working class. It strikes me that Bernie ended up being one of the main reasons we ended up with Trump in the first place. I think Hillary was the reason we ended up with Trump. Hillary was a uniquely divisive politician. She had a long legacy. Conservatives hated her. But, she was a uniquely disliked character, much like Trump in a way. Hillary was to the right what Trump was to more of like the left liberals. They viewed her as like really repulsive. Rightly or wrongly, they don't have the same politics that we have as communists, so their criticisms would be markedly different. But it's like Harris. You put up a candidate that isn't that popular, they lose. But this was all the stuff, the conversation then, it's her turn. She gets the nomination now. Nobody really dared run against her, and so on. Bernie did truly move people in a revolutionary direction in 2016. Yeah, for a minute, and then he was like, now we join the Democratic Party, which is the opposite of revolutionary direction. 2020 radicalized me. After Bernie dropped out, I found S4A looking for ebooks I couldn't find on Amazon. Well, welcome. And yeah, Ralph Nader is an absolute shitlib now. Yeah, that happened with a lot of older people in general. Bernie is guilty of DWI, Democrat while independent. I'm wishing that I had become politically active much, much sooner. Well, you're here now. So, congrats. That's good. Isn't it good that they're getting people together to talk about things? Oh, yeah. Except, if you want to talk about, like, Palestine, for example. In a way that doesn't start with Israel has the right to defend itself against terrorism. Yeah. Yeah, Bernie has been saying we are moving towards an oligarchy for 10 years. I don't know what to say. Like, it's so jaw-droppingly self-evident to me. I don't know what to say to the people who are still like, no, it's gonna be different this time. No, it isn't. Like, you're in denial. This is emotional. This is cognitive dissonance. Snap out of it. And again, we're gonna, as this stream goes on, gonna try to provide some resources to help you with that. One question I have is, I wonder how we will communicate to this to the masses. There are thousands of us, millions of them. Well, let's just say, this is one channel. There are others. I started this channel 5 years ago with no subscribers. I was doing a Facebook page at the time. Just posting left memes. It was like left unity stuff back then. And I was like, I'll start a YouTube channel and I want to do theory reading myself. Let's do it there. So I used the Facebook for that first year to help promote it. And I got up to 1,000 subs pretty quickly. And then it was just like a long, slow grind. It was a long, slow grind. Now people listen and I don't even have to yell. So that's cool. I'm still getting used to that. we just keep going. We just keep going. I think patience, calmness, just continuing to feed it to people, be respectful while also, insistent, calling out the delusion when you see it. But treating people like a potential future ally is important in conversation. Even though it may be a difficult journey to get there and a multi-part journey, it may take years and you're not necessarily going to accomplish it in one conversation, but we just keep at it. I would say, persistence, calm, focused persistence, be correct, be patient, be willing to explain. And, I'm a human being. I haven't always been all those things perfectly. I feel as the channel is bigger, I'm able to remind myself I really don't have to scream and yell. People are just listening now. And just keep going because you'll get the success eventually. We know what capitalism more or less is going to throw at us. We just need to keep working on that. Bernie is what got me started down this path. I guess I wasn't supposed to ask too many questions. Whoops. Bernie played at Socialism on stolen land less than 15 years after the Nakba. Yeah. Does anyone here want Greens, PSL, and other left-wing parties to make a rally titled something like Bernie and AOC aren't going to save us, we need revolution? Because that's what we truly need to get into people's heads. Yeah, and, we're not near a revolutionary movement. And, we would need to build something like Soviets out of a labor movement, which is super, super weak right now, and politically mostly captured by the Democratic Party. The leadership, most of the leadership of the labor movement is not yet ready to pull out. But see, there's another thing. Had Bernie, done that, you could have gotten some union endorsements and started actually independent working class politics. But currently, again, the labor movement is politically backing the Democratic Party. So that's like a major, major realignment that needs to happen there. But we got to build, the movement needs to be like triple or quadruple in size to be really, really meaningful. Because at this point in fascism, this is typically where your labor movement kicks in and does general strikes. Our labor movement in this country is not big enough to do that. You compare it to like France or something, where they have had the New Popular Front in government. And yeah, the communists there are revisionist and so on. It's still like a light year ahead of where we are in the U.S. France does a much better job of getting down when it's time to get down than the U.S. does. U.S. is terrible, terrible at it. We saw some shit in 2020 that was pretty good because everybody was being paid to stay home and not work. But yeah, I mean, like a labor movement, you need strike funds. You need to pay people to stay on strike. You need to pay unemployed people not to scab. There's all kinds of things you got to do. So many things. One thing I would like to do on this channel more actually is do more reviews of labor history books with highlights because people need to learn the labor history in this country and in other countries because like we know, for example, in Russia, they had a revolution. They had a labor movement that was able to play a part in the revolution by, diverting trains and things like that. How did they get to that point? There's a lot of like knowledge and oral tradition that's been lost as far as like, how do you do things as a labor movement that are effective? And, how do you do not just demonstrations, but labor actions that have some kind of weight to them and accomplish some end? That has to be relearned for the most part. And I think we got to take the history that is written down and help popularize it because, it's one thing to say we need a labor movement or the labor movement will play a significant role in a revolutionary crisis. But how? People need to know the specifics of that. So that's another thing I want to work on the channel here because I don't see a ton of that currently. And it is super interesting. What labor history I do know. There's great stories that are super inspiring of things that workers pulled off that were, you'd be proud to be a part of. But yeah, I mean, having rallies that it's not going away. People will get disappointed and disenchanted with the Bernie AOC thing, and then they'll go, we still need something because this didn't do it either. So this is where we point to like, okay, well, this is what we told you in the first place, and it came true. Maybe you should start listening to political voices who are not these Democratic Party sellouts. And, you know, people will have their own thresholds for being convinced of that. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, Jesse Ventura was involved with the Reform Party, but he left when Pat Buchanan got involved. Yeah. Trump didn't get on reform initially back in 2000 because, quote, you have a communist along with a white supremacist. I don't know who the communist was supposed to be, but okay, yeah. You know, there is hope for us, but I don't know what's going to happen in between now and people coming around to having better politics. You know what I'm saying? Like there's hope for the class consciousness to grow. There is, but it's going to take lots and lots of work. Probably the objective situation has to get like a lot more desperate. And then there's the subjective piece of people need to do the educational work. Now we're doing educational work here, and there's obviously people listening. It's got to expand dramatically. So I'm not giving up. We're going to keep at it. I can't give up. I don't know what else I would do, honestly. So, yeah. I have more hope for people outside the U.S. than inside. I mean, that's probably valid. You know, I was born here. I don't know what else to do. Just trying to, you know, do my part to help tear down this dying, decaying system. Jimmy Dore, the old failed comedian to right-wing commentator grift. Paging Dennis Miller. Dore is like a less popular Joe Rogan. Yeah, much less popular. Who on the Young Turks was fawning over the fact that Musk replied to them after he was forced to buy the Bird platform? I mean, was that Cenk? That sounds like a Cenk thing. RBN and ACP are Dore contributors and frauds. Oh, so somebody's saying they don't like the term social fascist, which we're going to get into later, because it gets used against people like Corbyn. So I'm not in the UK. I can't speak to that, but there are a lot of people it does need to be used against. Sockdems are shit on his own grounds without being necessary to call them fascist. No. So it's not just an insult. It's a description of that they play a role in bringing fascism about. It's not just like, well, you're a fascist because I don't like you. It's trying to point out that there's a direct connection to social democracy and the rise of fascism. That's the point. And it makes us look crazy to people when we call them, when we call standard Sockdem social fascists. That's because they're uninformed. Like, it doesn't sound crazy if you actually know the reason for that. And so, like, when I get caught up with the chat, if you understand the reasons why, and we're going to read some of that, it makes perfect sense, actually, and it is accurate, and I think it's a completely fair thing. I'm hoping to get more active with DSA here. Had some IRL drama, and my health has been all over the place the past few years, not being able to walk right until recently. Sorry to hear that. Bernie would never leave his good friend Biden behind. True. We're heading for a stagnant decade, as much of U.S. labor movement has been stagnant for longer. Yeah, I mean, the labor movement has kind of bottomed out a few years ago and has kind of stayed at the bottom. Once I started reading Lenin, I understand that people like RBN, Nick from RBN, and the ACP depend on you not reading Lenin. You read him to see how they use Trotsky's methods. Yeah, that's they for a while they were calling everybody Trotskyists, and the irony is they were following Trotskyism like more closely, actually. So, do you think Bernie was expecting to fill stadiums? Yes. If his mission was always to stymie the left, then he's had great success. Agreed. Despite all of AOC's faults, I don't like where this is going. I've read a lot of comments that start out with things like that. Usually don't like the second part. Despite all of AOC's faults, if she emerges as the next frontrunner against the next Republican candidate after Trump, and there is still not a strong leftist candidate with a third party, would you vote for her? Could have saved a lot of time. I don't vote for the Democratic Party, ever. So, yeah. So that question could have been, will you ever vote for a Democrat? The answer is no. Yes, I do consider this my Sanders cleanse. I mean, it's going to keep coming back, though. It's going to keep coming back. And I always get such angry comments. Like the last one, should the U.S. left trust Bernie Sanders? Parentheses, no. So many angry comments of that, of just utterly bewildered people who they can't even follow the logic. Like, why would, if you're on the quote left, why wouldn't you support Bernie Sanders? Again, we're going to be explaining this. So I realize I still have PTSD from those early years, the war on terror, the 2000s. I still remember the patriotic, jingoistic hysteria from that time when everybody started putting American flags on their cars and everything else. It was like everyone lost their minds. Yeah, I think there's probably shame. People probably don't want to remember it. It was over the top. It was wild. And people were like terrorized into everything. People were just acting so irrationally. There's a really choice thing. If you look up John Yoo, Yoo, defending the presidential right to use torture, there's some really choice stuff there. I mean, it was a bad, bad, bad time that rivals anything that Trump, like, this isn't just Trump. It's the Republican Party, and the Democratic Party works hand in glove with them. That's the problem, okay? That is the problem. The Democratic Party are not anti-fascist. They're fascist collaborators. That's not me just saying that. That's why the Republican Party still exists. We can go around and around and around on this forever, but that's the reality. You know, you can look at Schumer and Pelosi and Biden. We need a strong Republican Party. Notice they never say we need a strong left party in this country, but we need a strong Republican Party, they say. They work with them to maintain and expand U.S. imperialism. The Democratic Party first came to power in 1828. This is their system as much as it is anyone's. So, I don't know what there is to get. People just keep falling back on it's the best we can do. And if it's the best we can do, then we have to build something else. And that's where people just throw up their hands and walk away. And if that's what you're doing, you are part of the problem. I'm not talking to that commenter. I'm just saying whoever might be listening to this. Kyle Kalinske can suck the shit from my asshole. Yep. I legitimately looked at that channel. He has 1.7 million followers now. He was nowhere near on that level the last time I looked. And I'm like, people still listen to this? And they do in huge numbers, apparently. I'm 100% to blame for the Harris loss in Wisconsin. Sorry, not sorry. The SOCDEM gang's inability to apply real pressure against their pet Democrats puts them in a very similar boat to Blue MAGA. Fucking Kalinske co-founded Justice Democrats. Does anybody remember that? And then he abandoned it. Why? Because it wasn't fucking working. But no, it's going to be different this time. Wink, wink. I loved living in D.C. because your vote really extra doesn't matter due to the 23rd Amendment. Dems, don't at me. It feels like they're setting up another rug pull. Woo, let's go AOC, and then Super Tuesday comes around and we get Pete Buttigieg. Yep. And then, oh, we got to support him because Trump or because Vance or because whatever. Aren't you tired of this? Because I am. And Bernie and people are, okay, so one of the comments I kept getting was, okay, well, why don't you hold a rally then? Because I'm nobody. Bernie had the juice, though. Bernie is somebody. He's a senator. He managed, through the unusual set of circumstances in Vermont politics I was explaining before, to get to this point. He has the juice. He has the power. He has the authority. He has the respect. He can command media attention. He has the money. He has the machine. He could do this, but he isn't. If I had that stuff, I would do this. But he has that stuff, and he's doing what he's doing. Do you get that? So I could hold a rally, but nobody knows who the fuck I am. So I don't have that kind of influence. Is that hard to understand? Oh, you're just making a bad faith comment. Thanks. Really helpful. Even suggesting Bernie might not be our friend always seems to flip a switch in people's heads. It's like they refuse to engage with honest criticisms. I don't know how you can watch 2016 and 2020 and go like, oh, he's going to actually not screw us over this time. I don't get that. I don't get it. I think it's just people like deliberately not thinking very hard. It hurts every time I slam my dick in the car door. This time will be different. Blue MAGA and Red MAGA, deadliest diseases in the labor movement. Did you try not slamming your dick in the car door? Pfft, look at this guy who doesn't slam his dick in the car door. No, you just got to do it right. Like, what do you think? We can not slam our dicks in the car door? Unthink. We're What are you, un-American? Currently listening to your reading of Fascism and Social Revolution by Dutt. The message that social democrats are effectively the enablers of fascism comes through really strongly from that book. Yeah, we're going to read a clip from that. Perhaps this message and the evidence behind it could be communicated to Demstock superfans. I'm super enthused about when we get through the chat, getting into that stuff. I'd love for the open secrets portion of that stream to be an independent video. You know what? That's a good idea. Let me write that down on a piece of paper I actually will look at again. I think the fundamental issue that needs to be hammered into the working class's head is the Democrats are fundamentally a capitalist party. They don't even know what that means, but yeah, I mean, you're right. That it's an enemy party of some kind. And we need to move outside of capitalist parties if we want any real change. You are correct. And that's part of, they need to understand what capitalism even is first. Because a lot of people are just like, no, we just need better Democrats, boom. Like, and then they just shut their brain off. Like, they stop listening completely. It's never a bad time to confront sock dems, absolutely. Sock dems, well, dang, there's a war breaking out. Better not make it a class war. Yeah, anything to divert the class war into something else. Race war, whatever. I've been learning about how the Catholic Church crawled into bed with the Nazis due to fear of Stalin. Yeah, almost like all of fascism was like anti-Bolshevism fundamentally. Just like what they're doing now with China, and this is more complicated, but I mean, there's a war brewing with China, and I think the U.S. fears any other type of system whatsoever. I think China is arguably more of like an advanced social democracy, but the U.S. does not want anybody else to take over. They don't want to share profits is one thing, but also they don't want a different type of system taking over at all either, even a different type of capitalism becoming dominant. Ideological containment of capitalism is very strong. It runs incredibly deep. That contradiction needs a rupture. Can we talk about AOC's fake accent? I did see one video on that. She wasn't doing it at the LA rally, but yeah, she was at some of the rallies talking in this really weird accent she's never talked in before. Nothing has fundamentally changed, yet we have people like Varoufakis talking about quote-unquote techno-feudalism. Ridiculous. I can't tell you how many comments I've seen to that effect of like, oh, it's not even capitalism now, it's techno-feudalism. And then when you push back on it, people will say like, well, no, he said clearly it is still capitalism. Well, that's not the takeaway a lot of people are getting. Anyway, if you're interested in that, the Greek Communist Party, KKE, has a lot to say. Also, the website, which is related to the KKE, in defense of communism, I think it's idcommunism.com or .org, I can't remember off the top of my head. They've written a lot about Varoufakis because they are in Greece. So, and speaking of social fascism and the betrayals of social democracy, Varoufakis is a great example. It's a universal thing. Tosaka Jun discovered fascism is born out of liberalism in Japan, universally experienced wherever social democracy exists. Well, there's also the principle that they deploy social democracy to control the workers while preparing the fascism. That's another part of it. So really is just another mask of the bourgeoisie used strategically at different times. So I would think that the Democrats absorbing mass movements when they arise neuters those very movements. Yeah, that's what the point is. Like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take them out of independent working class hands and bring them into an imperialist genocidal machine, which is the Democratic Party, which does not have internal democracy. Communist Party was made illegal in Germany, in the West Germany, in the 1950s. Obviously, the Communist Party was very legal in East Germany in the 1950s. Kalinske made a liberals become revolutionary video, while 4 videos later, he makes a video crying that the U.S. AID cuts will kill 20 million. It's all over the place. A novice organizer friend of mine, I'm a novice myself, said it's good that AOC and Bernie are rallying tons of people. We can funnel them into our leftist organizing. Yeah, I think that is a very naive take. Yes. We got an influx after tabling at their rally, but I don't know how we move those people left. I was thinking we should, and that they need leadership. That's the point. They're listening to Bernie and AOC and taking cues from them when they need to take different political cues. That's the problem. I was thinking we should get several projects going so people can just fill in as they feel they can. Yeah, I mean, the idea is a lot of people don't know much about politics, so they rally to a political leader, and then they just kind of like, not necessarily are thinking that hard about it, but they just kind of follow that. So yeah, people respond to leadership is the point. So yes, if you can lead them, you know, the problem is when your message, even if you're not, as I am today, being openly confrontational toward Bernie and AOC, saying, look, they have a track record, not just them personally, although yes, them personally, but also social democrats in general have a track record of functioning as the left wing of fascism and effectively funneling people back into that system. If they just detect it, like your messaging starts to conflict with what Bernie and AOC are saying, you might lose them. And so, no, it's a huge liability having them out there attracting all these people behind a message that ultimately we're going to have to tear up that message from the roots, you know? I mean, it's like Bernie's rallying people to healthcare. Well, yeah, it's because people need healthcare. Like, Bernie didn't plant that idea in their heads. Like, everybody needs healthcare. You need to interact with the medical system sometimes. The problem is he's leading you into a party where you're never going to get it. Or maybe you get it 20 years from now, where like many, many people will die in the meantime and go bankrupt and otherwise have their lives impacted negatively. All the tariff farce also serves as a distraction from the atrocious degradation of civil rights, deportations, etc. Yes, absolutely. It's keeping people wildly off balance. One thing I never see mentioned in discussions of onshoring is that even if you could just turn a key and start up the factories again, which you can't do, is that supply chains take years to establish or reestablish, and the U.S. largely lacks them. Yeah, it's a completely unrealistic plan. Completely unrealistic. When do we get Trump having a go fuck yourselves freak out like Musk did, with advertisers pulling out after a year of this? So yeah, for people who don't remember, Elon Musk was being interviewed on stage, I think by the New York Times, and he just like started telling advertisers to like literally started saying go fuck yourselves. Like they had to bleep it out. And they're like, okay, that's one approach. I think that's pretty much the point Trump's at. He's getting his ass kicked on China currently, which is moderately satisfying to see. Obviously, it's not enough. But like, after Trump has been so overconfident, it's nice to see him with his tail between his legs for any reason, even for a minute. But obviously, there's so much more to do. Keep in mind, it's only been 100 days of Trump. This is what I would say to that. It's only been 100 days of Trump. They came out of the gate guns blazing with an open campaign of terror. We're not even at 6 months yet. They have not had any repercussions for any of this yet. You know what I'm saying? So there will be time for this to blow back on them, for it to fail, for them to get tangled up in it. This isn't the end. This is literally the beginning. So there's going to be a lot of consequences of what has been announced by them. And I hope that they're done justice in that process. The supply chain disruptions caused by the early days of COVID, then problems with the shipping lanes due to the Panama Canal, etc., exposed just how important supply chains are and how it can take months or years for things to go back to normal, even with established supply chains. Yeah. If Parenti and Bernie disagree on a point, don't side with Bernie. Words to live by. Trump is such a Napoleon III. A lot of people making that comparison. At least, maybe not the general population, but when people read Marx's 18th Brumaire, we'll make that comparison, yeah. White man has been here. How do you know? Video essay. I'm baffled he still says it. Do you mean Bernie with the Israel having a right to defend self from terrorism? He's been booed or met with silence multiple times now. Yeah, and I put the video of the people getting dragged out of the rally while Bernie says nothing and then just like moves on. And the crowd, I mean, didn't stop the people either. It could have formed a human wall there, but let the people get dragged out. And then there's a lot of comments I have on that we'll take a look at, but people are like, why are the protesters trying to disrupt the Bernie rally? And somebody else was like, Bernie was just talking about Palestine. Well, do you think maybe that's why they unfurled the flag? Like in a show of support, but they just overestimated how much support there was? Think, people, think. So, like, Bernie says something vaguely pro-Palestine, although very limited and qualified, and they're like, hell yeah, free Palestine! And then the next thing they know, they're getting dragged out while Bernie just watches. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Isn't real has as much, quote, right to defend itself as Nazi Germany did. If you use Twitter for watching something other than like watching fight videos, you're damaging your mental health. Yes, Musk did sell Twitter to his own company. He's doing a lot of crazy feats of bookkeeping right now. Yeah, I don't know about Blue Sky either. I had higher hopes in the beginning, but they're shutting out socialist posts of any kind now. They do not want to fucking hear it. So it has turned into a huge echo chamber pretty much as soon as they went public and you didn't need an invite code. Are Blue Sky liberals even real? I feel like bots are everywhere and it's getting worse every day. Yeah, I don't know, but it's a valid point. I don't use it that much. Like, so there was a week or two ago, where I was like, all right, we're going to do this. We're going to like fight the good fight, going to build up the follower count. And I went toe to toe with liberals like on and off for like 12 hours over like an evening into the next day. And I think I got about 50 new followers and while driving myself insane. So, you know what? Backing off of that. And I don't know. Microblogging is so antithetical to the way I think and speak. AUDHD sure doesn't help. Do I still think a left coalition is viable, like DSA plus Greens teaming up? Yes. I literally, I don't know what else we would do to get started. So, yeah. I mean, and also, yes, I don't see any reason why not. I think it's the logical next step. I don't know what's going to bring it together. Now, let me qualify that by saying that's been a possibility for a long time and it hasn't happened. So there might be some underlying reason I'm not seeing why it's not going to happen. And in retrospect, we'll look back and go, oh, that's why it never happened. Makes sense now. And something else will come up instead. But as of right now, I don't even know what that thing would be. So that's the only thing I'm aware of. But I'm also aware that it hasn't, despite sort of being like the obvious thing, it hasn't happened. So I'm not exactly sure what the missing piece is there. Hillary Clinton used the Pied Piper strategy, which boosted Trump. Yeah, so that's another problem with the Democratic Party. They're like desperate to keep running against Republicans because they don't ever want to run against left politicians because they'd probably get their asses handed to them. And that's why Bernie is like the safe leftist to them, because they know he's not going to lead people out. Or at least he hasn't yet, and it's been 10 years of his being a prominent national stage politician. So, like, you know, he works for them now. But if they were up against somebody like Bernie that had that juice that was like, fuck the Dems, yeah, they would not be thrilled. But yeah, they deliberately elevated Trump because they thought it would be easier to win against him. And maybe they were right, but even they still lost against the easier to win against guy. So much of Trump is HRC's fault. That's a great point. Why doesn't the Israel boycott include boycotting the Democratic Party? Boom. I mean, I doubt a lot of those people were donating to the Democratic Party, but yeah, as far as like, that should be an explicit thing. Like, when you donate to the Democratic Party, you're donating to Israel. That's a decent point, actually. And I mean, I say it sounds kind of obvious, but like, I've never really heard somebody put it quite like that, but yeah. I think we're at a point that we can't do reformism within Democratic Party. We must split the Democrats. Well, that's what I'm saying. Pulling people out of the Democratic Party, exactly, into something else that is not the Democratic Party. That is not a 1% controlled genocidal imperialist party. Again, the Green Party's the obvious choice because of what their platform already is. They already have the rules about not taking the corporate money, etc. If people don't want to do the Green Party for some reason, fine, but it's going to end up looking a lot like the Green Party anyway. Like, you can't really get around that. How do we help to build the labor movement? Huge question, probably for another time. One thing that would help is changing the horrible labor laws that have directly contributed to the decline of the labor movement, starting with Taft-Hartley, 1947, which led to the destruction of the CIO, and the anti-communist cultural environment, the Red Scare, McCarthyism, which followed right after, like went hand in hand with the legislative changes. And the CIO then got absorbed. It collapsed and it got absorbed by the AFL, which was the most reactionary trade union federation. And then CIO got eaten by AFL, and it's been downhill ever since. That was 1955. So yeah, making it a lot easier to do unions and to wage effective labor actions. Like in Europe, there are more restrictions on what employers can do during a strike. In the U.S., employers can effectively hire permanent, quote unquote, temporary replacement workers. There's a lot more restrictions on that. So it's very unfair. Like, it's very hard for labor unions to do anything effective unless they go illegal, and they're not ready to do that. Can you be anarchist and pro-Palestine? Is a little off topic, but Palestine is a government and a state as well as a people. You don't even want to know what anarchists have said about Palestine. But yeah, you're on the right track. Answers, a lot of them say no. I think we keep hitting a brick wall at reform. Like, do we think capitalists will even allow us to get the seats for reform? I don't think it works like that. Well, I think you're on the right track. Besides the labor movement, we need to start building viable alternative institutions while still under the capitalist system. Yeah. I mean, building like something like Soviets out of the labor movement. But yeah, while still under the capitalist system, so that when the time is right for revolution, we can transition into those institutions or use them as a temporary fix. Again, much like Russia did initially. The revolutionary transitional system eventually was insufficient. They had to move to something else. But yeah, it got them that far, and that's important because they needed to get that far. Like the dual power system prior to the Russian Revolution, exactly. Yeah. There's a good documentary about the German Revolution I'd recommend. Yeah, go to the Best D Marx channel, BES space D period space Marx. Actually linked to them. And they have some really good stuff on how the German Revolution was thwarted, in part by Social Democrats. I think we really gave it a go in reform. It's time to look at revolution, not from an abstract corporate standpoint, but for us to look at it from a more leftist perspective. Yeah, so that was the conclusion of Rosa Luxemburg in Reform or Revolution, which was written in 1900, then revised in 1908. She said even at that time, the labor movement of then, over 100 years ago, was sort of just barely hanging on to the gains that they had won and not even really making major new gains. Now, there would be a new round of that in the 30s, but that was after an avoidable world war and so on. So that was her thing, is like, you're only going to get so far with reform. And yes, reform is a byproduct of the revolutionary struggle, but you can't be satisfied with mere reforms. You have to keep pushing. The way that you make the reforms permanent and then exceed what you could ever achieve as reforms under capitalism is to replace capitalism, get the capitalists out of power, set up a new system. And if you haven't listened to Luxemburg's Reform or Revolution, highly recommend it. It's like a 3-hour audiobook. We have it on the channel. I plug that one all the time because I think people really need to understand that point. I wouldn't support Bernie even in a new party. Well, at this point, I wouldn't either. But in 2016, that would have been a different story. All right, trying to wrap up the comments here so I can get back into the prepared stuff. But I think a lot of folks in the chat here are really on the right track. And we're going to expand on this. All right. We've had our 2-hour warm-up. I guess time to get down to business. No, it is good chatting with everybody. And this is, like I said, it's just been pissing me off like so much. And yeah, it's just hard to just deal with this. It's hard to be doing Trump again. You know, it's just hard to be in this situation going around and around and around and around. Right? All right. So we're picking up after catching up with the chat here. And I started out this video venting a bit, I guess, about, I tried to do an offline video talking about the Bernie AOC rallies. They're kind of the new face of the Democratic Party, quote unquote, hashtag resistance. Sort of filling out Blue MAGA light to, extend the reach of Blue MAGA proper. And this just sort of zombie cult of, impenetrable ignorance and arrogance coming out of the Democratic Party, which is a genocidal imperialist party controlled by the 1%. You're not going to get change out of it. And all of this in the context of the first 100 days of the second Trump term, where they came out guns blazing. So what we're going to do in the rest of the stream, and I'll be flipping back and forth between the chat. I might do this as a separate upload. I don't know. We'll see, because it's just a lot of content here. And also we're, in a way, almost sort of starting over with what I started the first time. There's just so much that can be said about this. And it's so bewildering. Like, Trump, they really came out with tons of changes, and that's been really scary and baffling at the same time. And now we've got Bernie and AOC, and we've got a lot of really vehement sock dems. But as communists, we want social change. We want the end of capitalism. We want to abolish capitalism. And we know that there will be a lot of reforms generated on the revolutionary march. So before we actually abolish capitalism, there will be a lot of concessions granted, and there will be, as we grow in power, there will be a lot of gains that we make along the way. But we need the right kind of leadership and the right sort of orientation for the movement that we're arguing, for reasons we will establish here. And if you're already angry that you're hearing somebody criticize Bernie, please take a deep breath, stick around, because we're going to go over all this. So let's start, first of all, with the context of Trump's first 100 days. And I just want to say, this isn't as simple as Bernie good or Bernie bad. We're going to be critical. We're communists, after all. It's all about criticism. There's a lot of context here, though, that we have to consider. If we're really being serious about this, and if we're really not just doing knee-jerk, well, he's for healthcare, boom, done, end of story. We're for healthcare, too, but what Bernie has been doing is ineffective, and it isn't going to get us there. Yes, he's talking about things that the other Democrats aren't talking about. That's valid. But he's been talking about totally transforming the Democratic Party for 10 years. That has not happened, and I don't think it's going to happen in the next 10 years either. Now, some others like Kyle Kulinski, who we're going to hear from, think otherwise, but I think that that's desperation. So the Democrats have been out of power. I think that Biden was a placeholder to keep the left out of power, and then Trump, arrested and ready, refreshed Trump, could come back with extra batshit stuff to implement. And what they've been doing is kind of a combination of a long-term far-right political wish list stuff that the far-right has been wanting to do for a long time. The Department of Education stuff is something I remember hearing from the real kind of like Patriot Radio far-right stuff in the 90s and 2000s. They've been talking about that for a super long time. And we're going to get to like, why are they doing it now in just a minute. But some of it is that long-term political wish list. Some of it is personal corruption and scams. Like, it's kind of hard to tell with this administration, where does the scam end and where does the policy begin? Because they kind of make them overlap and dovetail almost poetically in a really kind of sick and criminal way. But, it's confusing. But as I mentioned before, I watched an interview on CNBC with Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, and I think there's another component of this as well, which is just shockingly badly done policy by Trump loyalists who actually don't have the qualifications and don't have the ability to be making good decisions at this high level. They just don't have good ideas. They don't conduct good analysis, and they don't come up with good policy, but they're there because they're Trump loyalists. And with a, I think, way more angry and paranoid Trump than he was in the first term. After all, he did get put on trial and everything. He has a massive, massive chip on his shoulder, and he feels like everybody's out to get him. Boo-hoo, poor him. But the reality is, I think it has affected his psychology to a point where, he's looking for extreme loyalists and sycophants, primarily now, even if you're a complete fucking idiot, like I think the Peter Navarro, who came up with the tariffs, is. I think it's a terrible scheme that isn't going to work, at least as far as their stated goals with it. Every time this guy was asked a point-blank question, he diverted and rambled. And as far as all the stuff about I heard the White House press secretary talking about he's Trump standing up for U.S. workers because America's getting screwed and all this other stuff. Look, what makes an economy work, whether it's capitalist or socialist, is investment, development. Obviously, science is not constrained under socialism in the same way. Education is not constrained in the same way by the profit motive and so on. But even under capitalism, what makes it work is investment. You don't just cut the Department of Education. You don't just cut all the science funding. If you're actually looking to make industry and everything else more competitive and more productive and, developing more cutting edge research, under RFK Jr., they have completely axed all kinds of health research. That's one of the things the U.S., like the thing that the U.S. Medical system always says is, yeah, when they're trying to defend the inequality and how expensive it is, because it is way more expensive per capita, the healthcare system in the U.S. But if you really need specialized care and you're rich, the U.S. has the best medicine in the world. Well, as RFK Jr. gets in there, they're axing cancer research and all of the high profile, really, specialized high end stuff. They're cutting the government funding for it all. And that's really how it works. That's one of the frequent criticisms, whether it's of Elon Musk or whatever other private company, smartphones, that most of this research came out of the public sector and then was appropriated by the private sector to put into, profit-based ventures. And I don't know if it's just they drank too much of the Kool-Aid or what it is, but cutting all of this is not going to make the U.S. any more competitive. Absolutely not. So I think it's not going to meet their stated goals. Although you have to wonder which parts of this are just a scam, like they did the strategic crypto reserve. And I think we were talking about this in the last stream. But Trump announced the U.S. strategic crypto reserve, which is like a contradiction in terms. There's literally nothing strategic about that. You can strategically hold gold or some other reserves, but definitely not crypto. And then the guy that he put in charge of the crypto is like a rug pull scam artist from South Africa. So it's like part of it's long-term far-right wish list. Part of it is personal corruption and scam. Part of it is idiocy and incompetence. And then, the really strange ideas like they're going to get rid of income tax. Again, that would be like a long-term right-wing ideological wish list thing. And they're going to replace all that lost revenue with tariffs. Not going to work. So anyway, the main thing there is that we've seen the stock market starting to respond. We've been talking about the underlying signals of an economic crash for the last several years because we're probably going to have a recession in 2019 into 2020 and didn't have it because the public health emergency of COVID-19. And there was a sort of recovery 2022, 2023, but it was weak and it was fragile. And there were a lot of early leading indicators that the economy was very weak. So like there was an inverted bond yield curve. If that is not familiar to you, that's fine. It's a finance thing. Basically, when the short-term bond yields are better than the long-term, it means that investors don't have confidence in the long-term. And so that is a very likely recession indicator. Been covering this in live streams for probably a year and a half now, because that's been going for like a record long amount of time. It means there's a weak, fragile economy that with some kind of shock, it could be an oil shock like due to war in the Middle East. That doesn't seem to be taking off into like a wider war, so that's not the shock. But basically it's a house of cards that at the next shock will likely go into recession. Economic contraction, layoffs, all that stuff. The tariffs seem to be doing that now. But the main point is that the tariffs are not the underlying cause. So for people trying to say like, oh, Trump is crashing the economy. No, the economy was going to crash at some point. The tariffs just happened to be the trigger, but it could have been anything. Like if it wasn't the tariffs, it would have been something else eventually. And that's not something specific to Trump. And this was building under Biden. It's just something that capitalism does. It doesn't really matter who's in power. Although frequently we do see the Republicans getting put in charge of the austerity, because when these crashes happen, they always try to put the cost onto workers. I'll get into that more in just a minute, but there's the Democrats often will brag that they preside over bigger surplus, like Bill Clinton had a surplus and then Bush spent it. This is a really simplistic and really just incorrect view that involves some trickery. But anyway, we never had that full recession, and we're probably going to have a gigantic one now that will continue the 2008 situation, but probably worse. Trump is also, if you're upset rightfully about the El Salvador situation with the alleged death camp, you can trace that back to what has been normalized with the Guantanamo Bay situation, which goes back to Bush Sr. and has been kept alive by Democratic administrations. It was significantly increased during the War on Terror, which the Democrats also went along with. So if you're upset at that, you can also be upset at the Democratic Party for, helping to normalize all of this over 3 decades at least. But we're in the period currently of neoliberalism, which basically is a crisis of profitability of capitalism. And this started being a major problem about 50 years ago. In the mid-70s, there was a huge crisis of capitalism. And the capitalist class at that point started coming up with a class project, neoliberalism. Let's cut the social safety net, because you had this from the 30s to the 70s. You had this, social safety net, the golden age of social democracy in the U.S. And then particularly with Ronald Reagan and, the corresponding like Thatcherite movement in the UK, that came under full assault as the capitalists tried to reclaim that spending to boost profits. What we say as communists is that there's evidence that capitalism over the long term works its way towards a final crisis of profitability as the profit rate heads towards zero. And there's no way around this. It's just inherent to the nature and to the logic of capitalism, because the actual profit in capitalism comes from exploiting labor. But capitalism over time shifts more of the production into machinery, and there's less of the exploitation of labor. There's some short-term fixes to that, but that is the long-term logic of the system. Some of the short-term fixes include squeezing workers harder. And, we think, when we think of fascism, of kind of suppression of protest and the concentration camps and death camps and all of that stuff that goes with fascism, the racism and the bigotry. But austerity, financial, economic austerity, is probably the main feature of day-to-day life in fascism. And that is like what neoliberalism is all about. It is a, gradually increasing, although there are times where it takes a quantum leap forward, set of austerity and squeezing of the workers. Why? Because capitalism is going into a crisis of profitability and heading toward a final crisis, which will just send it into chaos and from which it can't really recover. From that point, it is absolutely necessary to replace capitalism with socialism, because it does not have an indefinite lifespan. You cannot just have capitalism run forever. It heads toward a final crisis. So this is the environment that we're in currently. 50 years of neoliberalism, 50 years of squeezing the workers harder and harder, cutting the social safety net. We see with like Musk and Doge. This is an extension, I would say, of, if you remember, after 2008, which is recent enough for a lot of people listening to remember, even younger people. If you recall, after that, the Tea Party was the new face of the Republican Party after Bush and Cheney. And what were they all about? Cut spending, austerity, austerity, austerity. And this was also true in Europe. They had the austerity narrative as well. What that is the capitalists trying to push the cost of the crash onto the workers by cutting, making up for all those losses with reducing the spending and reducing payouts to workers and all like that. And this is just a function of capitalism itself. There's no mechanism in socialism which requires this. Socialism actually does not have recessions. That's part of a capitalist business cycle where capitalism goes ahead and creates some artificial scarcity in defense of prices and profits. Socialism does not do that. In fact, socialism has to ramp up production considerably in order to maintain the abundance that is required for that system. That's a separate discussion right now. If all of this is new to you, by the way, I have more, but just to pause to say, if you're a social democrat listening to this, like, I thought he was going to talk about Bernie. Yeah, we're getting there. But if this is new to you and you're not quite sure what we're talking about, but it sounds interesting, please stick around and maybe start getting ready to rethink your assumptions about how the left takes power and fighting within the Democratic Party. I'm telling you now, it's all wrong. And there are large historical structural reasons for this, that it's not a matter of just wanting it enough. It's not a matter of individual wishful thinking. There are historical material processes playing out here. We have to work those and shape them to the best of our ability. But if you don't understand them, you can't do any of that effectively. So this is, again, coming from a communist perspective, my opinion on the background that you kind of need. So we have the crisis of profitability and the accompanying descent into a kind of neo-fascism in the neoliberal era. First of all, what does neoliberalism mean? Well, you had the era of classical liberalism in early capitalism when it was establishing itself against the outgoing system that it was abolishing, called feudalism. And it was unregulated, and it was an ascending youthful capitalism. Then it got consolidated. There's winners and losers. The winners got consolidated, and that became advanced monopoly capitalism, or what we call imperialism, or capitalist imperialism. But Lenin wrote a book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, and it was about, in the early 20th century, capitalism had become a new type of system, which had the military-industrial complex, and the government was taking on new characteristics, and different features which used to be separate of the capitalist economy were fusing into each other. Like there was the emergence of finance capital, which was the financial capital and the industrial capital becoming so interconnected from all the funding that they basically became the same thing. So capitalism at that point was not this Wild West anymore. That's the environment we've been living in for a long time. And that is the terminal stage of capitalism. It's not that it immediately dies at that point, but it's that it has nothing more to add to historical progress. The only way to resume historical progress once capitalism has reached its pinnacle, which it has been in for a while and is now decaying, is socialism. That's the only way you can go past it. Remove the capitalist class from power. It is a dead class that has outlived its historical usefulness, and we must replace that system and that class with a new system built by a new ruling class, which is the working class, which was created by capitalism. A propertyless class which does not want to see the perpetuation of private property, but just wants to hold industry in common and run it not for profit, but just to meet needs. Like people in society need shoes. Well, we all share the shoe factory and we make shoes because people need shoes. Done. Nobody needs to profit. Nobody needs to fund private billionaires, yachts, and trips to Mars and whatever the fuck else. All right. But that's not a question of reforming capitalism. That is ultimately a question of abolishing it. And that we abolish it by taking power ourselves. And you don't do that through the Democratic Party for reasons we will continue to explain. For more on this, I would recommend a book we have on the channel. Just search on Best Anti-Fascist Book Ever. The title is Fascism and Social Revolution by Rajani Palm Dutt. We're going to read an excerpt from that. But anyway, for several decades now, neoliberalism, the descent into the squeeze as capitalism suffers in terms of profits. Okay, the Bernie Sanders of the world say we can just roll that back. You really can't. Capital is going to put up such a fight that you would the same fight you would need to get the health care at this point. You know, it's not young anymore. There's not abundant profits anymore. The fight that you would need to get health care is the same fight to basically abolish capitalism. So we need to have the orientation from the start that the system just simply needs to go. You want healthcare, you literally have to get rid of capitalism at this point, especially to keep it, even if you manage to get it, if you want to keep it. Another angle to what is going on right now is the U.S. has been top dog for a really long time, since World War II, and there really hasn't been a serious competitor since the USSR went out of existence a few decades ago. Then there was a unipolar era where the US was just the only major superpower and could act unilaterally in a lot of ways. That was the narrative during the Bush-Cheney years. The US can just unilaterally go invade countries and nobody can stop it. Well, China now has the world's largest economy by GDP, by purchasing power parity, and the second largest by just regular GDP. So now China is a major contender, which it wasn't even 20 years ago. So what has happened in the past is normally when another large advanced monopoly capitalist power, and China's a bit complicated because it did start out, well, and it is still at least nominally a communist guided power. There's a lot of disagreements even among socialists as to what China is, whether it can still be considered socialist in some way, or if there's so much capitalism that it is actually some sort of social democracy or social imperialism, as people say. So with China on the rise and the US in decline, that's setting up all kinds of tensions. So I think what's going on is, as far as Trump launching these tariffs, there's a lot of things, but part of it is I think that the capitalist class, particularly the more reactionary side of it, sent him in to pop the bubble and clean up the mess. Again, much like the Tea Party did with the austerity narrative after 2008, they're in there to lay off government employees, cut spending, and basically try to manage the fallout from the recession. At the same time, they're trying to fight China. And boy, is this a recipe for things not working out so well for the US. But I think that they both have an opportunity to do a lot of these things that have been on the right-wing wish list for a while and try to get ahead of the crisis of declining profitability, and also a deadline. China, the existence of China and the continued rise of China is putting pressure on them. And, a lot of people have argued what they're actually doing with the tariffs is incentivizing the world to restructure around the US, almost further accelerating the US's irrelevance in the global economy, which in a lot of ways is probably going to end up being a net benefit for a lot of the other countries, although it remains to be seen how Chinese policy, when it becomes the international leader, is going to play out, because China is allowing a huge amount of capitalism, and capital just behaves in a particular way. They have some very successful strategies so far for managing it, but China did reasonably well in the 2008 crash, in part because it didn't have tons of debt. China's capital is in a different situation in 2025. They may get hit really hard too by a global recession. So we're at a time of just a lot of chaos, with basically a renewed Tea Party in power with Trump. Remember, Trump did the birther thing back in 2011. He didn't just come out of nowhere, but around that time of the Tea Party, 2009, 10, 11, Trump started doing the birther stuff about Obama's birth certificate. He declined to seek the Republican presidential nomination at that time. I think in part he didn't want to run against Obama. He was testing the waters. But then after Obama was out and the country was softened up a bit more economically, he was able to take the birther Tea Party thing and transform it into MAGA. And that's basically still what we've got. And I think that they're looking to deploy that in the wake of the 2025 crash. We already see, again, the Doge cuts and things like that. So hard times ahead. Biden was a placeholder. Think of that ratchet effect meme where the Republicans move things to the right, the Democrats prevent movement back to the left. Biden's a perfect example of that. So there is a political crisis. How will workers fight back? We need leadership. The Democrats are offering AOC and Bernie. Maybe not officially, but what else are they doing? Chuck Schumer is doing virtually nothing. People are calling for him to be replaced, and he's refusing to do it. Again, echoing Biden's refusal to step down from running again. So the question for us is, are the Democrats good enough, or will they continue to keep workers' hands tied while, taking anybody who's hopeful, anybody who's trying to change things, anybody willing to stand up, and just basically putting them in a cage, feeding them into the dead end of the Democratic Party? As communists, we say that that's what, if you know the history, Social Democrats have been doing forever. We can look at, for example, the fight over World War I in the international communist movement. So there was at that time the Second Socialist International. And there was already a fight going on between more of the opportunists who were influenced by capitalist propaganda and took more of a reformist approach to the problem of bringing about socialism. But when World War I broke out, and Lenin wrote a ton on this, Imperialism and the Split in Socialism, there's a whole book, The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky. He wrote about it in The State and Revolution. But basically, the Second International, and particularly leaders like Karl Kautsky of Germany and the German Socialist Party, had agreed before World War I that it was looking like the imperialist powers, in order to fight over the redivision of the world for profit, were going to have a war with each other. And if that were the case, that would actually be a prime time, rather than having workers pick up guns and kill each other for capitalists, the class we're trying to get out of power, well, turn that war into a war against capitalism. In other words, that was a great opportunity for all the socialist parties of Europe to say, turn the guns around and say, no, we're not killing each other. You can get out of power right now. And Lenin held to that line, as did some others, but Kautsky betrayed the socialist movement, and they endorsed World War I. And again, like I said, there's extensive literature on this topic because it was a shattering betrayal that basically led to the split between what we know today as social democrats, reformists, and defenders of the capitalist system, anti-revolutionaries, counter-revolutionaries, and who are claiming to be Marxist or socialist in some way, and what we know as communists, revolutionaries, who said capitalism needs to go. We're not going to just do these reforms and hope it dwindles out while the capitalists send us out to die by killing each other for their profit. Okay, seems logical to me. It seems rational to me. But this is the beginning of some of the major betrayals of what we now know as social democracy in the modern era, as was exemplified by a lot of the so-called socialist parties of that era, the 19-teens, 1920s. This is why Lenin and the Bolsheviks, after the successful Russian Revolution, formed the Third Communist International to replace the old Second Socialist International. The first one was back in Marx's time. This, though, in the age of imperialism and proletarian revolution, starting in the 19-teens, this was like a whole new chapter. And so this was the split between socialists and communists, more or less, with the socialists being more the reformists. And then there was, I mentioned Kautsky was in Germany. There was a communist uprising in Germany. Guess what? The Social Democrats literally helped put it down by force. And they were like, no, we need to do democracy, meaning capitalism, and we just need to wait and don't do revolution. And this is basically who these people are. So that's a little bit of the history. It's hard to explain, as this video is largely targeted to people, or as an explainer to people who are defending social democracy as not being a dead end. It's been a dead end of every time workers have actually tried to take power for themselves. They end up defending the capitalist class and the capitalist system in the end. Don't trust these people. There is a firmly established more than a century of that history. All right? If you don't know that history, I don't blame you. It's been gatekept and you've been lied to, but learn the history and make appropriate political choices. As a segue from what I was saying, don't just believe me. Let's look at some older works, and I'm going to read you like a page, and we have the full audiobook of both of these on the channel. One of them's 2 hours long, one of them's like 13 hours long, well worth the read. So we're going to start with a guy named Earl Browder, who eventually became kind of a shitlib, but at one time was a very good communist and the leader of the Communist Party USA. And he wrote this in his good period. We actually did this on the channel to illustrate how much he changed. But let's read this. This is from a piece called The Meaning of Social Fascism, which is what the communists came to call the Social Democrats because they said they objectively played a role within the fascist system. As we were talking about in the chat before, this isn't just an insult. It's not just, I don't like you, you're a fascist. They were saying objectively, social democracy was playing an active role in defending the capitalist class while fascism came to power. And here's how. This is what both of these excerpts are going to speak to. So here it goes. Since the World War, meaning World War I, because this was before World War II, which hastened the decline of the capitalist system, various new props have had to be brought to bolster up the rule of the capitalist class. The capitalist class has no longer been able to rely upon the simple operation of the machinery of bourgeois or capitalist democracy, and has had to bring to its aid various new instruments. And let me just say as a side note, if you're wondering why is he saying bourgeois or capitalist democracy? Isn't democracy just democracy? Why is it being labeled as having a class character? Well, it does have a class character because the state has a class character. The state is a product of the stage of human development we know as class society. So for a long time, humans existed as hunter-gatherers, like basically every other animal out there. And we lived in, small groups, and those groups their survival depended upon the contribution of everyone in the group. And in that sense, it was very egalitarian. And there wasn't a state because there was no surplus to be guarded. There was no civilization per se as we know it today, with a lot of surplus wealth that it has to be controlled by somebody, and there need to be decisions made about what's done with that. But at some point in the fairly recent past, on a very biologically historical scale for our species, we entered whatever you want to call it at, like 10,000 years ago, an era of class society where humans became more sedentary. We had an agricultural surplus and started building up some of what we know today as quote unquote civilization, the beginnings of that. And with the surplus came a class of people who controlled the surplus, but the state arose as a result of the need of one class to oppress another class. And so every ruling class, there have been several major periods of like capitalism is ruled by the capitalist class. A class is a group of people who share a relationship with the means of production. In capitalism, there are two historically great classes, meaning that there are two classes which can act in their own interest in a historically meaningful way. The capitalist class, which rules and owns the means of production, and the working class, which does the work. And actually, while we're on this topic, good time to bring up, let's talk about what does capitalism even mean? Because I don't want to say the term gets thrown around because it really doesn't. But what does capitalism mean? If you're a social democrat at this point or just a progressive, maybe this has never really been talked about explicitly or like in a clear way. So let's define capitalism. We define capitalism as an advanced industrialized system with the following features. So there's three features. Number one, and we'll get back to the state in a minute, the means of production, which means what are the means of production? It's how things are produced. The workplaces, equipment, and raw materials which are used to produce goods and services, which means everything from food, clothing, shelter, on up. Those means of production are privately owned. So that's characteristic number one of capitalism. Number two, the production of goods and services is run for the private profit of those private owners of the means of production. So that is who is directing production. And three, the production of goods and services is carried out, like who actually does the production, by people who do not own the means of production, but are employed by those who do in exchange for a wage or salary. And that wage or salary is basically for subsistence. So we have these two classes or two groups of people with different relationships to the means of production. Why are the means of production so important? Well, they're how everything materially that we need to survive and carry out human life as we know it get made. So pretty critical. Actually, communists say that the struggle between classes over the means of production is the engine of history. That's how we do all of our analysis, more or less. And there's a lot of implications of that. Some people look at that and go, oh, you don't think about anything else. No, we say that that's at the core. It's not that we don't think about anything else. Anyway, so that's capitalism. So you have a class of people who own this. They don't do the work. They direct production, and the production is carried out for their private profit. Would you believe, coming back to the state, that they need an entire system to oppress the working class in order to maintain their own power? Seems logical, right? Like they need a police force, they need courts to enforce private property laws, which didn't exist in this way prior to this period. They need, when they took power over the old feudal order and they kicked the old feudal order out, they got rid of a lot of those old laws and they started making new institutions and new laws to build and perpetuate a capitalist society, which would revolve around maintaining and expanding capitalism, building capital, multiplying capital, making themselves richer, and pulling more and more people into the working class. Now, there's another historically insignificant class, the petty bourgeoisie or small capitalist, small business class. They're really kind of an adjunct to the big capitalist class. They can't act on their own. They're used politically by the big capitalist class, and they're about 10% of the population. You know, the capitalists are like the 1%, everybody else about the 90%. You got these small capitalists in the middle, and they're constantly frustrated and constantly paranoid because they're afraid of the workers' desire for socialism, and they're afraid of the big bourgeoisie putting them out of business. So anyway, that's your basic class composition of capitalism and our basic definition of it. What do we think, based on the class interests and, you know, that the proletariat, the workers, are great enough in numbers to be historically meaningful, that looking at the struggle between these classes, well, the next system coming up will be the workers because they're the only other historically significant class in capitalism. So if the capitalists go, it's the only class that can take over and not have it still be capitalism. What's in the material interest, the class interest of the workers? Well, here's where we get our definition of socialism. What is the system that would replace capitalism? How do we define that? Whereas capitalism had production for profit, and specifically the profit of the private owners, socialism does not have private owners, so it's not done for profit. Instead, socialism has one, common ownership of the means of production by the workers who constitute the entire society. Capitalism, as it runs, turns the whole population into the proletariat. There used to be merchants and artisans and other small classes. These all, with time, get put out of business and they become wage workers who do not own capital. Capital is resources employed to exploit labor for profit. They don't have capital they can live off of, so they got to sell their labor power to a capitalist. They have to become employees. They have to sell their labor power to an employer. As capitalism moves on, it proletarianizes the population. However, they don't proletarianize themselves. That's where, when the proletariat takes power, we proletarianize the capitalists. Then the whole society is of one class, meaning we've ended class distinctions. Everyone is a proletarian. Everyone shares the same relationship to the means of production. So, common ownership, not private ownership, of the means of production by the workers who constitute the entire society. Number two, instead of the means of production being operated for profit, they're just operated to meet need, for use. Like the workers collectively share all of industry. What do we need? We need shoes, we need this, we need that. Okay, we make those things, then we turn the machine off. You know what I mean? It's not just done as a speculative capital financial venture. This also implies producing with a great deal of abundance because you have to overcome scarcity to do this. Fortunately, we've already overcome that scarcity in capitalism. So when socialism takes over, it will dramatically increase production. But we're already well on the way to that. As we mentioned before, capitalists have to create artificial scarcity in order to protect profits. You don't need to do that in socialism. And then finally, instead of the employment of dispossessed workers for wages, which you have in capitalism, you have work for everyone. So no unemployment per se, because there's no longer an employing class. Everyone just shares the means of production. There's work for everyone. And so there's no more capitalists controlling the hiring and firing, throwing people into unemployment, or worse. There's no incentive to do that. Capitalists throw people out of work because they have to create that artificial scarcity in defense of prices and profits. If you don't believe me, during recessions, look at them dumping milk, look at them dumping potatoes. Why? To keep prices high. That is it. That's just one example. In socialism, there's no need for that. In fact, we're trying to make things so cheap that we can do away with money entirely. So that's kind of the point. Anyway, now that we've talked about that a little bit, that was sort of an important side note. The state. The state is a product of class society, a society with class distinctions. So there's a capitalist state that does capitalist things and enforces the rule of the capitalist class. The capitalist state is not the same as the feudal state was. They do different things. They're the same in that they both exist to perpetuate the rule of one class, group of people with a particular relationship to the means of production, over others. That's the purpose of a state. But different ruling classes have states with different class characteristics. And when the workers come to power and remove capitalists from power, we have to set up a transitional state to oppress the capitalists and abolish capitalism. Make capitalism illegal, make sure it doesn't pop back up. And then once capitalism is abolished globally, and there's a threat of the old bourgeoisie or a new bourgeoisie popping up is basically gone, which is not a point we ever got to in the 20th century. At most, in the 20th century wave of socialist projects, about a third of the world was socialist. So it was still a counterpower against capitalism. And then it was beaten back. We're living in an age of counter-revolution and reaction right now. At some point, because this fight isn't going anywhere, the struggle between capitalists and workers is going to continue. The workers will do revolutions again, hopefully in the imperial core, and dismantle the core engine of global exploitation. And probably when one goes, the rest will go in quick succession. Then you get a transitional period of a proletarian-run state where the proletariat oppresses any other remaining exploiting classes. When that's finally done, we believe that, with no more classes, there would be no more need for a state, because why would you need it if the state is a product of class struggle? So at that point, what was the state becomes just a class-neutral way of managing industry and not a state per se. All right, I think that was all the side note that I wanted to make. So that said, if you're new to this channel, we do audiobooks with commentary, and someone who was asking for more commentary in the chat before, you just got more commentary. Let's just start from the beginning again, now with that background. Since the World War, which has hastened the decline of the capitalist system, various new props have had to be brought to bolster up the rule of the capitalist class. Now we know what the capitalist class is. The capitalist class has no longer been able to rely upon the simple operation of the machinery of capitalist democracy, and has had to bring to its aid various new instruments, because it's just not enough anymore. During the war, and since the war, the capitalist class has placed its main reliance for holding the masses in support of its class dictatorship. And by dictatorship, we mean class rule. They rule over the other classes. Upon the parties of the Second International, just talking about that, the Second Socialist International, the Social Democracy, the Social Fascists of the various countries. Today, I think this was the late 20s, the Social Fascists are the main prop of capitalism among the working class masses. Because why? As Lenin said, with the Russian Revolution in 1917, the era of proletarian revolutions in the age of imperialism or advanced monopoly capitalism, the final stage of capitalism, where it can go no further, give no more historical progress to humanity, had begun. So we're now like a decade into that, and other countries are looking at having other advanced capitalist countries are looking at having their proletarian revolutions. So what does the capitalist class do? Because everything's on the line. They've only been in power for like a couple hundred years. No fair. They want endless profit. They got all this technology coming out. They could be rich like no king has ever been rich before. No proletarian revolution for us. We're hanging on to this. So what did they do? Well, according to Browder and the Comintern, today the social fascists are the main prop of capitalism among the working class masses. But wherever the declining capitalist class sensed the approach of a revolutionary crisis, it developed another weapon in the form of fascism. If social fascism is the use of the various socialist or reformist social democratic parties, as opposed to communist revolutionary parties, to mobilize the toiling masses in support of declining capitalism, despite the fact there's already been a revolution, and despite the fact people fucking hate capitalism, how do you keep feeding them back in? Well, the bourgeoisie uses the socialist parties, the social democratic reformers. But if that doesn't work, what do? If social fascism is the use of various socialist parties to mobilize the toiling masses in support of declining capitalism, fascism is the mobilization, under various demagogic slogans, primarily of the declassed and petty bourgeois elements and politically backward and impoverished peasant masses under the direct control and supervision of finance capital. So they're controlling the workers one way, and we're going to get more into the implications of that as time goes on. And then they're trying to round up the other. Remember I talked about the petty bourgeoisie or small capitalists being used by the big capitalists, and the petty bourgeoisie always being kind of paranoid because they're just not in charge of anything. They're neither rich enough nor numerous enough to call the shots. They're not historically significant. But they exist and they have their interests. They're just always depending on some other class, either the proletariat, who's like their day-to-day life is more like that of the proletariat. Their living standard is closer to that of the proletariat than that of the big bourgeoisie. But they fear the proletariat's desire for socialism. Or they have to get things done by tailing the big bourgeoisie, who they fear putting them out of business. So they're always there. But fascism is partly a movement whereby the big bourgeoisie manipulates the petty bourgeoisie. And I would add, those who are not technically petty bourgeois, they don't actually own even a small amount of capital, but they still have petty bourgeois consciousness. Marx called this false consciousness. It's rampant in the United States where people are actually proletarian. They actually don't own any capital, but they act as though they do. They have the consciousness of a capitalist, a small capitalist, even though they're not. So fascism is a counterpoint of controlling the petty bourgeoisie, the declassed elements, and the backward peasantry, which doesn't exist so much, but we could still say, the very down and out. It's like people are always talking about Trump's base from like the Rust Belt and these really down and out areas of people who like have no chance of integrating into like modern society again, at least on their own terms. And it's under the direct control and supervision of finance capital. So it's the pseudo-populism. I've looked at the Libertarian Party this way for a very long time, and then MAGA is taking that more mainstream. It's the pseudo-populist movement, which is actually all the strings are being pulled by big finance capital, which again is financial capital plus industrial capital merged in the advanced monopoly capitalist era or imperialist era. Continuing the reading, these fascist forces are mobilized first of all for the physical destruction of the organizations of the working class and the toiling peasantry, which of course the proletariat and the poor peasantry were like the basis of the Russian Revolution, because Russian capitalism wasn't as advanced, so proletarianization hadn't gone as far. They still had a big peasant class. A lot of the production was still carried out by like a peasant agrarian economy. Later they would collectivize that, but in the beginning, that's how it was. And so the fascists were mobilized to like physically attack them and smash their organizations, supporting the capitalist dictatorship by open violence in defiance of the forms of democracy. So in other words, again, remember, capitalist democracy had only taken the capitalist class so far. And then they weren't just about to say, oh, good game, we lost the election, blah. When the capitalist democracy, in air quotes, the sham capitalist democracy, was no longer looking like it was going to result in capitalist victories, what did they do? They abandoned it in favor of fascism. And some of the more soft-hearted capitalists, had moral issues with that. But they had to make a choice. Am I going to keep supporting my own riches, my own ability to live off of other people's work and get super rich off of it? Or are we going to have to crack some heads? And a lot of them were like, well, what are you going to do? And so fascism came to begin replacing open democracy. And I'll just point out here, Lenin also made the point that the era of rising, ascending capitalism, when there was a lot more free competition, came to an end with imperialism, where There were winners and losers, and the winners got huge and they ate all the losers. And there was not really free competition to the level that had existed before. Well, you see this mirrored in the political realm, where there once was more of an open democracy. Capitalism was no longer free competition in the industrial sphere, nor in the political sphere. It started taking on more totalitarian forms politically as well. So we also see fascism. I mean, there's the strategic component, but it's also mirroring what's going on in all the consolidation within industry and, in other words, other areas of capitalism. When the capitalist class, therefore, passes from one form of government to another, from sham democracy to fascism, it is not changing the class meaning and the class content of the government. In other words, it's still a capitalist government meant primarily to maintain and expand capitalism. It is merely changing the form of its capitalist dictatorship or capitalist class rule to meet the requirements of the particular moment and the particular place. Likewise, within these various forms of government, the capitalist class does not hesitate to use different parties for the exercise of this dictatorship. At one moment, it leans most heavily upon the social democracy and secures the execution of its policies through the socialist parties, which bring to it the necessary support among the masses. So, if the way that they can hang on to power in capitalism at one point, based on the moods of the population, is through the reformist parties, who are going to, in the end, help put down a communist uprising, because that's definitely what happened in Germany, then they're going to do that. All that really matters to them in the end is that they maintain capitalism by all means necessary, whether they're wearing a social democratic mask or a fascist mask. At another time, when this open use of the social democracy as an instrument of the capitalist government threatens to destroy or seriously undermine the mass base of this party, and the masses following the Socialist Party begin to turn to the Communist Party, who just want to get rid of capitalism, then the bourgeoisie brings forward to its fascist organizations. And for the time being, it allows the Socialist Party to recoup its mass strength by passing over to the side of loyal opposition, ready to come again to the foreground when called to take up the task of ruling for capitalism. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Again, I think that the Democratic Party plays at these roles. American politics are so strange because of the two-party system, but I think the Democratic Party plays at several of these roles at the same time. All right, so continuing the quote here. First, it must be understood that fascism grows naturally out of bourgeois democracy under the conditions of capitalist decline. So everything we were talking about with advanced monopoly capitalism or capitalist imperialism, it's going into decline. It cannot grow any further. Its profitability starts to suffer and decline. Fascism is only another form of the same class rule, the dictatorship of finance capital. Only in this sense can one say that Roosevelt is the same as Hitler, in that both are executives of finance capital. The same, however, could be said of every other executive of every other capitalist state. To label everything capitalist as fascism results in destroying all distinction between the various forms of capitalist rule. If we should raise these distinctions to a level of difference in principle between fascism on the one side and bourgeois democracy on the other, this would be following in the line of reformism, of social fascism. So that's exactly what the Democratic Party is trying to push, that there's a fundamental difference in principle between fascism and bourgeois democracy, like that they have different aims. They're not different in principle, they're different methods only. All right, but this is the whole liberal line about we got to save democracy and everything else. The democracy you're trying to save is just another mask of capitalism that it discards when it's no longer effective for hanging on to its rule of a decaying system that more and more people are seeing through. And we may not be near a revolutionary moment in the US because the level of organization is so low due to decades of suppression and throwing people in prison under the guise of the war on drugs and everything else. The level of organization isn't there, but the level of dissatisfaction absolutely is. So we don't, on the one hand, want to call everything capitalist fascist because it isn't. But we shouldn't also say that bourgeois democracy is trying to do something different in the end than fascism is, because they're both trying to uphold capitalism. They're decidedly distinct methods, though, and we should recognize that. And if you're trying to say that like bourgeois democracy is fundamentally different, you're falling into the trap of reformism, that we can just go back to the bourgeois democracy and things will be fine. And this is pretty much what the Democratic Party is saying, isn't it? It's kind of like, and for the people who know a little bit more vocabulary in the social democratic, like Bernie movement, you see some of them talking about the distinction between neoliberalism and social democracy. And some of them can be very, very smug in talking about this. But again, you're trying to say, first of all, that they even can go back to major social democracy. Look at the entire trend of austerity. I mean, particularly since the USSR went down, there's literally no threat to them doing whatever they want now, except for, again, recently the rising China as at least a competing power. And I remember talking to actually an economics professor saying that while neoliberalism is awful, we should at least just go back to the last thing that worked, social democracy. Yeah, but if we fight for that, you're fighting to preserve the system that turned into this neo-fascism that we have because that met their needs at that time. You're trying to go back to just a different point in the exact same system. And what I'm trying to tell you is that's just not an option. You're trying to go back to like the larval stage of Godzilla as some kind of a solution. It just simply isn't. And people say, well, can't we do something like that now and then work for socialism? The struggle for socialism is absolutely going to generate some reforms and concessions. You can count on that to some extent. But it's only going to do that to the extent that the capitalists are seriously afraid and trying to appease you. So if they know at the end of the day you're just fighting to maintain their system, they're never going to be afraid of you. So, you know, for me, this started, I was looking at the connection between like the anti-war movement, because that was kind of how I came to the left in general, was like through anti-war stuff. That was where I kind of started out. And I started seeing the connection between the radical labor movement and the anti-war movement. And then I saw the connection between the radical labor movement and the international communist movement. And that was when it all made sense. And that was when I need to study this. And you do too, if you see that connection. Because the radical labor movement was only able to do what it did because of the threat of ending capitalism. Otherwise, they really will just ignore you because their power is not ultimately threatened, you know? All right. So anyway, continuing the thing. But on the other hand, to ignore entirely the distinctions between fascism and bourgeois democracy would be tactical stupidity. That would be an example of ultra-left or pseudo-left or petty bourgeois revolutionism type of doctrinaire approach. So you don't want to say like fascism and democracy and capitalist democracy are completely the same. They aren't. Okay, they're just objectively not. That said, just because the Democratic Party is calling itself the Democratic Party doesn't mean that they even stand for bourgeois democracy. Okay, they can also be pushing a lot of fascist lines or be complicit in the way that the Republican Party is bringing about its fascism. And then when the Democrats get in, they never really scale it back, you see? So they can call themselves whatever they want. It doesn't mean that they're anti-fascist in the end. And as this is saying, bourgeois Democrats are people for capitalist democracy rather than socialism, are different from fascists. But at this point, I'm not even sure the Democratic Party, meets those criteria. They may not be pushing the most reactionary stuff. The Republicans take the lead on that, but they're right there with the Republicans, like good cop, bad cop, as it all goes in that direction, and they never reverse the trend. That great example was when Obama got in after Bush and Cheney, and they just didn't undo the entire war on terror apparatus that had been set up. Let's continue the quote. Second, the growth of fascist tendencies is a sign of the weakening of the rule of finance capital. It is a sign of the deepening of the crisis, a sign that finance capital can no longer rule in the old forms. It must turn to the more open and brutal and terroristic methods, not as the exception, but as the rule, for the oppression of the population at home and preparation for war abroad. And remember, what they do abroad is always mirrored back here. And again, the war on terror was a great example of that. They did expanded militarism abroad, and they did an expanded police state at home. And all the surplus military equipment was being like shipped out to police departments who suddenly had a tank, you know? So that's always mirrored, and that's an important point. It is preventative. Fascism is preventative counter-revolution, an attempt to head off the rise of the revolutionary upsurge of the masses. So they're trying to get ahead. They're like, look, we know our system's going down. We know the workers are going to rise up eventually. We need to set something up to prevent that. And again, if you're looking for the Democratic Party to act as any kind of an antidote to that, you are wrong. They have not done that. They have not done that. They have helped make permanent all of the Republicans' changes, with barring a few exceptions that are probably tactical and strategic squabbles between those factions of the capitalists. I need you to understand that. And Bernie Sanders and AOC leading people into this party means leading them into being ineffective, because that party doesn't have internal democracy. This is what that party exists for. You're just simply not going to change that. You can exert influence on it from the outside, and we're going to get to that, but you cannot change it from within. Where is this total I'd change my tune. I wouldn't expect this at all, but I would change my tune if they were totally transforming the Democratic Party, as Bernie Sanders has been saying for 10 years. They absolutely haven't. So what are you waiting for? I get it's a bleak reality to wake up to, but you got to do it, because reality is better than fantasy, because truth is better than lying to yourself. That's why. Because it actually gets you somewhere. Because you deserve it. I mean, you just don't deserve to be lied to. Not by yourself, not by anybody. It erodes your dignity to do that. It erodes your humanity. It's bad for you fundamentally. Third, fascism is not a special economic system. Its economic measures go no further in the modification of the capitalist economic forms than all capitalist classes have always gone under the exceptional stresses of war and preparation for war. The reason for the existence of fascism is to protect the economic system of capitalism, private property, and the means of production, which is the basis of the rule of finance capital. So the fascists would try to say that they're a third way, that they are neither liberalism nor Bolshevism. That was like one of the Italian fascist things. And you hear this to this day. There's sadly still people who like read, Mussolini's writings or whatever, fucking contradictory ramblings that they are. Or they read Nazi writings and they're like, fascism was not for capitalism. They did such and such differently. No, read Fascism and Social Revolution, which we're going to read an excerpt from right after this, because Dutt does an entire breakdown on how fascism did not we defined capitalism before, and this isn't just playing with definitions. Capitalism is a thing. You can deduce what it is from the entire thing that capitalism, its laws are set up for and everything else, what is fundamental to it. Fascism preserves all those things, and it preserves them against what? Well, number one, it tries to preserve them against internal collapse, because it tries very poorly, as we can see with Trump right now, I think is actually a decent example. It takes extreme measures to try to prevent recession and depression and economic crashes. It tries its best to do that, and it'll take emergency measures to try to do that. It still fails anyway, because just the logic of capitalism necessitates these crashes and recessions and depressions. But secondly, it's trying to prevent against workers' revolution or workers' prevention of capitalism from continuing to be implemented, which at this time, 100 years ago, again, the Comintern was up, the USSR was cooking, and, they were pretty freaked. Today, things are different in that active revolutionary movement has been beaten back significantly, but they're always afraid it's going to flare back up, as I believe it will do too. I mean, this channel would have no listeners if there was no interest in this. Despite having no budget, we don't advertise anything else, it keeps growing. People keep voluntarily giving money to make sure that I have time to do this. Why do you think that is? So, anyway, this point that fascism is not distinct from capitalism, it's capitalism in defense mode. That's an important one to know. And the fascists will try to tell you differently. But this is masturbation on their part. Fourth, fascism comes to maturity with the direct help of the socialist parties. And this is fundamentally why we refer to it as social fascism, or that famous Stalin quote that social democracy is objectively the left wing of fascism. Fascism comes to maturity with the direct help of the socialist parties, the parties of the Second International, who are those elements within the working class we describe as social fascists because of the historic role which they play. Under the mask of opposition to fascism, they in reality paved the way for fascism to come to power. Democratic Party, take a bow, because that's exactly what I've been observing and what I've been describing on here. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And you know it too. You know it deep. Even you diehard, people who want to believe, that's true. What have they rolled back? What have they really rolled back in the last several decades of this march toward where we are currently and El Salvador and all this stuff? Where's the opposition really? You know it. I know it. So let's drop the farce and move the fuck on from this party. They disarm the workers by the theory of the lesser evil. They tell the workers they will be unable to seize and hold power. They create distrust in the revolutionary road by means of slanders against the Soviet Union. They throw illusions of democracy around the rising forces of fascism. They break up the international solidarity of the workers. They carry this out under the mask of socialism and Marxism. In America, this role is played by the Socialist Party, quote, left reformists, and the AFL bureaucracy. That'd be the American Federation of Labor. All right, so that is our Browder quote on the relationship of social democracy to fascism and why communists call social democracy social fascism. Let's now turn to Rajani Palm Dutt's Fascism and Social Revolution. And I want to read you like a page out of this because, again, this should be really clarifying. And if you like this, again, we have both audiobooks on the channel in full with comments. In the controversy of those days between Kautsky and Lenin, between the line that the revolutionary working class in the moment of victorious overthrow of the old regime must confine itself to setting up, quote, pure democracy. And when they say pure democracy, they mean a sort of class-neutral democracy. This is one of the big lies of the social democracy at that time, was that you can make a pure democracy. Lenin lambasted Kautsky over this in some of the books that I mentioned earlier. There's no such thing as pure democracy. There is bourgeois democracy, there's proletarian democracy. There's not a class-neutral democracy because the state is not a class-neutral institution. See? And then, this is what the social democracy was saying. You got to set up a pure democracy, then await a majority in the Constituent Assembly or Parliament before proceeding further. And the line that the revolutionary working class in the moment of victory must at once use its power without waiting for parliamentary majorities to overthrow capitalism, the Second International is now compelled, 15 years late, and in a half-hidden, unclear fashion, to admit that Lenin was right. The revolutionary working class, it is now declared, in the moment of the overthrow of the old regime must at once, without waiting for constituent assemblies or parliamentary majorities, proceed to, quote, destroy the great capitalist and landowning forces. Excellent. So we're getting kind of to a later stage than we've experienced here in the United States. So if this is not ringing a bell with you in terms of like something you've lived through, that's because we haven't gotten this close. Germany actually had a failed revolution, which again, the Social Democrats helped to stop. They helped shoot the communists and bring that to an end. Otherwise, there might never have been a Nazi Germany because it would have been socialist. But no. What were the Social Democrats, the Socialist Party of Germany under Kautsky, trying to do? They were trying to work within the system, defend capitalism, set up a pure democracy, elect a majority, then peacefully transition to socialism from there. Well, how did that work out? We're talking about 1918, 1919. What happened in the 30s? Well, this is the farce of Weimar Germany. The democracy that was set up didn't work out at all like that. Had the Socialist Party joined in the insurrection, again, socialist Germany by 1920, I mean, probably a few years of war, but the beginnings of a socialist Germany in 1920, and you skip the entire Nazi episode, the Holocaust, World War II, at least as it was, because that was largely, a large part of it anyway, was an anti-communist war against the Soviet Union, Nazi forces led a lot of that. It was an anti-socialist war. It was a war for capitalism. Capitalism in its fierce, brute, semi-collectivist face as fascism, trying to bring down the socialism that the USSR was building. Why? Because it directly threatened German capitalism, which the Nazis were trying to be the saviors of. I mean, that was their function. So here you have the Social Democrats. Oh, we got to set up a perfect democracy, then elect our majority, and then we'll just peacefully transition over. Fine. No, it always comes down to the barricades in the end. Always. And this is just one of the great tragedies of modern history. So now the Second International, Dutt saying, is compelled 15 years late, because this is 1935, after some significant events had happened, to admit that Lenin was right. And he's saying, great, so they're coming to these conclusions that you can't wait, you just got to destroy the great capitalist and landowning forces. So that would be great if it were meant seriously. If it was, it would mean that the workers could set up the workers' dictatorship. But again, the class rule of the workers. But in fact, this phrase was thrown in as a sop because in relation to Germany today, it would be impossible openly to advocate the return to the completely exposed Weimar democracy. So you see what they're saying is that by this point, after the Nazis were taken over, there was no way to go back to that sham democracy anyway, which is what the Socialist Party put down the communist insurrection in favor of. And then that sham democracy was destroyed soon after. So they couldn't go back to it anyway. So how convenient. Now they take the position of the thing that they should have supported in the first place, but they helped to crush. And they probably don't mean it seriously. It's just they have to come up with a line, and this is what they came up with. So we're not at this point yet, because we didn't have a failed insurrection in the United States. Failed socialist revolution. We didn't have that. So, again, it's like, ask yourself this. If we did have one, what side would Bernie be on? You know? And, people come up with fantasy here. I think the base is far, far, far to the left of Bernie. And then every time Bernie opens his mouth, people are, like, shocked. How could Bernie mean that? Because he's not very far left, you fucking nitwit. Anyway, like, all those memes, of people had high hopes for Bernie. And he just didn't live up to them. Just because you're far left doesn't mean Bernie is. And you projecting those wishes into him is just, like, not a recipe for, like, making them happen. All right. So at this point in Germany, failed insurrection, and then the democracy that the social reformists stumped for instead got destroyed too. They're now left with nothing, and they're like, yeah, I guess the communists were right. Gee, you think? It's used as a fine-sounding phrase without any attempt to face what it practically involves, and is made completely meaningless by the rest of the resolution. Further notable precaution, it is to be applied only to countries where fascism has already conquered. So it goes further. And so the Social Democrats are like, okay, fine, do insurrection, but only if you've tried democracy, capitalist democracy, and the bottom fell out and they set up a fascist dictatorship. Only then will the Social Democrats give you permission. It's okay now. We won't shoot at you anymore. Fine. You can do your insurrection. You see how that works? That's their logic. Is you have to go through the thing that is definitely not going to fucking work. Capitalist democracy. You're not going to turn that into socialism. But they're going to make you do that anyway. So you're guaranteed to get fascism. Then and only then, they say, anyway, they won't oppose your communist insurrection. Although, who knows? Maybe they'll be like, on second thought. All right, let's continue the quote. What, therefore, does this line mean in practice? Which is a mess of a line. First, the working class must let itself be bulldozed by capitalist democracy, paralyzed and divided by reformism, smashed and butchered by fascism. Then, when the working class's forces have been thus heavily broken up and weakened, when fascism has completely organized and established without resistance its apparatus of armed Praetorian guards over the disarmed workers, then the workers are graciously permitted by the Second International to carry through the socialist revolution. Though, if there were the slightest signs appearing of their succeeding in this, These gentlemen, as the Carlsbad Manifesto of German social democracy has made clear, would be the first to hurry forward to wave again the banner of pure democracy and thus endeavor again to save the bourgeoisie as in 1918, but abstaining from any revolutionary initiative until fascism has conquered them. Such are the final confusions and contortions of the leadership of the Second Socialist International in the present epoch. It is abundantly clear that social democracy, by this line, is in fact only disorganizing the working class fight against fascism. But they're having rallies. Isn't it good that they're having rallies? No, not if ultimately the effect of the political line that they're spreading there is going to disorganize the fight against fascism. No, it's not fucking good. And thus in practice still fulfills its role of defending capitalism, also in the countries of open fascist dictatorship, of the support of the bourgeoisie among and in the working class. Against this line, the revolutionary working class line of communism declares the workers' dictatorship is the only alternative to the capitalist dictatorship, which at present is increasingly passing from the older quote-unquote democratic, pseudo-democratic, sham-democratic to fascist forms. The workers' dictatorship, again, the class rule of the workers to oppress and abolish the capitalist class, is the only guarantee against the victory of fascism, against the victory of the capitalist counter-revolution, and the unlimited subjection of the working class. The path of bourgeois democracy ends in fascism. Let's read that again. The path of bourgeois democracy, capitalist democracy, ends in fascism. Because eventually it's not enough. Eventually, capitalism has enough crises that people clamor for more. They become super dissatisfied. They have to, at some point, abandon it and do fascism. Because the workers try to... Like, we have a sham democracy in the United States. It's a complete sham. Like, why do you think, the only party that ever wins anything that aren't Democrat and Republican is the Libertarian Party, a few seats in this or that state government. And they're a hyper-capitalist party. Like, why do you think that is? Does that strike you as being, like, an honest system? It does not strike me as being an honest system. It strikes me as being a sham. It's a system, top to bottom, corrupted by money. Oh, that's the other thing you get from these people. We got to get the money out of politics. You're not getting money out of politics. This political system is set up for money. Like, that's its sole fucking purpose, is to defend private property and money. That is what it's for. The money power is the reason this system exists. You're not going to get the money out of it. You're not going to make this pure democracy. You are not. It's a capitalist, tainted institution because it was set up by and for capitalists. What is confusing about this? But yet they still go on about, we're going to get the money out and this and that. Again, the fight to get money out of politics is the fight for socialism, because you're not going to keep capitalism and get money out of politics. Okay? You see why I have trouble, You see why I have trouble recording this. It's infuriating after a while. Why is it that even in my lifespan, this wasn't decided decades ago? Why do I have to sit here in front of a microphone and try to convince people of this when it's like the most obvious thing in the world when you just hear somebody lay it out like this? Because it's suppressed. Guess who's suppressing it? The capitalist state, the capitalist media, the entire capitalist ruling body. The dictatorship of capital keeps this from us all. And you got to go dig it up on random internet sites and then share it. Anyway, the battle for the workers' dictatorship must be fought not merely after fascism, but before fascism, as the sole means to prevent fascism. Well, too late in our case. Social democracy says first fascism, then revolution. But communism says revolution before fascism and preventing fascism. Fascism is not inevitable. Fascism only becomes inevitable if the working class follows the line of reformism, of refusal of the united front, and thus lets itself be struck down by the class enemy. But if the working class follows the line of the united front, of all the working class forces, communist and non-communist, together, of the rising mass struggle, of the building of its communist party and fighting mass organizations to the final victory of the revolution and establishment of the workers' dictatorship, then the working class can defeat and crush fascism and pass straight to the socialist order with no costly and shameful, let alone genocidal, because they didn't even know how far this was going to go, fascist interlude. This revolution is the path to defeat fascism. Now, I think there's probably a lot of social democrats out there, like the Vanguard people we're going to be doing a reaction to. I think they would listen to that and say, like, they have no problem with that, and probably shamefacedly go on some level, that they're hyping a fraud. Because the logic, I think, is impeccable. But people have been told, oh, well, just like they said before, the workers can't hold power, you can't do a revolution, blah, blah, blah. Did it ever occur to you that, like, saying that for 100 or 50 years even, of saying, oh, we can't do that, we can't do that. If you put the same energy that you said into, like, we can't do that, into just doing it, that maybe we wouldn't be so bad off. Maybe we would have done it by now. Or at least we'd be a lot closer to doing it. But if you don't try, you get nowhere, which is the safest thing, obviously. But I think a lot of social democrats would listen to this shamefacedly and go, yeah, that's correct. And we didn't do that. And we're going through fascism. And it's discussed. And then they have the nerve to be so outraged about fascism, when they're like the chief cheerleaders blocking and arguing against the effective path, the effective movement against fascism. The Democratic Party is not an anti-fascist party. They're a fascist collaborating party. They're part of that system. Bernie's leading people into a fascist collaborating party. Or he's trying to make it not a fascist. He's not going to make... It's been 10 years. What are you waiting for? Wake up. Stop dreaming. Stop this idle, magical thinking. This just idle wishing. It's ridiculous. But people aren't taking this seriously. And I don't know what it's going to take for them to take it more seriously. I'm not, again, like this says, revolution before fascism and preventing fascism. Fascism is not inevitable. That's true. We could have stopped this a long time ago. But again, you keep getting people, diverting people away from the work that needs to be done. Because for any number of excuses. For, whatever it is. You've heard it. I've heard it. You've heard it. I can't stand it anymore. You've heard all the excuses. You've heard all the reasons. You've heard all the whining. We just got to elect better Democrats. That's always what it comes down to in the end. Where has that gotten you? And, like, we don't have infinite time for this shit. I don't know. I feel like I'm talking to the wall. Anyway, there's a little more to this quote. Equally, in those countries where the fascist dictatorship has won the temporary upper hand, the only path forward and object of the workers' struggle, where is the U.S. workers' struggle, being led by those rallies into ineffective Democratic Party quote-unquote organizing, give us money, that's all it really comes down to in the end, requires to be no longer the restoration of the old illusory pseudo-democracy which only prepared the way for fascism. What you need to understand about U.S. quote-unquote democracy, the democracy, capitalist sham democracy you're trying to save, was just the beginning of the road to fascism, because that's where it fucking leads you. And people in denial about that snap out of it. That's what we've seen in country after country. But the workers' dictatorship and the establishment of the Soviet regime. The German working class revolution is not defeated, despite the temporary retreat of 1933, made inevitable by the whole role of social democracy. On the contrary, Germany is nearer to the final victory of the proletarian revolution than any country in the capitalist world. And indeed, half of Germany would go socialist after World War II. And, who knows what would have happened with less intervention from the capitalist allies in West Germany. But anyway, the fact that the German workers are going through the extremist hell of fascism is the reflection of the fact, not that their movement is more backward, but that it is relatively more advanced and closer to the revolution. The liberals and reformists see only the surface completeness of the fascist victory. They can never understand the dialectical process or the ongoing two-way relationship. They see the immediate victory of fascism, but they do not see the negative side. They do not see the disintegration of all capitalist stability that represents. What were we saying before about the weakness building in the economy in recent years, since 2008, but particularly in the last few years? And again, like that reaction video, the Let's Talk About Economic Crashes Marxistly thing that I did to Richard J. Murphy, trying to paint the whole thing, this liberal conspiracy theory, like it's all Trump individually. They do not see the disintegration of all capitalist stability that the temporary victory of fascism represents. That's what it's about. That's where it comes from. That's why they do it. They do not see that the very ferocity of the capitalist attack is the measure of the growing revolutionary advance. They do not see the significance of the crushing exposure of the line of reformism and laying bare of the real battle. They do not see that the Communist Party of Germany, with unbroken ranks and organization, and over 100,000 members active under the most extreme terror, a record without parallel in working class history, is in reality stronger than it has ever been, closer to the winning of the unquestioned leadership of the majority of the working class, closer to the victory of the proletarian revolution. So, like right now, that voice has been completely suppressed for decades and decades in the U.S. People want to go independent of the Democratic Party, and then when the most people ever rally for that, Bernie leads them into the Democratic Party at the end. Like I said, everybody I knew was crushed by that. We thought this was finally the moment where the U.S. gets some kind of left party off the ground. Because they've existed, but they haven't really gotten off the ground. And he didn't do it, and it's like, oh my God, what hell are we going to go through now? Because we have not built the organizations to fight, to beat this back. And the end of the quote here, the mournful pessimists and faint hearts who see a long period of fascist dictatorship and unshaken reaction in front do not understand the whole character of the present period of the destruction of capitalist stability, a period in which rapid changes throughout the world and gigantic revolutionary struggles are before us. The bourgeoisie dream through fascism to exterminate Marxism, that is, to exterminate the independent working class movement and the fight for socialism. The attempt is not a new one. 100 years ago, quote, all the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise the specter of communism. Pope and Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police spies, unquote. The collapse of 1848 was heralded as the collapse of socialism. In the decade after the Commune, Paris Commune, on the basis of 30,000 corpses, Thiers boasted that, quote, we have heard the last of socialism. Wouldn't you like to believe so? In the following decade, Bismarck set himself to stamp out Marxism in Germany with all the power of the most highly organized Prussian police and bureaucratic system, and after 12 years had to recognize that he had met his master. Down the long gallery of the years, the ghosts of the past, Cavaignac and Galifet, Thiers and Bismarck, that's a lot of syllables, Pobiednostev and Stolypin, Kornilov and Kolchak, the hangmen and butchers and jailers of bourgeois rule, may welcome with a spectral sneer the new accessions to their ranks, Hitler and Goering and Goebbels, taking their place alongside Horthy and Sankov and Dyer and Chiang Kai-shek. They're always saying this, like we're going to kill Marxism. Look, the struggle between labor and capital is not going anywhere. It just isn't. The USSR had problems. It was destroyed. Socialism will keep rising because capitalism is only becoming more unstable with time. And workers are always thinking about how can we get better conditions. And ultimately, people reach the conclusion, again, political leadership can help them reach the conclusion that capitalism is the problem. Capitalism is the problem. I think of that, the meme of the guy pouring the gigantic bottle of olive oil on the salad with a big smile. And it's labeled me. And the problem is capitalism, pouring the problem is capitalism onto every conversation. So with that said, we are going to look at some modern day social democrats rehashing the same old tired bullshit we have been hearing for a century now. When does it end? When we end it. So let me, I'm just going to get I haven't looked at the chat in like almost 2 hours, so I should catch up with that real quick. We're going to look at a couple of comments that I got in the YouTube channel. Then we're going to do the React video, and that will be it for the stream, a long one. But this has to be done. This has to be done. And you see why. You see why it's just like hard for me to record this, not live. Yanis Varoufakis and the Endless Speaking Tour. Yeah, I think that's the third book in the Yanis Varoufakis series. Capitalists don't want us even at the door of reform, so they will shove us the other direction every time. Like we have so much history of us doing this over and over in the American communist and socialist left. Like we need to wake up. Yeah, I mean, they use whatever tools they feel that they have to use. You know what I mean? Like back then, there was a much bigger labor movement, much bigger communist and socialist movement. They had to use these advanced tactics. I think in the U.S. they're still using very crude tactics against us because we're behaving like children, honestly, and we're not standing up for ourselves. That's a big thing about the U.S. is people just not standing up for themselves, but rolling over and taking it. The racism that the capitalists promote constantly and the various other forms of bigotry are a big part of that. People keep falling for it. It's pathetic. It's depressing, I think. People should have been skeptical of Bernie when he willingly sided with NATO and the Clinton White House during the final years of the Yugoslav War in 1999. Yeah, again, I don't know how many people like knew that, and people keep supporting Bernie too because quote he's the best we've got. You're gonna hear that in the comments too. Like they don't want to cancel him over this, they don't want to cancel him over that. What they need to understand is the system as a system, not the system as a collection of individuals, but the system as a system with a bunch of different roles in it being filled by various individuals, and Bernie is playing one of those parts. RFK Jr. is one of the most miserable figures that U.S. politics has coughed up in a while. Absolutely awful. I don't know how that guy lives with himself. A U.S. expert on economics was on NBC News, and she straight up said if China stopped supplying U.S. hospitals with medicine, the U.S. would collapse in a couple of months. All because in 2004, the U.S. shut down facilities that made antibiotics and penicillin. Yeah, this is like a horrible strategy for many, many detailed reasons, which I do not know all of, but I don't know of really anyone who's not a Trump loyalist fanatic who thinks what he's doing is a good idea with respect to the tariffs. I do think it's largely about China, but I don't know how long before he starts walking more of this back. I think he's going to get absolutely beaten down by China in the negotiations. And there's probably, I think, huge pressure internally from U.S. capitalists to be like, what are you doing? Also, don't forget Obama assassinating the child who was a U.S. citizen, Abdulrahman al-Awlaki, with zero due process. I do remember that. Obama set a precedent on that day. I've been reading Hoja's The Khrushchevites, and I knew Khrushchev was bad. I didn't know he was that bad. See, I started from the same place. I was like, wow, this Hoja guy is really calling everybody a revisionist. And then I read it, and I was like, oh. There's a lot of pretty detailed reasons as far as the revisionism, that the reassertion of capitalism from within, that I think Hoja does document well. He did several works, the Khrushchevites, the Titoites, which overlap, because Khrushchev supported Tito more than Stalin did. Eurocommunism is anti-communism, obviously talking about the parties of Western Europe, and imperialism and the revolution about China, the Chinese revisionism. That's why people are like, Hoja was a dogmatist. No. Dogma is when you don't update your theories in the face of new evidence that's relevant. Dogmatism is not just, strictly adhering to correct theory. Or as Hoja put it, dogmatism, parentheses, meaning Marxism-Leninism. All the alternative history stuff I've seen, I want What If Kautsky wasn't a complete piece of shit. Yeah, dramatically different situation. If World War I had been the revolutionary moment that turned Europe socialist, dramatically different moment. Because then you also wouldn't get the whole thing of like, well, this backward country, the USSR or Federation of Countries, is leading socialism and having to be kind of the global public face of it. You would have had much more advanced countries helping them out and building socialism in France and England, and it just would have been like super, super different in so many ways that are the classically attacked ways, My Chinese friend gives me the silent treatment when I say China's wrong for selling weapons to isn't real, making products for fascist countries, and having a ton of billionaires in their country. Well, they're silent today, but they're thinking in there. When social democracy shows you what it is, believe it. I'll second that. The German Socialist Party head of government, guy called Ebert, during the time in the Weimar Republic, which was that interperiod between World War I and the failed insurrection and the Nazis, literally constantly cried about he hates nothing more than the revolution. That's what SOCDEMs are. Yeah. Well, they got the opposite. They got the severe counter-revolution in fascism. I mean, they were part of the counter-revolution, but they got the severe version of it next. I'm telling you, though, if you haven't read Fascism and Social Revolution, it is so worth it because he breaks down details of Austria, Germany, and Italy, how it all unfolded, and how the Social Democrats were looking for seats in the fascist government. Like, it's so, oh, just the groveling, the spinelessness. It's awful. Yes, Vanguard is terrible, and thank you, Nathaniel, for sending me that link. It's like it encapsulates it all. So you are gonna fuck. There's 60 people in the chat. You are gonna be like rolling on the floor, vomiting when I do the Vanguard thing. It's so bad. I think I might be in for a treat. I basically came across S4A first and didn't really listen to a lot of the SOCDEM gang stuff. Let me tell you how. Let me tell you how that came about, because I was following the Bernie thing super closely in 2015, 2016. I was involved in kind of more further left stuff at the time, but I thought that Bernie was like a good development if he stayed independent. I was like, oh, this could be the break that the US left needs. And that was kind of like consensus of a lot of the people I knew. And I was like, I supported it. I gave Bernie money, and there was amazing things happening in that 2016 run. There were people like actually coming back out of the woodwork. They were like, I had given up all hope. And that's like the fucking Bernie the betrayer, the betrayal he did. Oh my God. Like, it was so painful watching these people get crushed who they came back out for Bernie, and he just like dropped them all on their heads, and they just got hurt all over again. It was so bad. It was so bad. Because people need stuff. Like, there's a lot of people. I see the comments a lot that are like, everybody in the United States is a conscious settler colonist who just wants, you know, they're greedy for their own things and they don't care what the government does. That's not true. Some people are like that. There's a lot of people who actually really hate this fucking country and think it sucks what this country does, and they want to see an end to U.S. empire. Okay? That's a fact. Like, please stop saying that, because it just isn't true. I'm telling you, like, I saw a lot of people just like, I'm never doing politics again, because it's fucking crushing, you know, trying to get stuff started in this country. You give yourself to it. It goes nowhere. People get thrown in jail, like whatever happens. It's horrible. Capitalism is why I've had nearly 30 jobs. I keep getting thrown out of work. Same. Fascism is mystical supremacist ideology. Communism is revolutionary internationalism. Yeah. Capitalists want you to believe you're in competition with immigrants for limited resources, but at the same time, billionaires hoarding trillions of dollars worth of resources doesn't harm you at all because, quote, it's not a zero-sum game. Something doesn't add up. Good observation. The road to Trump has been long and bipartisan. I like that one. The illusion of class neutrality leads to no class struggle if we don't acknowledge that there is one. Yeah, well, that's the whole lie. Is, oh, we have a class neutral state. First of all, no state is class neutral. It's definitional, like a state is one class oppressing another. But that's what they want you to think. It's like, that, well, we're in the post-racial society. No, we're not. There's obviously still racial prejudice, which is fostered by the capitalist class to maintain their advantage. If you start just like disregarding that, that's like absurd. I know that's a slightly different angle here. But yeah, when people start saying like, oh, it's class neutral, like we're in a post-class society, like obviously they haven't dared to declare that we're in a post-class society, but that one I'm sure is coming up at some point. But that is still basically the theory of the Bernie-crats, is like, we can elect more squad members, we can do this and that. Again, reforms are a byproduct of the revolutionary struggle. They're not the end in themselves. Again, Reform or Revolution by Rosa Luxemburg. It's if I feel like these people, if you're a social democrat listening to this, I would probably point you to that work first. I had that pinned for a while, and I might put it back up. The socialists, social democrats working with the proto and future Nazis was so shameful. That's SOCDEMs for you. And then that they try to blame the communists, which that's still resident. Like, people still recite that fucking daily in the United States. Like, oh, the left didn't come together. That's why Hitler got elected. First of all, Hitler didn't get elected, you fucking moron. Second of all, it was the socialists who put down the communist insurrection and were like, saying that they were like, brutal dictators and whatever else. And then when the communists finally did come back around and started proposing a united front, the Social Democratic base was going for it, but the Social Democratic leadership was telling them not to work with the communists, even as fascism was already coming in. So it's just like the lying in defense of capitalism. It's got to stop. It's a problem. Anyway, people falling for the Bernie thing again is so annoying. Have a memory better than a goldfish, please. Insult to goldfish, honestly. Who could honestly foresee rampant and rabid defending of capitalism as a bad thing unless you let that dog with rabies loose? Never going to know unless you let it loose. I mean, that's what I'm saying about learning the hard way. Can we stop learning the fucking hard way, please? That's why we study. This is all well and good, but have you tried explaining it in liberal theory terms? Harry Potter, Trump is Voldemort, Democrats are Umbridge, Bernie is Fudge. You lost me. I read a few of those books like way back in the day. I can't even follow that. Yeah. No, that was my post on Blue Sky for April Fool's Day. Why I am a Harry Potter communist. One of thread. Idle wishing equals idealism. A lot of people lack a materialist outlook because the U.S. mythology has been framed and formulated in that stew. Dialectical interpretations can't be formed if the methods to perform that kind of analysis are intentionally kept from us early in education and continuously discouraged. Yeah, it is a different way of thinking. I mean, it's actually really powerful and useful once you adopt it and start applying it. So there's a lot of reward for learning to think dialectically. Did I ever do Stalin's On Organization from 1937? I don't think so. I did a few Stalin things from that time period. I did Mastering Bolshevism. I'm not sure if I did that. It might be, I might have it in a reading queue for like a future playlist, but I'm not sure if I've done it. I don't think so. I might, you know what? I might have read an excerpt from it in a stream. That might be what you're thinking of. Yeah, frustrating to try to explain something that should be obvious. I mean, again, what's obvious to one person isn't obvious to another. I just don't know why it seems like a lot of my adult life has been on this trajectory to see this, and for a lot of people it isn't. I don't know. But again, the personal frustration, that's not necessarily helpful. So, I mean, I have to acknowledge it. I have to own it, and work through it. And, you can't be demeaning to people. But it's also like you have to make clear. It's like it is shameful to keep holding to this logic and to the willful ignorance and just the stubborn refusal to like learn these basic historical lessons. Yeah. I was a Bernie supporter around 2016. Thankfully, I became an actual socialist like the next year. It's part of the reason I adopted the hammer and sickle fairly early on this channel. I was trying to distinguish, like differentiate from that. The centenary of the October Revolution may have been part of that. I was at a web conference and I remember framing Bernie versus Trump as socialism versus fascism, and this was before I had begun my full dive to the left. Yeah, I mean, Bernie as social democracy versus fascism, sure, which is not truly a versus so much, or like, it's not fundamentally, they're not fundamentally opposed, as we were just, there's a distinction. There is a versus to be had, but it's not a fundamental one, as we were covering. But I get you. I vote for always referring to Bernie with the epithet the renegade henceforth. I would like Bernie the betrayer, just because alliteration. Bernie the renegade, that kind of make it like, because people don't know that renegade in Marxist terms means that you've gone off the path. That also imply that Bernie was ever on the path. My vote's for Bernie the betrayer. I think this is the stage where people dream up the bullshit jackpots of self-employment. Yep. And UBI within a reformist system. Yeah, UBI, because that's another one that people don't really know the background on. That was first proposed, or considered at least, in the Nixon administration as an alternative to unemployment, also known as negative income tax. Basically, it was like part of an effort by capitalists in early neoliberalism to drive down wages by getting rid of unemployment, or like having an alternative to unemployment that could help drive down wages. and not be, create downward pressure rather than upward pressure on wages. They blame communists for everything every damn time. They sure do. They were all going nuts for Bernie at a recent DSA meeting I was at. Disgusting. So that's another issue. As I've been saying, like, to people where DSA is the only thing going in your area, you might try that and then bring what you've learned in your communist studies into it as far as, like, when you vote, because, there is some internal democracy there. So when you vote on stuff, vote against the Democratic Party, endorsing the Democratic Party or collaborating or whatever. Vote for class independence and, left-wing positions within DSA. This is just going to wind up stirring people up for another round of, because the rallies that they're doing too, it's like Bernie Palooza. The LA rally, which I think was the last one that they did, it was an hour of like guest speakers and musical guests. Fucking Neil Young played. It was ridiculous. They had 36,000 people there, and, then AOC spoke, then Bernie spoke, but it was like this extravaganza. It was like, and then he spoke at Coachella, so it's nuts. It's gonna make this other round of it's gonna flare up support for the Democratic Party. So within DSA, within these things that could potentially be some kind of working class organization, it's gonna stir all that fucking the worst tendencies up again. And then people are like, why don't you just compete? Why don't you have a rally? Because we're not Bernie Sanders, as we were covering before. Why doesn't Bernie, how about instead of, hey, why don't you, no-name person, do a rally? How about you just demand Bernie Sanders has better fucking politics? It's so shitty. It's just like, well, haha, might makes right, that's not a position to have. It's like, well, he's wrong, but he's bigger, so haha. Fuck you. Like, that sucks. What is wrong with you? But that's the logical implication. Greetings from Greece and the Greek Communist Party, KKE. Welcome. We were talking about you before because we were criticizing Yanis Varoufakis. Bernie, a bulwark for reaction. This would hinge on people knowing what bulwark means, but yes. Eosioachella. Okay. All right, we are caught up. So now it's time for some comments. And this is warming up. If you can't handle the comments, you got to drop out before the Vanguard video. Because, oh my, words start to just melt together in the white heat of rage when I think. No, the oh my God. I was trying to show somebody the Vanguard video the other day. We got about 3 minutes into it before the raging began. And not by me either. The person I was showing it to. So painfully wrong and so headstrong about it. All right, so I got like 20 Bernie comments, and we're just going to take these like rapid fire lightning round, I guess. A couple of these are like okay comments. Most of them are not. And I labeled a couple of them, but I didn't label most of them. So this is like a little bit of like reaching into the hat grab bag here. What do we have? If what is being said about Sanders in the Post is true, I guess. See, this is like, it's always fun reading YouTube comments because you got to fill in a lot of blanks. If what is being said about Sanders in the Post is true. Oh, you know what? Let me back this up even because I should read the Post, right? And these comments I should also add come from a variety of sources. They come from the Bernie, mostly they're from the people holding up the Palestine flag getting thrown out of the rally while Bernie's like just waves his arms at the crowd to be quiet. Some are also on the community post that I did. Let me read you one of the community posts. On the Bernie Sanders AOC anti-oligarchy rallies, posted 9 days ago. Social democratic reformists like Bernie Sanders exist to channel working class anger back into the quote-unquote left wing of capitalism, as we just covered with the Browder, the meaning of social fascism, and the Dutt, fascism and social democracy quotes. If you are just coming in at this point, please go back and listen to those because it will explain how it is valid to say that how social democratic reformists end up serving as defenders of capitalism for, when that is a useful tool of the capitalists, and then the fascists take over when that doesn't work anymore. So they're part of a system supporting it. And this is me, I eagerly supported Sanders in 2016 as a major step forward with the hope that he would take the obvious opportunity to lead tens of millions of people out of the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party is about 50 million people. I think the idea that he could have led at least a couple of million dedicated people into the Green Party or a new Labor Party, whatever. And again, this is back before he had done any of the major betrayals. So in 2016, Clinton gets the nomination in July. Sanders says, okay, no, I'm going to tell my supporters, hold your nose, vote for Hillary, yada, yada, shake hands with the Democratic Party. Now we're going to go. They're not going to blame us for Trump winning, in other words. And now we're going to go and start our own thing. And we'll see you in 2018 and 2020. And we'll be organizing in your community along the way. That would have been, to me, I would have applauded greatly. That obviously was not, he was not a socialist at heart. And this was the whole thing with the democratic socialism. Oh, Bernie's a democratic socialist. What does that mean? He's actually a social democrat. And I did some trying to unpack this in the first year of this channel. Like that a democratic socialist is kind of somebody more like Allende from Chile. And if you're interested in that, we have both 4 pieces from Salvador Allende on the channel, which actually illustrates quite well the tragic trajectory of Allende getting elected, challenging the capitalists, and then immediately being ousted in a coup, because that's how that goes, because he didn't organize along Marxist-Leninist lines. And if you want a breakdown of why it failed, we have another audiobook called The Tragic Events in Chile by Hoxha, Hoxha, from I think like 73, maybe somewhere around there, 75. But it was basically Hoxha, an ardent Marxist-Leninist, commenting on if you don't do Marxist-Leninist organizing, you just try to get elected via the capitalist parliament, your movement is not set up to actually oppress and abolish capitalism. It's not set up to wage the class war against capitalists that it needs to, and they're just going to oust you in a coup, which is exactly what happened. And it was a very good, tasteful presentation. I think a lot of people today, would say, be kind of nasty about it. He titled it the Tragic Events in Chile, which it is. But he also traced this back to the revisionist Khrushchevite and Brezhnevite CPSU, and how they were promoting this line in alliance with European social democracy, that there was now a peaceful parliamentary road to socialism. And Allende tried to take that road and got butchered. So that's what you get following, those are the fruits, in other words, of social democracy. I'm not trying to say that's what you get in terms of deserving it. I'm saying that's what you get if you follow that road. Don't take that road. Those people are misleading you. If you get into power and you actually try to do the thing, you try to abolish capitalism, you try to wage serious class war, they will fucking murder you. Okay, that's what they do. So, like, is Bernie a democratic socialist, where the noun is socialist, like he's for socialism, and the adjective is democratic, he wants to do it via capitalist democracy? Or does it mean he's a socialist, but like not the bad authoritarian, quote unquote, kind? Like, is this some kind of weird anti-Stalin thing, or what are you talking about? Or anti the myth of Stalin thing? Or is it actually just a fancy way of misleading people into thinking you're a socialist when you're actually a social democrat, democracy meaning capitalism, and social being the adjective, meaning you're just sort of modifying the capitalism a little bit? It was unclear, because Bernie was talking like favorably about Cuba for a while in that primary. It was like not clear at that point. Is he more of a socialist? Is he more of a social democrat? Well, it came out anyway. But yeah, he could have done it at that time, and that would have been the nucleus of something finally at critical mass in one shot, which I think is, the easiest and best way to do it. Fascism, again, is not inevitable, but if you stop, but if you just keep refusing every practical opportunity to do it, you end up at fascism. And that was, for me, why it's so frustrating doing this, because I've been watching since the Bush years of like, holy shit, somebody has to stop this. This is getting crazy now. You know, they're doing all this Patriot Act stuff and the torture and Guantanamo Bay. Like, somebody's got to fucking stop this. Obama didn't stop it. And then I was like, well, maybe we can pivot from the fake progressivism of Obama into like some real shit with Bernie Sanders. And then, of course, that turned out to be another fake. And it's like, oh, we're really doing this the hard way. We're walking all the way down the end of the capitalist democracy road, which where does that end? Chat, say it with me. Fascism. As Dutt pointed out, the end of capitalist democracy, that road leads to fascism. It's not inevitable. You can get off the road of capitalist democracy and into socialism, but if you don't, you will definitely and assuredly end up in fascism. And it's just been so painful watching, you know, people just learn this the fucking hard way here, and it is partly for lack of information. All right. Sanders not only refused to lead millions of people out of the Democratic Party, but barely spoke out about the ways the Democratic Party had unfairly fought back against the huge anti-status quo, pro-Medicare for all movement that Bernie had rallied. He pulled a lot of people out of the woodwork who had given up on politics, and he brought them back out. You think they're going to come out again after his shit? No. This is in line with the 1990s deal that Sanders made with the Vermont Democratic Party, that if he didn't start a Labor Party, they wouldn't seriously challenge him. And I put a link to that at the bottom. It's a Counterpunch article. Bernie did the same again in 2020, but worse, rolling over for his good friend Joe Biden as soon as the pandemic broke out. He was like neck and neck with Biden up to that point, and he just threw in the towel. They had that like last debate where even talking about the beginning pandemic before it was like declared the full-on emergency, and Biden was like, well, Medicare for all wouldn't even help in the pandemic because look at Italy. They have national health care and they still have a pandemic. Yeah, but they don't have to pay for it at the point of service. What? Anyway. Also, like, you're guaranteeing that like everybody gets treated, you know, without worrying about the money. It's so nuts. Anyway. Bernie's been totally irrelevant ever since. In my opinion, after he did that, that was like the end of even giving this guy half a chance. Remember the working groups that the Dems granted Bernie following his caving for Biden that summer? They were a joke. The groups were sabotaged and ignored, and the right-wing Biden administration ultimately helped to pave the way for a rested and ready return of a significantly more extreme Trump in 2025. The rank-and-file people who are following Bernie, wanting him to do something real, are some of the most progressive people in the USA, but they're completely wasting their time, or at least had been following Bernie. A lot of the most progressive have dropped out of following Bernie at this point, although they haven't stopped being, you know, progressive or socialist or whatever. But they're completely wasting their time, the ones still following him, with Bernie as a quote-unquote leader. The U.S. left consequently continues to be stuck with no major labor movement and no major anti-imperialist political leaders. Now, I know somebody out there is probably going to be like, but Bernie's having labor leaders speak, you know, heads of various unions speak at these rallies. And guess what? You got a lot to learn about the labor movement if you don't know yet that all unions are not created equal and that unions can be captured by social democratic reformist leadership and turned really shitty and basically used as a weapon against the workers. They have been historically a major weapon against the workers, unions with the wrong kind of leadership. If your quote left quote leaders are still promoting the 1% owned, genocidal imperialist Democratic Party as part of a solution to the problems facing the U.S. working class and the exploited and oppressed of the global South, they're not leaders, they're misleaders. It can be a hard truth to face, but it is true. We need a militant, anti-capitalist labor movement fighting for socialism at home and to dismantle the empire abroad. And Lenin wrote about this a lot, the need to combine the proletarian struggle for socialism in the imperialist countries with the anti-colonial, anti-neo-colonial movements in the global South. You know, in other words, don't just do social chauvinism, you know. And then conversely, the three worlds ists in the global South, cutting off from the first world is also not. These need to work together. We need that cooperation. If Bernie had led a 10 million or 15 million voter chunk out of the 50 million member Democratic Party, either into the Greens, which would be the obvious choice again, he basically took the Green Party platform, watered it down 10%. So that would be the obvious choice. Like, that is the party that he should be in and that his followers should be in. at a minimum, or into a newly established Labor Party. Fine. Some people just really hate the Green Party. The Dems clearly and obviously never would, but again, whatever new party, it's going to end up looking a lot like the Greens anyway, with just some stylistic changes. The Dems clearly and obviously never would be able to get elected again without the left. So what I want you to envision here, there's a lot of software that's sold, at least back in the day. Now they use internet authorization, but I know they still use this for some things, like highly secure programs. There would be a USB dongle, which is just a great word. But basically the program will not turn on, will not authorize, unless you have the physical USB stick that you stick into the computer to make it run. Okay, so what we can do in the short term is to withdraw enough people into an organized group out of the Democratic Party. And yeah, you're starting to build a thing for yourself, but it's not just about winning the elections. Obviously, you're not going to be big enough to do that in many areas at that point, but what you can do is take an organized chunk out of the Democratic Party, which is where Bernie was running, and you make a movement. Let's call it the keyholder movement. Yes, I did come up with that. Let's call it the keyholder movement, which is an independent party which acts as that dongle for the Democratic Party, without which the Democratic Party openly and clearly, and this is discussed in public in the media, the Democratic Party cannot win without the votes of this group. Well, obviously, this is resting on the militants and discipline of that group to not vote, don't cave, don't vote for them unless they incorporate, the following whatever 10 or 20 demands into their thing, and then hold to that. Obviously, if they say that they're going to do it and violate, you just say, you build in a clause, if you fail to deliver on this, we don't care what the excuse is, you're not going to win anything. This would be as you're building your own thing, which is really the point. And the Democratic Party, to a certain extent, likes being out of power. They like being the opposition power that, would do something if only they could. But again, getting another narrative there of like, look, you lost because you're super unpopular and we're making demands. And really the point of all of this is to create a discussion around the Democratic Party would rather fucking lose, which you and I listening to this as a communist or communist adjacent, communist curious person probably are aware of already. The Democratic Party would rather lose to the right than work with the left. Okay, they have no interest in a popular front. That's like a ridiculous notion, which the revisionist CPUSA is pushing, is like, you got to work with the Democrats, make a popular front. They don't want you in their popular front. That's not a thing that they want. They do not want to, they don't, anyway. The only thing they're possibly interested in is not being made to look like complete jackasses. And, they need to keep up this veneer of like, they fight for democracy and all the other things that keep the donations rolling into their party. If they get exposed as they won't work with the left, I mean, then that puts them on the defensive of like, then they have to portray the left as maniacs who want health care and not have wars and higher minimum wage and increased labor rights, like just maniacal shit, that it puts them in that position where they have to do that. And, putting them on the defensive as much as possible, that means leverage for us, power for us. But pulling enough people out that you act as that check, the veto, the dongle on the Democratic Party. I said keyholder, we can call it the donglers. An organized group that acts as, working, as long as the left stays within the Democratic Party. You want these things the Democratic Party is never going to deliver. As long as you stay within the party, they sweep your voice under the rug. You never get heard from. If you pull out as a group and refuse to give this party your votes unless they meet certain conditions which are clearly spelled out by the party and presented publicly, and it becomes, a household discussion, keyholder, whatever movement thing, that is pressure. That is leverage for the Democratic Party to do these things. They still refuse to do them. Then you go further and you say, stop voting for this party, vote for us instead. And again, the electoral is such a small part of this, but that's what people respond to. But then you get them involved in the party and the community organizing, all the other stuff that you're doing. But basically abandon the Democratic Party, not just in the elections, but abandon them generally. This is a party that's been letting people down for such a long time. Get out of the party, work with us instead. Yes, we have rules. We don't do the corporate money. We don't do this and that. But that's all part of a plan to migrate people out of that party and into the party where they belong. Is everyone going to leave? The Democratic Party? Absolutely not. But you get to collapse them as a party while holding them in check. Like, that's the thing people always miss when they're like, I don't support a third party because a third party can't win. Yeah, but you could get enough people out where you publicly hold, a metaphorical gun to the head of the party and say, look, you do these things that we are demanding, or you lose, and everyone will know that your refusal to serve the people is why you lost. And again, they'll still come up with excuses, but it's all part of seizing part of the narrative and shifting the power to us away from them. We focus a lot on the, a third party can't win the election or whatever. And okay, yeah, it's a super rigged system. Like, we don't have democracy. There's no democracy to save, first of all. So, like, we can dispense with that narrative. But, like, is it a democracy when you only get two options and both are for fucking imperialism? But anyway, too much cognitive dissonance. I can see that is kicking in already. People's eyes glazing over just hearing that. But building a thing that, while being a class independent political home, is also a check on the Democratic Party and leverage. That to me, it just makes sense. Bernie failed to do any of this, or failed as in didn't. I think it was not just a failure, but a conscious refusal to do it. Where was I in here? If Bernie had led a 10 million or 15 million voter chunk out of the 50 million member Democratic Party into the Greens or a newly established Labor Party, whatever, and a left coalition is fine, left Congress, whatever, the Dems clearly and obviously never would be able to get elected again without the left. That's already happening to some extent, but it needs to be clearer and more organized and tied to specific demands. And in a way that would matter and couldn't be hidden from public discussion. This would bring the left into the light and put our agenda on the table, putting the rest of the struggle's success on our own internal politics to bring the correct ideas, strategies, and tactics to the fore. In other words, we still have to wage a good fight. Most of the real fight would still be outside the electoral system, but we wouldn't just be flat ignored by the mainstream anymore. And this would pull so many more demoralized and disheartened workers back into the fight. Look, I know if you're in another country that doesn't have US-type politics, this probably sounds pathetic. The reality is, even something like this would be such a step forward. Even getting a keyholder movement who can do this kind of, vote strike in an organized way based around specific demands, this would be a step up in terms of right now, there's no leverage on the Democratic Party. There's literally no way to even attempt to get them to do anything. This would be something that has not been tried, and I haven't actually even heard anybody pushing this. So, because nobody gets further than the, if you make your own party, you can't win. Boom, done. Just the brain shuts off. But okay, well, what if we couldn't win, but we could at least make them lose? And I see that starting to emerge now. But let's organize it. Let's organize it, because that's a tendency that's emerging. We can at least make the Democrats lose because they didn't do what we want. What did we want them to do? Well, present it to them in the media, publicly, in formal demands, and say, look, you'll win if you do these things and stick with them. You will lose, and you will lose in the future if you don't. And again, this shifts the discussion, shifts some of the power into what the fuck is going on with the Democratic Party. It's how you peel people out of that party and get them into something else. And that's where, well, then what's your party doing? And then you point to all the community organizing that you're doing, and you point to all the independent working class, labor support that you're doing, and so on. And that's where you sell people on the virtues of your party. Not just that you're not the Democrats. I mean, you already distinguish that by the demands that you're making on the Democrats, which is, I think, where we have to start, or at least logically, you'd have the power to do that before you had the power to, just simply be bigger than them. That's not going to happen for a long time. But it'd be one of the first steps that such an organized movement would be capable of. Even before you can win elections, you can make them dance to your tune a bit. Or if they don't, you get something to talk about. And something to talk about is always important in politics. A lot of this is about stories. And the more accurate they are and the more they speak to what people experience and believe, you rally people's support that way. Anyway, if you and I can figure this out, so can Bernie. He knows it's just not what he wants to do. Ask yourself, why is that? Capitalist so-called anti-fascism, in quotes, is extremely limited. consisting of certain idealists who want to try to fix the problem of capitalism's crisis of profitability in less brutal ways than just open terrorism. There's some bourgeois anti-fascists who are like, can't we just, be nicer to the workers? And then the more reactionary factions of the capitalist class are like, no, we need the fascism because we're not taking any chances. But that's bourgeois anti-fascism. It's just like, well, let's keep doing the same thing, but just like a little less brutally. But sometimes their system calls for more brutality. But even when they're successful in the short term, even when bourgeois-led anti-fascism is successful in the short term, they absolutely do not have a long-term solution to the capitalism's inevitable decline and are wasting the global working class's time. Who has betrayed us, social democrats, it rhymes in the original German, became a slogan almost a century ago for good reason. It is social fascism's nature to oppose the working class and give capitalism time to prepare quote-unquote emergency, meaning fascist measures to protect itself. Bernie Sanders, working with the Democrats, is no exception. And we had some screenshots from Bernie Sanders and AOC's anti-oligarchy tour and the Bernie... so that's a Counterpunch article from July 2015, if you want to look it up. Bernie Sanders deal with the Vermont Democratic Party not to start a third party, and they wouldn't seriously challenge him. You can just go to the community post. It's pretty recent. All right, so with that as background, that's some of what I was saying, which is what some of these people are responding to. So if what is being said about Sanders in the post is true, I'm assuming the is true, why are you not holding public rallies about Sanders with hard evidence? Evidence of what? Like, everyone knows this, right? Like, it's a matter of public record. What are you talking about? If, in fact, you have hard evidence, post it or confront Sanders with the hard evidence, if, in fact, you have any. What, that he screwed everybody over and endorsed the Dems? That's not even controversial. What do you mean if I have evidence of that? Moving on. Somebody, mourning the Bernie having the Palestine Palestine supporters thrown out of the rally. Same. My heart can't take it. Bernie's one of the few who even do a little left populism. This whole left populism thing has to go. That's another thing that they call, the social democratic reformism, left populism. This is another big one for secular talk. Kyle Kulinski calls it that a lot too. TYT used to do that. You got to remember, fundamentally, Kyle Kulinski deep down wants to be a cross between Cenk Uygur and Bill Maher, so that'll help you understand him. Next, shitlibs who think that they hold left-wing or progressive politics have been all over the internet yelling at socialists that we need to stop the left infighting and support AOC and Bernie in the fight against fascism. This is a better comment. These tools have absolutely no knowledge of history. These suck dems are the ones who help lead us to the slaughter. Somebody gets it. Do you think there's a way to leverage Bernie and AOC in conversation to sort of persuade people to move left of them? Most people already are left of Bernie and AOC. You don't have to persuade them. Like, that already happened. I mean, most people aren't even at Bernie's level ideologically. I strongly dispute that. I don't want to meet them where they are. That's meeting them at genocide, like you've pointed out. So actually, I meant to get a screenshot of this for the stream. Look up the polls on support for Israel versus Palestine. It has shifted dramatically. So it used to be that 80% of Republicans supported Israel over Palestine, and it was like 50-50 in the Democratic Party. Much more support for Palestine that is on the way to, and then there's like a not sure. So like, that's already happening. You don't even have to like persuade them beyond what's already being done and covered. But is there any sort of good that can come from these oligarchy tours, in your opinion? Is there a way to use Bernie or AOC as a sort of springboard into the politics and ideology that would benefit them? And so again, the answer, I think, is they're doing way more harm than good. They're going to cause a big upsurge of pro-Democratic Party sentiment in organizations we're trying to break away from that, like DSA, from the left in general, from the population in general. They say, I think so. They don't explain how, but you're certainly better versed in this stuff than I am. I'm relatively new to it all. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about that all stream now, but basically, no, I think they're doing more harm than good. What they said was a bunch of platitudes in the rallies. Listen to them. There's a lot of them posted online. There was no hard-hitting analysis there. There was nothing even mildly thought-provoking. So it was a bunch of, it was Blue MAGA light echo chamber in real life with some musical guests. That's what I took it to be. It was not thought provoking. These were not intellectuals. It was politicians spewing out greatest hits slogans and doing basically covert fundraising. When you can fool people into not even realizing that you're doing fundraising, man, those people have a long way to go. All right, so on Bernie hushing the crowd while the Palestine supporters get thrown out of the rally, this isn't great, but it's not a reason to cancel Bernie. He has been one of the few senators in the country who has consistently voted against arming or supporting Israel. Again, all of that's with lots of qualifications. He's a supporter of Israel at heart, and this is what he does when there's somebody in his presence supporting Palestine, or doing a visual display of supporting Palestine. He's an 82-year-old man. Oh, I see this so many times. He's just an old man, therefore harmless and, I guess, whatever, trying to get through a speech in front of thousands of people. He may not even know what's going on in this clip. Ideological purity tests need to stop because your politics don't really matter. You know, that's what I hear with ideological purity tests. You know, I mean, you might be part of a system that's basically just going to lead us back into the Democratic Party where we can't do anything. And then they're going to sit and like wring their hands while Trump comes to power again. But like, that's diminishing the power of the left. No, Bernie Sanders is diminishing the power of the left by continually feeding them into a fascist collaborating party. They're not helping in the fight against authoritarianism. If you cancel everyone, this person seems to be obsessed with cancel culture. We know what kind of minds tend to gravitate toward that. Then you have no allies left in the fight. Well, I'm going to stop there because, yeah, Bernie isn't an ally. So, whatever, moving on. We can't have it all, but we should demand it. One, take Bernie and AOC for what they are. Nothing more or less. Okay, well, what I would say that they are, I don't think is what you would say that they are. What I would say that they are is sheepdogs, leading people into a dead-end party that has long been known as a graveyard for social movements. But what do you think they are? They are tools to enact some of our political desires, but they are not going to be perfect tools for all of them. What have they done? I mean, honestly, what have they done? Bernie set out, we're going to totally transform the Democratic Party. We've gotten Trump twice since then, and we got Joe Biden from the Democratic Party. Joe Biden is literally some of the worst the Democratic Party has to offer. So what exactly are we getting out of them? This is true for every politician. Evaluate their value with realism and strategy. Yeah, I am. I think that they are trying to mislead people. And so my strategy is combating that. They are useful voices and tools with power. Useful for what? The Democratic Party is useful if you want to do genocide. Okay? If you want to like cement Republicans' austerity measures, I don't see them as being useful voices for doing lasting things to help the working class or end wars or end the police state or whatever else. Take the utility and use it. What utility are you seeing here? I'm just literally not seeing it. 2, continue to criticize the F out of them. You can write fuck. It's just the comment section. They depend on us, not the other way around. They should listen to us. Well, I'm glad that they just listen to us so much. They listen to us, they obey us, they do what we tell them to do. That's awesome. We can't throw babies out with the bathwater. We can't ignore babies being bombed. Hold these both up high and get kicked out of the rally. It is possible to see the truth this clip reveals and see the value in the momentum of their movement. But wait a minute, is it their movement or is it our movement? Because I think that they're trying to take our movement and lead it to its death. It will not be perfect. And if we wait for perfect, we will fail. I don't see a lot of success right now, so I don't know. Aren't these great? Dude, this is messaging discipline. Bernie is old enough to know that if he runs an anti-billionaire campaign, which is popular, and lets people bring pro-Palestinian stuff to the rally, which is controversial, the media will use that to smear and delegitimization him. The dude has already introduced bills, he's just a dude, in the past 2 weeks to block arms sales to Israel, which is more significant than showing up with a flag to someone else's rally. I saw this a lot in the comments, which is like, why are they disrupting the rally with this message? If you don't think that this movement fundamentally includes pro-Palestinian, anti-genocide support at its core, and you think that that's trying to, quote, hijack the movement, you have this so backwards. Enough of that. It's disturbing. My hope is a lot of the people there will use these rallies as a point to jump off from. Well, you know, according to Bernie, the point they should jump off to is Democratic Party participation, having and donations, having used it for whatever good it has of energizing and getting people together, but understanding its insufficiency and not allow themselves into a controlled opposition. So this person knows exactly where this is heading, but wants to believe it's just not. Into a controlled opposition to later be dropped after election night, like what Dems did with BLM, Medicare for All, etc. Oh, you mean like everything they've ever rallied people on? Why do you think now would be any different? You see why I was having such a hard time recording this? They know the problem, and they're just like, let's pretend it doesn't exist. What is the alternative? Going off the grid? Isn't just... So, calling Bernie Sanders a misleader who just lets people get removed from his rallies for holding up Palestinian flags, that is like, if you're not for that, you're going off the grid, whatever the fuck that means. Isn't direct action just as... So the only thing is direct action then. You're just in the wilderness with a hatchet. Good luck. See you later. What? Like, can we not build something better than this crap? Isn't direct action just as much of an exercise in self-congratulatory political theater? I mean, would you maybe want to try to substantiate, give some reasoning and evidence for why you would even propose that? But, like, no, it isn't. Direct action also isn't, like, just a blanket. Not all direct action is the same. But, so this is it. It's like, well, we can't do anything else. You just got to let him remove, you know, pro-Palestinian people from the rallies. That's fine. Okay, maybe I'm dumb, but Bernie didn't try to silence them. Like, he tried to talk over them for sure. But he stopped talking when it was clear that there was something the audience cared about more. Now, of course, in a perfect world... And just hear the, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think we're going to hear that in the Vanguard clip. Bernie would be shouting at the security to stop. Okay, so you know what he should be doing. And he's not. And you're like still desperate to attack me for posting this instead of him for doing it. But I think saying that he tried to silence the crowd is weird when he easily could just be trying to get through the speech in the time he had. Like, he couldn't take a minute. There's people getting removed from the rally. He doesn't know if they're getting arrested. And like, what's the number one people that Trump is deporting right now? Is people who have spoken in favor of Palestine, who are students on visas and things. Like, there is huge, like, so this is the Democratic Party right now. Their position is both Gaza doesn't matter, and like also, you know, Trump is mainly deporting people talking about Gaza like it's their primary political priority. Which is it? Now, of course, in a perfect world, Bernie would be shouting at the security to stop, but I think he did try to silence the crowd. He's waving his arms at the crowd in a suppressing motion, like, stop making the noise that you're making. And then he could have turned around and be like, hey, leave those people alone. This is a pro-Palestine rally right here. Because the whole crowd was booing their removal. Now, the crowd could have done more, but still. So yeah, anyway, he easily could just be trying to get through the speech in the time he had. Like, he couldn't have taken a minute or two to do this. He's a fucking senator. It's amazing. And there was so many things. Either way, free Palestine. Hope Bernie learns to speak up about it more. Do you get, like, Bernie is trying to drag this movement to the right. He is trying to drag it to the right. He's been trying to drag it to the right since 2015. I can only hope that this was out of Bernie's control. He didn't try to do a fucking thing. What do you mean out of his control? I'm sure that, like, does he have like a brain implant where if he like yells at cops, it like goes off? Honestly, I'm sure that Bernie is on the side of the Palestinians. Based on what? I suspect that just like in the UK, these are police puppets under government control. What? But there was a lot of that too. Like, Bernie's not a senator who can't just tell some police to leave them alone at his rally. Here's a great one. Like, what the fuck their strategy has to be? That's not a sentence. Not everyone is you, my guy. What? Not to mention, probably most people don't understand how anything works. They just mad, and someone has to keep them mad while telling them that there is other way, which this too actually do. Another way than what? The Democratic Party? Because no, they're trying to get them to do the Democratic Party. Like, it's going to be different this time. You know how many of these comments I have to read? It's terrible. If this opens the door for some sort of unity or working class solidarity, then is it really that awful? Genuine question. Okay, can you give some evidence and reasoning as to why it would do that? And can you maybe anticipate what would the counter arguments be of, like, why would somebody think that that might not happen? And the Democrats cry about freedom of speech. Take a hike. Yeah, okay, I mean, that's true. But then we end with Trump is karma for Gaza. Now, that's some Jimmy Doorbrain shit right there. Trump is not karma for Gaza. Trump is just as bad on the genocide issue. So both are beyond the realm of acceptability on that. But just trying to make Gaza into this, like, karma token, that's fucked up and weird, and don't do that, because it's coming off with that Jimmy Dore just so bitter he will support any kind of horrible garbage, which just opens the door to a lot of bad things. Anyway, there's like way too many of these comments. I'm going to read like one or two more, and this is going to be it. I will continue to support Bernie and AOC, not because they're perfect, far from it, because they're a step in the right direction. Can you justify that at all? Because people always write this shit, they make these claims, and they just don't really, like, back it up in any way. Non-voters who didn't vote for the Dems in the U.S. 2024 election because Biden's support of the Palestine genocide helped Trump get elected. And as such, we now have the Palestinian genocide with even more support from the U.S. So I guess it didn't matter on that issue. And about 1,000 other problems made far worse. So it's okay to throw Palestine under the bus. And you should not really think about building a movement, which we should have been doing decades ago. And Bernie has had a great opportunity to do in the last decade and consciously chose not to do it, and was asked about it and explained his reasoning, and it was a very, very deliberate choice. And Bernie and AOC are harm reduction. No, they're not, because the threat of fascism never goes away. We were covering that in the quotes before, but it's just common sense. As long as the system stays around and capitalism keeps having its crises of profitability and its fear of workers interrupting business as usual, possibly on a permanent basis, you will always have the threat of fascism. What about the last 50 years and the increasing amounts of neo-fascism from one decade to the next does not make you think that, like, that's going to be an ongoing problem, even with Bernie and AOC out there. This is a system-wide problem. And it's like, again, I can write all this shit in the comments. I'd rather be recording something. I don't have time for this. But again, I'd like to share my pain with you. Here was another one. In 2023, from October to November, there were more than 7,823 pro-Palestinian protests, and during the same time, only 854 pro-Israeli protests. I don't know where they're getting that from. It also sounds like they're saying in just those 2 months, but that's a lot of protests. Anyway, there's only been 11 Fight the Oligarchy rallies so far. Only 11. So why show up to cause division? First of all, I don't even get the numbers thing here of, like, what is the point of that? But you're saying that supporting Palestine is causing division? I think you're misunderstanding the composition of this movement. Does the pro-Palestinian crowd not want to beat Trump or MAGA? It's actually a popular sentiment, though. That's one of the things that undercut support for Harris was her. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of things: the economy, healthcare, inflation, prices, etc. But, like, that was one of it. That's not an asset. Going right on that issue is not an asset. Let's not pretend like 7,000 plus average a month isn't a lot, because it is. Not at the cost of division in the face of MAGA and Republicans. Who's causing the division? Because I saw people get removed by security and or police, whatever they were, the crowd booing that, and Bernie Sanders not saying a fucking word. So who's being divisive there? Whose movement is this? Who's setting the tone? Who's saying what the allowed politics are? All right. Last time. Time and a place for everything. It's a fucking political rally. I'm done. I'm done. Okay. That's enough of that. Wow. Catch up with the chat. Then we're going on. And yes, this is a very long stream. We're catching up with the chat. And then we are doing this React video. Varoufakis is a classic social democrat, reformist, chauvinist, supporting EU imperialism while using progressive phraseology. Yes, that is from our KKE comrade in the chat. Plus, Varoufakis was pushing for the so-called green transition as if it was something that can be done in favor of the people within capitalism. Yeah. As they say, environmentalism without socialism is just gardening. Yeah, this is the Bernie Pitchfork stream. Because we need to go beyond protest voting, right? Would love feedback on the dongle idea, the key holder hypothesis, as a starting step. While we build something, do an electoral strike. Make the Dems lose because they failed to do the left platform. Make them own it. Show that they're refusing to do the left at the cost of elections. That it is something that is like what that party is about. After fascism, you get back to liberalism, and then liberals learn nothing. And the people in El Salvador are getting it even, much worse, yeah. The keyholder movement is the complete opposite of Vosh's let's surrender our only state-sanctioned bargaining chip to Biden, and then we can start pushing him left after that point. Yeah, how did that work, by the way? We were staunchly in opposition to that whole Vosh thing, did a whole video about it back in 2020. Yes, you are only going to be able to influence them from the outside. And at the same time, you build your own independent power up. But you do not let yourself get captured, then influence them. You just lost your leverage. You have to pull out. That's where you start building leverage. And again, that's just a step toward building ourselves up. That's what you do in the meantime. Eventually, you get big enough to take on the old man, so to speak. Marxism, Leninism, dongle thought. Beauty is in the vote of the withholders. There we go. I'll endorse that. Donglism. Don't dongle me, bro. That'll be the Dems soon enough. I won't vote third party because no one votes third party is circular logic. I know. And yet somehow people keep failing to see that. It's like the most obvious thing in the universe. And like, okay, while you build that party up, you're going to lose some elections. It's okay, because you know what? You were losing half of them anyway, with even the party that you believe is somewhat closer to your interests, whichever party that is. You're losing half the elections anyway. Like, but see, the Dems have got this, where we have to win every election. It's the end of democracy. And it's like, look, you're losing anyway. It doesn't matter, no matter how much you say that. And anyway, it's time to have a decent platform. They're never going to do it on their own. And the only ones who reliably can fight for workers is we workers ourselves. We're the only ones who can actually fight for ourselves. The Democrats are only going to do it under extreme duress. And how do you apply that duress? Not from within. Not from within. They don't give a shit. Okay? Have you noticed they don't care? Have you fucking noticed they don't care? They don't care. They don't care. Okay? You have to make them care by force. And you start that by withholding in an organized way with a set of demands. Amazing. This is like, I've never actually heard somebody bringing this up, but it's like one of the most obvious, because we never get past the thing of like, third parties can't win, done, over and off, But yeah, you're gonna not win the elections at first. It's not even about elections in the end, because again, the entire capitalist government, they will get rid of elections if they feel threatened by elections. So like, you can't just think in terms of that. But like building power at the grassroots level, again, 5% of it should be electoralism, 95% of it should be community organizing. But when the elections do come up, it is an opportunity to gain leverage and part of the narrative and prominence and win people over to building an independent entity, which is not part of a genocidal imperialist political party. Again, it is happening where people are like, I just want to make the Dems lose because they're not doing the things they need to do. But take that and organize it, shape it up, get all the there were signs that PSL and the Greens, and I would love to see like better parties, but like the parties that are there currently, they were kind of, and the Cornel West campaign, those three were coordinating. They're like, we're not on the ballot in this state, so we're endorsing this other left candidate, which isn't going to win anyway, so we might as well endorse them. And they were starting to coordinate. Okay, I still think we need to do better than all these parties, but we're only going to do that with like a lot more participation, and improving the quality of the leadership and the struggle. But again, let's take that. I just want to see the Dems fucking lose because they denied me healthcare or whatever because they did a genocide. Like, these are some of the hot button issues right now. We already have that sentiment, so organize it. And again, I'll call it the key holder movement. One of the arguments that's been held up in favor of the first past the post and the two-party electoral system is that the only two sensible, quote-unquote, parties can hold power, and extremists like Trump couldn't possibly gain power, but that is nonsense, as shown by, actual evidence now. Do you think mandatory voting could help? Not particularly. It's not something I've really focused on. I think the main problem is trying to pry people away from the Democrats. That is the main problem. Like, it doesn't matter if everyone was required to vote, then they all voted Democrat. It just, like, that's not the fix. We need to get people out of that party. That is the main problem. We need to build an independent workers' party that doesn't take the corporate money and, has... and so, there's a lot that has to, and then that's not even getting into the need for a Vanguard party that operates on democratic centralism. But I think at this point, we can't even, like, the masses are not even at a point where they're like seeing the obvious need to organize independently of the Democrats and the discipline and the just stick with itness to do that through thick and thin. I think, elevating the democratic centralism is probably, they won't see the need for that till down the line, further down the line. But that's another thing is like, this is just step one, getting people out of the fucking arms of their abuser. Step two is like doing, getting a Vanguard party going, using democratic centralism so that it can't be, well, just so that it's governed effectively. Yeah, the Democrats do still get paid when they lose. This would be trying to have the narrative that making them... There's other factors. There is the prestige and shame factor of, they're the party of science and they're the party of whatever the fuck they're claiming to be the party of. We need to stick it to them in every possible way that they are not that and peel off the people who can be organized, into something else. Again, Bernie had the golden opportunity to do this the easy way in one big shot, get critical mass in one shot. July 2016, August 2016. Didn't do it. Now we're back to like, who has the juice to get that going? And again, he's using his power for evil, going around the country, rallying people for the Democrats. And then AOC's pulling in record fundraising hauls, 9.6 million in the first quarter. And that's what this is all about. But yeah, they don't mind losing, but you have to make them lose in a way that they do mind. You know what I mean? They don't mind losing when it looks like they ran a good, honest race. If you make it clear they lost because they refused to do like really reasonable demands, that mass traction economic demands that are good for the majority, like overwhelming majority of the population, and they refuse to do them, and that's why they lost, that's not an honorable loss that they can like hang their head high and still claim to be the like reasonable underdog. You know what I mean? So it's undercutting that. Oh, okay. So we're at the part where I was reading the comments now. This post screams of realpolitik BS. People are just laughing at these comments. Did I miss the Sockdom gang? No, we're about to start it. They're going to de-atomize an old man? The delegitimization him. Yeah. Put him in the delegitimization chamber. I don't know where that came from. Can somebody who's good at such things make, I'm picturing something like, just like a, 6.5 foot high, human-sized, like glass, narrow dome, like just like very vertical, so just big enough for like an adult human to stand up in. Anyway, it's the delegitimization chamber. Then we're gonna save that. Henry David Thoreau really did permanent psychological damage to the American psyche. Any political action that challenges the status quo immediately defaults to hyper-individualistic, going off the grid nonsense, rather than collective organizing and activism. Well, we're still basically stuck in 1776 ideologically. I mean, that's the problem with this country is the politics are like 18th century. You know, there's some modern aspects, but it's like fundamentally people still think that like the U.S. bourgeois revolution is like still revolutionary today. So yeah, I mean, it's so far behind. Like Lenin was 100 years ago. It's so ironic when people are like, you know, oh, you're reading some old dead guy. Lenin 100 years ago is such a revolutionary updating of where the average U.S. American's head is at in terms of politics and the assumptions that they're carrying around. So yeah, this commenter is so damn lost. Why would Bernie care about the clock? The mental gymnastics on display in these comments you're sharing is astounding. I have like at least half a dozen more, and those are just the ones that I screenshotted. There were a bunch of people like, oh, it must have been out of his control. Yeah, it must have been. He's only a senator. These comments are pain. Yeah. Yeah, let's just a brief round of applause for the mods. I know Atlas was here before. We seem to have a troll-free stream for the most part, so that's good. But yeah, no, moderating is... actually, there were articles about how low-wage workers in Africa get stuck moderating a lot of the Facebook comments. And like, you know the Facebook comments you see, the ones that get through, and they have to read the ones that didn't even rise to that level. You definitely take psychic damage 100%. It honestly just lowers your faith in humanity. Like, how can people be this crude and just this twisted? It's just wild, just really vile. I will continue to support Bernie and AOC, not because they're perfect, far from it, but because they're a step in the right direction. Cool. Do you support Stalin and Mao on the same basis? Yeah, I like having these conversations too. I never would have been able to get through this without doing it on stream. Never. So if you're listening to this stream and if you're listening to this like in a recording after the fact, please thank the the chat regulars, because this would not have happened. I always thank the participants in the chat for helping to make it what it is. That they get an extra thanks today. Guys, we have to get permission to protest. That is a crazy emoji. What is that? It's an orc. Oh, yeah. For people who are interested, and I might read an article about this. I mentioned more the Howie Hawkins eco-socialist wing of the Green Party. There is a zine, The New Green Horizons. I'll see if I can post a link to that. Butch Ware running for California governor. I think he's I did not like at all what I saw from Butch Ware in the vice presidential race, and I don't know why anybody would continue to elevate him running for anything else. There's a lot of class consciousness to be built, that is for damn sure. And speaking of, let's go ahead. I think I just finished the chat. Let's go ahead and do this Vanguard shit I'm talking about. Boy, are you not going to like this.
Literally anybody...
Oh, there we go. All right, I just wanted to pause it. There we go. All right, we're finally going to do a commentary on the Vanguard, another YouTube channel, which are Bernie supporters and Kyle Kulinski supporters. Kyle Kulinski being the extraordinarily well-groomed young man on the screen. If you're familiar with Crystal Ball from Rising and her own thing, this is her partner. Not really sure how that happened, but anyway. Yeah, he's Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk. Started as like a Cenk Uygur and Bill Maher wannabe, and became a Bernie Sanders supporter back in 2016 when that was, in my opinion, acceptable. He was a co-founder of the Justice Democrats, which was another attempt to like elect better Democrats and fight from within the party. Guess what? He eventually abandoned it because that's not a thing that happens. So this stream today, I mean, we're going we're over 5 hours at this point. It's been probably, all told, this will be about 6 hours of content relating to, Bernie Sanders, the betrayals, Bernie the betrayer, and the general betrayals historically, and the theoretical reasons why they do it. Like it's not that hard to understand why social democrats betray, but the betrayals of social democracy. And so what we're going to listen to now, we did much earlier in the stream, when I was still trying to be real restrained. As I was saying, like the first year or two of this channel, I used to yell a lot because I would do more react videos, and because I found this genuinely infuriating, and I started this channel in part to understand what the hell was going on with politics, and like, how do we move beyond the Bernie Sanders? How do we move beyond the reformism? How do we move beyond the betrayals? And like 5 years later, we're still having this discussion because so many people like still have not learned, and we're still going around. Anyway, Secular Talk was a lot smaller back then. They have like 1.7 million followers now, and that's a lot of people with really bad politics who are super arrogant about it too. That's one of the things that I think is like so striking about this. And then the two Vanguard kids are, they just take it off the charts with the smugness. And I'm going to be checking in with the chat as we go on this one, because this is like astounding. This floored me. I still haven't watched. I've watched, I think, 15 minutes of this. It's long. I haven't gotten all the way through this yet. But this part you're going to see first is like a coming up clip. They took some juicy stuff that Klinsky was saying in favor of Bernie. And I'm going to watch this with the chat, though. But in the beginning, like, I went from when nobody was listening to the channel, or was really building the first few thousand subscribers of the channel, I was just freaking out because there was a lot to freak out about at that time, and there had been for some time. And then, I learned more theory, and I started being able to, like, do my own analysis, and I didn't do as many React videos, and we started doing more started doing live streams after the second year, because I felt like I knew a little bit more about what I was talking about by that point. And in the last few years, I feel like I became, particularly in the last year or so, I became, not super buttoned down, I guess, but like more like I'm just trying to do high quality audiobooks and do the commentary. And, I guess I got kind of burned out for a while. BERN. Oh, it's not funny. No, this stuff is exhausting. And I started out this stream even trying to be more restrained, and I had tried to record this offline, as I mentioned, and I just couldn't find the tone. And the reality is these people drive me up a wall, and I just couldn't keep doing a restrained stream. And like I said, we're going classic mode. So without further ado, let's start watching one of the worst videos you'll see this month, or maybe this whole year.
Literally anybody you see who's trying to tamp down enthusiasm for the Bernie and AOC rallies, or the Tim Walz town halls, or the Ro Khanna town halls, anybody who's doing that, dismiss them. They are not your ally. They are your enemy. Because if you can't look at the most effective resistance to Donald Trump and say, hey, despite my disagreements with it, obviously these people are correct on the broader question and we should back them right now. If they can't do that, they're not an ally. They are an enemy. I've even seen some fake lefties doing the same thing, where they act like, oh, Bernie's going to sell us out and Bernie's not good enough. If they are saying that, they are your enemy.
Okay, so when I called them Blue MAGA Light before, this is the shit I'm talking about. They're trying to extend the Democratic Party zombie cult into the Bernie Sanders AOC sphere. So that is the worst thing I think I have ever heard him say. Well, okay, that is a new, really bad thing that I heard him say. And it's exactly like the rest of the Democratic Party, where they can never criticize. They can never listen to criticism. They don't self-criticize. They don't take it from anyone else. Anyone criticizing them is their enemy. Let me just ask two questions here. So what is this resistance, the most effective resistance to Donald Trump? Which is what? Like, what have they done? What do you see coming out of this that I don't? Because I do not see effective resistance. I see effective fundraising. I don't see effective resistance. You're going to have to help me with that. So that's the first thing. And then what was he just saying there? I think he's trying to subtweet. He's like, I've seen some fake lefties saying this. And maybe he's talking about Jimmy Dore. I don't know. But like, if you're, they're not explicit. The Vanguard guys come on and do this too. Like, I've seen fake lefties. They're clearly talking about somebody. It might be RBN, it might be Jimmy Dore or others in that orbit. It's not clear, but I'm not in that orbit, but I would say that. And yes, chat, that is really ugly art behind him. No offense to the person who did it, but that's like, of all the art you could choose to have hanging behind you, that's probably not what I would go with. But anyway, this is it. This is the aggressive being closed off to criticism. This is the cocoon. This is the bubble that they are building for themselves. And this is the tone that they chose to lead off the video with. Oh, yeah. So as far as effective resistance, is Trump out? Like, what's happening? No, he's in there. He's doing his thing. Shame on... Yeah. Burn me once, shame on you. Burn me twice, shame on me. At any point, he may snap his fingers and yell, look at me, my eyes. Kyle is a turd burglar. Al Green. Yeah, Al Green actually definitely had a better show of defiance, that's for sure. And he was the one trying to lead Trump impeachment in the first term, too. I don't know that much about him. I know that much. And I for what it's worth, I did believe he was sincere when he was, like, screaming about the, not screaming, but when he was, like, you know, pointing at the State of the Union and talking about the cuts to Medicare or whatever it was. I believed he was sincere about that. Everybody else just sat there with their stupid little popsicle stick signs. Is Kyle the DN? I can't even read this. Is Kyle the DNC max headroom? Oh. See, the reason that's making me laugh so much is because the last person I showed this to was like, how much time does he spend grooming that facial hair? Also, like, obviously that's not his natural hair color. And then there's the minoxidil, and it just goes on and on. But he is, if he's not picking up grooming product endorsements, he definitely should be. But yeah, he's got some angularity going on, that's for sure. My grandpa and dad pew-pewed a lot of fascists during the secret war. Are we the fake lefties? Indeed. Quote-unquote, effective AOC comes out, blood on her hands at mouth at the press conference Trump had called, and just says it's over. That's effective. I saw someone on a Politstern post, they're bad because of their position on Palestine, but yeah, say that they're against communism because communists supposedly killed their great-grandpa's family and they're a libertarian. Yeah. All right. Well, let's resume.
They are not your ally. Be careful of people trying to hijack this moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's trying to hijack the moment? I'd say Bernie's trying to hijack the moment, but what do I know? They've gotten some people so beaten down, this is what they get excited for. Is Bernie Sanders, who everybody knows. Oh, that was the other thing he was saying, was, you know, oh, they're all saying that Bernie's going to let them down. Bernie's going to betray them. Like, yeah, that's sort of his thing. Why wouldn't you think he's going to do that? And, like, saying that people are just haters and irrational and they're your enemy for saying that, that's pointing out reality. This is cult logic. And I need to do more about this. We've got elements now of organized crime and cults. And like I said, they're extending the Blue MAGA cult logic over into the Bernie AOC sphere. That's what this is about. It's about the blob reaching its tendrils out. And, you know, why do we think this is destructive? Because they're pulling more people into a fucking cult. That's why. All right, now we get to the
You know what I
main
mean? I think
hosts.
people like sincerity. I think people can tell when you're bullshitting. I think people can tell when you're fronting and you're putting on some sort of veneer. And Kyle is as authentic as it gets. And so is Bernie Sanders. And I think that's why they're married at the hip. And I think that that's why, as you see this Bernie-sance going on, the number one wave surfer is Kyle Kalinske. As you said, he's setting the tone for everyone else to follow. And I'm really glad that he put out this video that we're going to react to, because I think there's a lot of noise on the left right now where there are a ton of people who are desperate to find something to be critical of when it comes to Bernie Sanders. There's a bunch of people who are desperate to throw cold water on this momentum.
That's all it is. People desperate to throw cold water. Not people who desperately want change and see Bernie not delivering it when he said 10 years ago, we're going to totally transform the Democratic Party. And nothing happened. Okay? AOC was in on shutting down the railroad strike, for example. I mean, there's been some little things here and there, but nothing significant enough that it radically changed anyone's life. So this is where we're at. And even some of the squad people got removed for being too pro-Palestine. So that's how far you get within the Democratic Party. I want change. We need to abolish capitalism. And we went through the history before of how social democrats have been consistently on the wrong side of that. Even when it was a direct and immediate possibility, they stepped in and helped shut it down in defense of capitalism, so that we keep going through this cycle of fighting for democracy, fighting to save capitalist sham democracy against the fascism that it inevitably turns into as soon as the capitalists feel too threatened by keeping open elections going. So these guys, oh, you're just desperate to throw cold water. You're desperate to shout down progressives. No, I want real change, and I don't see Bernie delivering it. And, like, why do you have to just paint any criticism as being so wildly bad faith and that there's no substance to it and so on? You're just a hater. You're just this and that. Chat, why would we hijack your movement when it will kill itself like every other time throughout history? It's just crazy to me. Like, Bernie is the one sheepdogging people into the Democratic Party, where nothing's going to happen. He's the one now, you can make the argument like, well, these rallies are happening because of him, but he's happening because the Democratic Party has killed everything else around it. Renaissance of downers. There you go. I don't like the word Bernie-sance. Well, I think, yeah. I didn't know that was a thing. The Bernie-sance. See, I read that says that person put a U in it, so I kind of read it as Bernie sauce with an N as a typo. It's the Bernie sauce, and then we're pouring cold water on the Bernie sauce. Don't thin out my Bernie sauce. Oh, am I going? Like, I feel like I'm just going crazy here. No, I don't. This is America. This is the U.S. I am offended that they think they have any right to hang up the Gonzo poster. No criticism of the leader. Yet that's cult behavior. Bernie wants to protect Medicare for the American cowboys on the Israeli frontier. Let's resume.
Civism in general.
100%. And Kyle is having none of it. He's taking no prisoners. He is vanquishing all of his foes and our foes. And we're very happy to have this man crusading on our side.
Do you think that's healthy language? I don't. If we're, again, talking about the Blue MAGA cult, we're talking about vanquishing our foes and crusading. These people are spiraling. Like, do you get that? I see it on Blue Sky. The liberals are losing their shit. They don't know what to do, and they're grasping. They're totally desperate.
Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%. I was really glad to watch this, or see it, rather, kind of embedded within a larger discussion he was having about an MSNBC exchange between Simone Sanders and a pro-Clinton Democrat who was trying to pour water all over the Bernie message, and specifically Bernie using the word oligarch. This guy on MSNBC was basically making the ridiculous argument that normal people, people in middle America, they don't even know what oligarchy is. They don't even know what oligarchy means. And Simone Sanders had to be like, well, then why are they all showing up to these rallies in middle America called Fight Oligarchy? Like, I think they understand the point if they're showing up in mass. Either way, it was weird to see Simone Sanders
winning her back, baby.
Okay. Cringe. But I forgot these people are still in the doing react videos to like MSNBC and stuff, CNN and stuff like that. So that's like kind of their world more. And I just can't, it's like, you're in the Matrix. Like it's just such a different orientation than I have. Like, I see television politics. Don't you know that's fake? Like, don't you know this is a giant distraction?
Yeah, of course, she was Bernie's press secretary in 2016, but then abandoned Bernie for Biden in 2020. So it is pretty funny to see her now back on MSNBC defending her OG boss, Bernie Sanders. Either way, Kyle got a little bit spicy in this clip, and apparently he's on vacation right now, which is why he's in a different or why he has a different background than normal. But clearly he's been scrolling a little bit, Zach, as we all do. Can't blame the guy even on vacation, He's been scrolling. He's been on Twitter. He sees what we see. And you all know what we're talking about. These annoying ass fucking leftists who want to spend their fucking time shitting on Bernie Sanders, shitting on AOC, trying to convince you that somehow it's a bad thing. and somehow you should be, not excited about the fact that Bernie Sanders and AOC are having historic rallies, attracting historic crowds.
Can I just say they haven't made a point yet? There has not been a point here yet. So that was like the first hint of a point, which is, okay, they're attracting large crowds. Okay, I mean, so did Trump, but that was for a bad purpose. So can we say that when you attract a crowd for a bad purpose, that's actually a bad thing? So again, if you're taking people and gathering them up and saying, let's support the Democratic Party, when that has not really amounted to anything really good, that might not be the best thing. And you getting super excited about it and shutting down all criticism, which they're not even getting into. All the criticism they've said just boils down to you're trying to pour cold water on progressivism. I'm not sure that that's really like a good faith characterization of what's going on, in fact. We did hours of stuff in this stream about it, and I hope that that comes across as kind of reasonable and informed, and you may or may not agree with it, although most of it is just established historical fact, backed up by, some class analysis of why that turned out that way and why you would expect that from, that same behavior in the future from people in similar situations, and it kind of explains why Bernie did what he did in terms of like screwing people over and so on. But there's no recognition so far that like Bernie did disappoint a lot of people legitimately. You may or may not have been disappointed. You may or may not agree with it. But can we just say that the people who were disappointed by Bernie in 2016 and 2020 aren't just bad faith lunatics trying to, quote, pour cold water on progressivism, but maybe they feel like they want to hold their leaders to higher standards and Bernie failed that test. What do you have to say to that? Well, I don't even think we're going to consider it. They're just going to keep going down the safe path of just, the echo chamber of the cult logic. Let's proceed.
In cities, not just in New York, not just in California, but all across this country, including in middle fucking America, places like Nebraska, places like Colorado, places like Iowa.
War in Michigan, a kind of a critical state to win in the future.
Yep. So, Zach and I, if you guys have been watching our show over the last couple of days, I'm sure you sense our frustration. We fucking hate this shit. We think it's annoying as fuck. We think it's counterproductive record energy. Have frankly no tolerance for it at this point. I will not abide this bullshit. And thank God Kyle feels the same way.
Okay. So yeah, to answer a question in the chat, they are and they're going to bring up more of the Kyle video, and they're going to sort of react to it in real time, and then we're going to comment on this entire shit show from another layer of being removed from it. I don't as the chat is saying, these guys are so fucking cringe, taking no prisoners, huh? And yeah, they're called the Vanguard. Like the irony there, you want to like maybe not co-opt terms from the people who you're slandering. That would be nice. Bernie's going to give us an STD, something totally distracting. For these two, legal weed is the most we should demand, and that's already been done in a lot of places. Literally all I'm hearing is, we like Bernie, please don't criticize him. Yeah, you nailed it. That's it. There's been no reasoning or evidence for anything they're saying so far. And they also so they started out co-opting the term Vanguard. Now they just co-opted the term Wrecker too. These liberals love using absolute word vomit with mixed in keywords while not promoting substantive changes or dialogues. Well, I think they're taking some cues from AOC, because isn't that her brand? Calling themselves the Vanguard, the Palestine flag shirt, while going so hard for Bernie. Let's go on.
Yep, absolutely. Look, if Kyle is the godfather of the Bernie Bros, then we're the Michael Corleones. Okay, we are the Sonnies of the world. We're the foot soldiers of these guys, and we're ready to punish, bro. All right, we're taking a bat to your head if that's what it takes.
Should this be reported for violence?
I am leaving no prisoners either. We are ready to go to the mattresses, as they say, on behalf.
Yeah, I'm not sure they actually do say going to the mattresses. That may have been a joke, but I can't be sure.
I think we have a better option right now. And one thing that Gavin, you mentioned when we were on our trail hike, right? Gavin and I have a lot of good talks on our trail hikes that we do. And you were like, I love being the left flank of the Democratic Party, right? But I'm not interested in being so far removed from reality that I can't be enthused or excited about the progress that is being made within the Democratic Party.
Whoa, there is a lot to unpack there. First of all, one, head on, they are the Vanguard, and they love being the left flank of the Democratic Party. That is so fucking sad. It's like I just want to be done. I want to be I want to be done right there. But I forgot what he even just fucking said. Let me back that up. I literally forgot what he said. That like blew my mind so badly.
Bat to your head if that's what it takes.
Disgusting.
I am leaving no prisoners either. We are ready to go to the mattresses, as they say, on behalf of Bernard Sanders. And I don't think we have a better option right now. And one thing that, Gavin, you mentioned when we were on our trail hike, right? Gavin and I have a lot of good talks on our trail hikes that we do. And you were like, I love being the left flank of the Democratic Party, right? But I'm not interested in being so far removed from reality that I can't be enthused or excited about the progress that is being made within the Democratic.
Okay, that's what it was. That kind of like totally threw me because he connected those with a but. First of all, that's so fucking sad that you love being the left flank of the Democratic Party, but you don't want to be so far removed from reality. I mean, the Democratic Party is like involved in shaping political reality, so I don't know what that's about, but that you can't celebrate the progress that is going on within the Democratic Party. Literally, what progress? They held some rallies and like said a bunch of platitudes and said some buzzwords to people. What is that progress? What is the progress? You're just cheerleading. You're just getting excited because the politician that you like and that you believe in, against all evidence, that you believe in, is doing the thing that makes you happy. I don't see political change. I don't see action. So what is there? Like, this is totally hollow so far.
Party, right? And I think that that's where you and I have found ourselves in this political world. And that's where Bernie Sanders has found himself in this political world. And that's because we actually want to engage in American politics, right? I understand that it's constantly defeating, but we don't really have a choice, right? I read that post that Olayemi put on her YouTube page about how she tried so hard to warn people about how Donald Trump was going to be fucking awful for vulnerable people in this country, people without citizenship, right? And so many people batted her away. So many people poo-pooed her. So many people said that she was just shilling for liberals, right? And of course, we defended her the entire way. We also tried as hard as we could to drum up excitement for Kamala Harris, not because of who she was, but because who she was fighting against, right? Because we couldn't stand the reality of what we're going through right now. That was our position. I think it's been borne out as pretty good judgment. But, you know.
So again, there's no understanding of the system of which the Democrats and Republicans are a part, which is what we've been trying to hammer on this entire stream. That does represent, I think, a big leap forward as far as getting many U.S. Americans to understand these two parties work together. It's good cop, bad cop. You know, they use different tactics. One tries to be nicer to you while the other one scares and intimidates you. They're both ultimately there for the same purpose, which is busting you. And getting this excited about the Democrats and thinking that there will be a substantial difference, or that okay, let's say Kamala Harris did get elected somehow. Let's say that she did. Are you not going to just be in the same position again 4 years ago and basically endlessly? How does the system ever turn around? Because the Democrats, when they're in power, they don't undo any of the stuff, as we said before. They just sort of freeze it, they tinker with it, and they finalize the changes that the Republicans put in there. Do you not see that? Or that, for those years, there's like a brief reprieve for people, but you're not even acknowledging it as just sort of maybe a brief reprieve for some people while they can do some broader goal. There isn't a broader goal to these people. They love being the left flank of the Democratic Party. They think that that's just fine. That's enough for them. And in fact, they're really angry at people for whom that isn't enough. Because to them, you're just supposed to be locked in this struggle against the Republican Party where the fate of democracy is on the line every 2 or 4 years. How do you live like that? And you know what? Things have gotten worse over the last 50 years, dramatically so. Standards of living have gone way down. They're going to keep going down. You know why? Because this economic system, of which the political system is just an appendage, capitalism, is going down. It's been in a terminal spiral of declining profitability, and it is getting into really serious territory, which is why they're squeezing us so hard. And the Democratic Party is here to just help manage that at your expense. They're not trying to reverse that. I mean, there is no reversing it. It's part of the intrinsic logic of capitalism. The falling rate of profit. Again, if you're interested in that in detail, Marx's Capital Volume 3 lays it out clearly. I'm sure I just scared most of the liberals off at this point. Read what? These guys got nothing, but they're going to bring the Kyle cheerleading, bullying pep talk, the cult indoctrination back in a minute. Let's continue. As you know, before we do, let me see what's going on in the chat. I can understand why Lenin died from a big brain due to listening to revolutionary phrase-mongering bullshit like naming yourself the Vanguard. America's obsession with outlaws and rebels and white revolutionaries reminds me of a small child's costume playtime. Kyle Kalinske hangs out with Hollywood millionaires. Every day I understand why Stalin and Lenin did the things they did and why they had strokes. Gangsters are cool, communist revolutionaries bad. That is, yeah. Yeah, if you look on like the movie ranking websites, the like top movies are always gangster and superhero movies. It's like a 8 to 13-year-old level logic. They just have to make it dark and gritty so that adults will keep watching this schlock. But that's about the emotional maturity level. Revolutionary phrase-mongering is the copium of the people. These guys are lame as fuck. Hollywood Guru was the officiant at Kyle's wedding. It's an American tradition to try to poison words that have actual weight in the places they were used originally. Then we have a comment, just simply Marianne Williamson. Yeah, Marianne Williamson is very much a part of this crew. Actually, I saw her, I don't know if she was just guesting or what, but a video got recommended. She was on fucking Rising. And she looked terrible. She needs more sleep. But she was on Rising. I'm like, wow, the grift is like... If you're in that grifting circuit and like you haven't done your Rising fill-in spot yet, you're doing something wrong. I feel like admitting you need to cause head trauma to make people become your supporters isn't the best choice in messaging. The progress is we were gonna run Kamala again, but really lean into anti-trans stuff this time. Yeah, and by the way, I saw people on Blue Sky. Where's Jill Stein? Where's Jill Stein in all this? Jill Stein doesn't have a Blue Sky, but she is over on Twitter and probably doing more to raise political consciousness there than many Democratic, like all the other Democratic Party politicians put together. And by actually talking about, I saw her like quote tweeting Breakthrough News. I mean, again, like I have my criticisms of Breakthrough News, but that's light years beyond the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris, meanwhile, is next month in May speaking as the keynote at the largest real estate conference in Australasia. So she's getting her payoffs for being the patsy. Democrats, party of the future since 1825. Can't shit the bed unless you take it to the mattresses. All right, we're moving on there.
Now the rubber's meeting the road, and it's like, are you interested in fighting or are you interested in complaining? And when you look at thousands upon thousands of regular people who say, I desperately want to resist this, the only takeaway is that this is a very positive thing that we need to encourage, that we need to foster with every ounce of energy we have, and something that we need to celebrate.
What is this? Like, lay it out for me. What are they doing? Because all I have seen since the fucking Bush years is rubber stamping. What are they doing?
Yep, 100%. That's very well said, Zach. And with that, let's take a look at Mr. Kyle Kalinske unloading, going scorched earth on, again, some of the most annoying, least productive members of the so-called left-wing coalition, which, again, mostly is a Twitter thing. Let's be real. This is mostly an online phenomenon that he's addressing, at least in my opinion, but let's take a look.
We discussed the other day, and I'm sure you've all seen like clips and pictures and videos from it. AOC and Bernie Sanders had just record-breaking rallies over the past few days. The reason why this is such an important story is because it's a mask-off moment. It's a true mask-off moment. And what I mean by that is the dividing lines are so fucking clear. Basically, anybody who says positive things about these rallies, in this moment right now, fighting Trump, they're an ally. They're an ally. They're on the right side. They're going to stand up and fight back against fascism.
Whoa. No. You cannot take somebody who just said something against Trump as an ally who's going to fight against fascism. You know how many false friends you invite in that way? Again, these people know nothing. They know nothing. We were reading a lot of the history before. They don't know anything. You know how you can tell? Because they're saying really stupid stuff that doesn't line up with history, and they're not referencing anything else. This is all opinion. They're just pulling it out of their ass. It's totally uninformed. It's not even really properly opinion. Opinion is like stuff that is non-factual. Like, my opinion is strawberry ice cream is good. There's not like a fact. Strawberry can, in fact, neither be good nor bad. It's literally just a matter of opinion. But saying that anybody standing up and saying something against Donald Trump, like, you're asking to get rolled having that as your standard and announcing that that is your standard. Like, you're just saying, hey, anybody who stands up and pretends to be against Donald Trump and who promises to do something they probably, in fact, won't ever end up doing, and when I try to do it, they'll stop me, that they're an ally right now. And anybody pointing that out is an enemy. That's weak even by... I mean, I haven't done a sock dem thing on Kalinske in a long time, but that is like... this guy used to have some logic. And I think I was saying in the beginning and got off track, I started out doing more of these in the beginning because I was watching the 2015, 2016 primary coverage a lot, and the people covering it the most were like TYT and Secular Talk. So I wound up watching a lot of that crap back then, and I didn't really like a lot of it, but it was daily coverage of what was going on in the primaries. And I was like, oh, possibly a step forward for the left. But then trying to watch these guys afterwards, it was like they had nothing in terms of substance to the politics. It just didn't go any deeper than that. And but the political horse race stuff, and what they just saw on CNN or something like that. And this is this is worse though. I think this actually got dramatically worse. And I'm inclined to think here, is this COVID again? Because we know that COVID does. This isn't like a slam. Like, I've had COVID. It definitely affected my thinking. I've tried to consciously compensate for that. But COVID does age your brain 10 years. It causes brain mass loss or brain shrinkage. And it causes cognitive impairment. So everybody got some intelligence knocked off by getting that virus. And if you got it more than once and severely, the odds of it is worse. This is significantly worse to me than he used to be. I don't know if this is part of it, but I'm sure it ain't helping anyway.
But by the same token, anybody who utters a peep of disagreement, they are not an ally.
Wow.
They are an enemy.
So he's just straight up saying it. Like, you're in a cult now. Anybody that says a peep of disagreement is the enemy. And again, if he's trying to indirectly talk about somebody, this is a poor strategy, because if he's trying to get it, I don't know what the drama is in Sockdem land currently. I don't know if he's talking about Jimmy Dore covertly. I don't know. So you can't really evaluate it on that basis. But the words he said is, anybody who utters a peep of criticism is your enemy. And that is the kind of logic I see the libs on Blue Sky going around with. They won't hear it. And it's causing a breakdown of communication and just dooming us all in this historical moment to relive the worst outcomes of 20th century fascism, and maybe worse. Do they know that that's what they're doing? That is what they're doing, in my opinion.
Right? Again, this is a mask-off moment where people are truly revealing their colors and showing you where they stand when the chips are down. They can see these things.
Criticism is not always bad faith. And he's saying this like such a mic drop thing. You're literally just saying you're not listening to any criticism, and you're considering criticism always to be the work of the devil, more or less. Do you know how fucking wrong that is? Have you considered you might not be right? Have you even considered that?
So again, I want to reiterate, literally anybody you see who's trying to tamp down enthusiasm for the Bernie and AOC rallies or the Tim Walz town halls or the Ro Khanna town halls, anybody who's doing that...
look at this dipshit in the corner with that little smirk he just gave. He's like, oh yeah, he's nailing it. That's not anything to be proud of. You should be ashamed of the way he's talking. Again, everybody needs criticism. Feedback makes you more intelligent. And this is cult behavior. I don't know what else to say.
Dismiss them. They are not your ally. They are your enemy. Because if you can't look at the most effective resistance to Donald Trump and say, hey, despite my disagreements with it, obviously these people are correct on the broader question and we should back them right now. If they can't do that, they're not an ally. They are an enemy. I've even seen some fake lefties doing the same thing, where they act like, you know, oh, Bernie's going to sell us out and Bernie's not good enough. So let me get this straight. Bernie's not good. We're staring down the barrel of fucking fascism right in front of our eyes. No due process, no habeas corpus, constitution shredded, colonialism and imperialism from the 1800s returning, a market crash based on horrible economic policies, a war on the working class, tax increase on the bottom 95% of Americans while you cut it for corporations and the wealthy. You're looking at all.
Okay, he really does not know how any of this happened. He does not understand it. He sees Trump, he's mad about Trump. He does not understand any of the build up to this. This is all about, and this is the type of spinning out that I'm seeing on like Blue Sky, which is like shitlib paradise. It's the type of spinning out where they do not understand the system that they support. They don't understand how capitalism works. They don't understand the decay of capitalism in the imperialist era. In fact, if I said that to them, they would hear that phrase. They would just get really mad, I think. They're like, yo, you're talking about all this decay of capitalism in the imperialist era. I don't understand what that means. They would just get mad that they would get mad because they would realize they don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about. And he even said at one point earlier in this, despite whatever may be wrong with Bernie, wait a minute, I thought you just said that like the criticism is anybody that engages in criticism of this is an enemy if you're not on board with it. I mean, what if somebody has a case that this is actually going to lead us in absolutely the most ineffective direction where no effective resistance actually gets done? Because there's nothing proven so far yet that this is effective at all. That's just an assertion you've made. That's just a claim. They haven't cited a single piece of evidence or even laid out reasoning why they believe that. So we're taking that on faith at this point. Again, cult. But it's just shocking. So he's rattling off this whole list of things to sound impressive. He's trying to blame an economic crash on Trump. Trump is the trigger, not the cause. A weak recovery after the pandemic is the cause, and a stalled recession from 2019, and the broader systemic problems since 2008. But see, they don't understand any of this, and so they don't get into it. And then they just end up yelling at you because they're mad because they don't like the outcome, they don't understand any of this, and they don't know how to fix it. And they're just lashing out. Let's go to the chat for a minute. Face palming hard right now. As a trans person seeing the opening stages of genocide, I see a kindred spirit in the Palestinian cause. I'm not going to vote for a genocide enabler. Yes. We need de-whiteification. We'll see if we can build something similar to the delegitimization chamber. Democrats, we'll protect food stamps and wheelchair ramps. Now let's invade Iran. What also really pisses me off is these rightoids talking about wait until these LGBTQ pro-Palestine people find out what Muslims think of them. Number one, they're not all Muslims. Number two, that's bullshit in the first place. Three, they fucking know. Four, there are LGBTQ people everywhere, including Palestine. Let me just also add, that was another comment that we got in the YouTube, which was, can you be for women's and trans, etc. rights and also be pro-Palestine? Yes, because guess what? National existence is a prerequisite to any civil rights struggle. If a nation ceases to exist, it cannot struggle for civil rights. End of story. It's like actually a really simple question, not a gotcha. But yeah, you see that a lot. And it's where it's coming from is the really, it's disgusting, but what makes it even worse is where it's coming from, which is it's the laziest, most morally reprehensible way of just dodging the simplest fucking criticism. Instead of saying, oh, you know what? We're wrong. It's having to engage in this disgusting, I don't even know what to call it. But just this really roundabout way of cynically dragging up a bunch of issues that anybody should care about, and as if they don't care about them, and it's all in service of just dodging basic criticism that should not be ignored, and that anybody with any amount of civic political responsibility or just basic humanity should be engaging with, and they can't even be bothered to do that, and instead they have to just say these evil things instead. Fight fascism by being utopian. I got COVID once, and since it seems like I've become more forgetful and confused. Yeah, look up COVID brain shrinkage. You will find studies and articles about it. It causes massive brain inflammation, which damages your brain and causes cognitive and emotional impairment. Yeah, it's Bernie who went mask off, absolutely. It's like just twisting everything around. They're useful idiots, either too naive or just another cog in the machine. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is like, are these guys getting Democratic Party money? Because some influencers do. Yeah, they do not meaningfully fight fascism. Colonialism and imperialism from the 1800s returning. Bro, I'm going to hold your hand while I tell you this. It never left. It's crazy to me how close some of these people are to grasping the full picture, but then completely getting the wrong answer. And it's because there are certain assumptions and certain values stuck in there which cause them to do that. And that's the cognitive dissonance coming in, and that you come up against when you try. Like, it's not a rational thing. It's an emotional thing. It's a belief. And it's coming from some kind of deep-seated, like, it's not just a matter of argument. They have to believe that for some deeper, non-rational reason. And when you come up against that, that's why they start getting really mad. Because they're trying to protect whatever emotional fragility is being, like, supported by that. They do refuse to learn from history. American government is largely based on the ancient Roman Greek slave-owning oligarchy, particularly the South. That was especially the plan for the South. It's baked into America. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, if you look at the laws, it's a lot of Roman stuff that got passed to the UK and then passed to the US. Liberals just keep ignoring everything before 2016. I don't even know they go back that far. Because they're like, what do you mean Bernie's going to sell us out? We're only talking about 8 years ago. Like, this isn't that hard to remember. Colonized all the way to the brain. Liberalism and its many flavors, from sockdems to libertarians. Liberals are the most useless people on earth. Yeah, some of them can be brought around, but while they're still in their liberal phase, it is really, really insufferable, can be. Because it just always comes back to, like, well, this is the best, we can't do better than capitalism. That's, like, always what it comes back to. It's just exactly what we were talking about with the social democrats of history and of Germany in particular. It's what it always comes back to, is like, we can't end capitalism. We just can't. They'll talk to you all day long about what's wrong with it. When it comes down to let's end it, no. Remember what Mao said about liberalism? It tried to avoid political struggle. When they see a pro-Palestine flag in a liberal movement, they see this as a threat. Yeah, because that's a real armed struggle, people fighting for survival. It's not abstract. It's not something that can be treated as a hobby or a fantasy or whatever. All right.
All of that. And you're going to fucking nitpick the people leading the resistance. And in this moment...
That's not nitpicking. Bernie did fuck everybody over twice. But this guy also said that Joe Biden, I think it was 2022, he was saying Joe Biden is the most progressive president of his lifetime, and saying it approvingly. Not as like, and how bad is that? But saying it approvingly. I mean, so that's some of where he's coming from. But that isn't a nitpick. What has Bernie Sanders done? Again, 10 years of totally transforming the Democratic Party. It hasn't been totally transformed. Why are you still defending this? Can you at least back up like an inch and be like, okay, he may have fallen through on certain strategies. Can we start with that at least?
It's the left-wing Tea Party moment, y'all. We are not...
And I agree with Kyle, by the way. We have a little bit more of this to react to, but I agree. It is the left-wing Tea Party movement. And I'm not just referring to Bernie Sanders. I'm just referring to the general energy. There hasn't felt like this level of opposition to a president since Obama was in office. And since he took, not just Obama, but when the Democrats really took over, and then that freak out from the Republicans back in like 2008, 2009, that is really how it feels, just the reverse. And again, under the Tea Party era, I always kind of felt like maybe we thought it was a bigger deal than it really was because of where we lived, right? In the middle of the country, deep in, Republican Bible Belt area.
A truly formative experience. I still remember at Johnson County Community College, there was a ginormous Tea Party protest, guys. And I remember driving home with my dad in the car, from school, and I was like, what the fuck is going on over here? And he was like, that's their goddamn American right to protest, you know? And I was like,
you were arguing against that.
that's how my dad is, you know what I mean? Especially back in the day, he'd be like, that's fucking America, son, you know?
I mean, it is technically.
Yep.
No one's arguing.
I would be like, this is annoying. And he was like, that's freedom. They have the right to do that, and so do you. And I was like, all right, that's a good lesson, you know, whatever. But I think the left has such a problem, right? And of course, who are we talking about, right? At the Vanguard, we name names. Kyle's a little charitable. He's talking about Breonna.
All right, hold on. There is so much stuff they're just skimming over here. You're going to bring up the Tea Party and Obama and not like comment on any of the content, any of the outcomes, any of the fact that we've been through the... Okay, so there was another comment where somebody was like, oh no, that was in the chat. So somebody asked in the chat earlier, would you vote for AOC in 2028? Does anyone remember 2008? It wasn't that long ago. Bush and Cheney, people were fucking horrified on a daily basis, rightfully so, with what Bush and Cheney were doing constantly. Okay? It was endless. It was incessant. And then Obama got elected, and there was this huge deal. He's this big progressive. He's going to end the war in Iraq, and you can take that to the bank. And then he gets in. The whole healthcare thing gets totally damped down. Guess what? He didn't end the war in Iraq, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then he ended up describing himself in an interview as like a moderate Republican from the 80s. Everyone was worked up that he's this huge progressive, and guess what? It was a gigantic letdown. And what were the consequences for that? Really nothing. Because again, it's, quote, the best we can do. There's always some excuse. There's always some rationalization. Do you think it wouldn't be the same with AOC? Do you really think it wouldn't be the same? And tell me why. If not, sell me on that. Why would it be not the same as the Obama letdown? Tell me why. And, it's like you're never going to get it out of people because they don't think that far. They don't think really at all. None of this is really based on thought. It is emotion. I mean, and I have emotions too. I'm pissed watching all of the horrors unfolding, and then my own personal life. I mean, the world I thought I was growing up and gonna live in is completely different from the way it is now. It's hard to do basic things, just afford your life. It's been such a struggle my entire adult life, and I just never thought it was going to be like that. And it's getting worse, and it's just become such a nightmare living in this country. And again, when you're a kid, you don't always have like full consciousness of that, but it's gotten so much harsher, so much more extreme across my lifetime. I mean, look at what Musk is doing with Doge. You think the Democrats are going to undo that? I'd be real surprised if they did. I know that Biden hired back some of the people that Trump had fired, because they kind of did this initially. Like Trump normally, when one administration comes in, there may be like something of a changing of the guard, but like Trump didn't. He let the old Obama people go, but then he didn't rehire new ones. And I think Doge, to a certain extent, is just taking that to like an extreme. Is this just coming from them? Is this a larger project of the capitalist class trying to gird their loins for the recession and cutting all public spending? If so, are the Democrats really going to be able to roll it back? When does this really exceed the ability of the Democratic Party to even pretend that they are fighting it at all? Because we have not seen a pattern of them rolling things back and restoring them. And I feel like I could just go on like this. And these guys just aren't addressing any of these points at all. But they're like common sense. That's why I could just go on. It's common sense. And I don't know. It's willful ignorance, but let's go on.
Joy Gray, Bernie Sanders' former press secretary. He's talking about Jimmy Dore. He's talking about the Sabrina Salvatis of the world, the Sabby Sabses.
Do dissidents.
I forget that channel even exists, right? But they're just existing as a way of throwing cold water on any left movements. They have a holier-than-thou set of politics that is always going to move the goalpost so that they are unsatisfied and unhappy, right? They are determined to make the perfect the enemy of the good.
Okay, that's terrible analysis. I have spent a number of hours criticizing Jimmy Dore and the others in that orbit, like RBN, like some of the people they just mentioned. I mean, Jimmy Dore is in a determined libertarian and MAGA grift. Like, that is a conscious thing. That's why he goes on Tucker Carlson. That's not because he's trying to make the perfect the enemy of the good. That's because they are right-wingers in disguise. That's a completely different phenomenon than good faith criticism or Because again, nobody's addressing the kind of criticism that we brought up, which is the criticism that social democracy is social fascism. It's historically always been a mask of the bourgeoisie that plays a role in misleading workers long enough for fascism to set up shop and keep them away from really doing anything independent that could really threaten capitalism. Why don't you address that? Why don't you go for something more intelligent than like just criticizing? And then they didn't even do a good criticism of the Jimmy Dore people. So anyway.
Right. And what we're being faced with now is a choice of, do you want to resist fascism? And there's no speculation about it, right? We are living under a white nationalist fascist regime right now. They are trying to destroy all of the pillars of our country. They're trying to take away Social Security. They're trying to abolish the Department of Education to make your kids dumber. Okay, they're trying to get rid of workplace protections at OSHA. They're trying to pass laws that make it even easier for corporations to scam you when they incorporate in Delaware. All right, look into that.
But like, buddy, they've been doing this for decades. You know how much like more of all this stuff there was several decades ago? They've been cutting it down and cutting it down and cutting it down. You're coming in with like 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter and like getting outraged. Like you don't know how any of this unfolded apparently. And getting really indignant at, maybe people with a broader perspective, where I would not include the Jimmy Dore camp in that. I think that they are deliberate grifters, but that's, who cares about, those people? I don't think about them that much. I don't know what to say. There's not a lot here, but Kyle has more to say, so let's get to that.
It's crazy. This is what they think the government should be doing. They think the government should be only there to steal from you, and yet you can't make up your mind if you think this democratic socialist who has done nothing but stand up for working people domestically in this country for 50 fucking years is not worth supporting, not worth rallying behind, then you're not ever going to find anybody.
Okay, so far there has been literally no attempt to engage with any of the arguments. All they're trying to say, they haven't even mentioned any of the arguments. They're trying to say what? People are saying Bernie Sanders isn't good enough or that he might betray them. You don't think that there's any more, like, substantive criticisms of Bernie Sanders, or that even people have reasonable evidence to support those points, and that the reasoning why they would draw that out to he's probably not a good ally? I just haven't heard any attempt to engage in that. This is, again, Blue MAGA light.
That's worth rallying behind. Nobody is ever going to be good enough for you, and there's a reason why Simone Sanders is like, you know what, I even have to eat crow a little bit. Like, I'm going to come back to Bernie Sanders. I thought it couldn't be done.
All this is just yelling at people to settle. It's yelling at people, settle for Sanders. Do it, do it, do it. You're wrong. You're evil. You're an enemy. Just settle, just settle, just settle. There's no attempt to hear any critics out at all. All right, let's catch up with the chat here. I'm looking to wrap this up in a few minutes. We probably won't. This thing is 37 minutes. We probably won't make it through the whole thing. Joe Biden is the most progressive U.S. president of the previous 150 days. I like this one. Left-wing Tea Party, 6 question marks. I don't even know like what exactly are they trying to say that like the Bernie rallies are the equivalent of the Tea Party, but on the left, in air quotes? Because you don't want that. The Tea Party was like an astroturfed, completely controlled movement. I mean, I would maybe say that it is the left-wing equivalent, or the liberal, Democratic Party equivalent, like so used to using their terms. Yeah, I would say it is the Democratic Party's equivalent of the Tea Party, just like the Republican Party came out with this wave of berserkers, the pseudo-populist thing, and it was completely astroturfed. And yeah, I would say that the Democratic Party is doing the same thing with Bernie and AOC. That's not a good thing. Not because they were extreme, but because it is totally controlled, and it's just being steered to the whims of the capitalists. Because that's who controls the Democratic Party. Don't you know that? I feel like even if you say that to these people, they would just have a big issue with it. They wouldn't engage with it, but they would just, get all flustered and probably start yelling. Toggle case. I agree with Kyle. Yeah, we know. We have these fucks for 10 minutes before they go back to Kyle. I'm definitely skipping that. Tea Party, Obama, freak out, Republican, Bible Belt area, American right to protest. That's fucking America, son. That's freedom. That's the most substantial element I could draw. The 2008 recession did suck. We should hang out. I've lived through at least 5 economic recessions. Maybe it was 6. There's going to be more. Growing up in the 90s versus where we are now is so night and day. Yeah. Let alone earlier. I mean, things have changed substantially. The Democrats are the equivalent of your world throwing you a pizza party instead of giving you a raise because it's the best they can do. Yeah, that's what this is. Oh, it'll never be good enough. It's such abuser talk. I can't stand it. The tasks at hand in regard to right liberals, getting white people to accept white supremacy while understanding they aren't, quote, inherently evil, and thus shouldn't feel guilty condemning the past. Getting them to recognize that there's a working class country and a bourgeois country, and that defending capitalism is in fact treason. Getting white people to realize white supremacy is a corporate ideology that also harms European Americans under the white supremacist caste system. Libs keep working with fascists who want to take away my health insurance. That's I don't have it here. I put it up in a lot of other live streams and the economic crashes video. Look at the decline of the labor movement. Just search on it. Do an image search. U.S. labor movement density. Look at the decline from like the 60s to now. It tells you all you need to know about where we're at and why we're there. But that's also partly because a lot of the labor unions were not very radical. They were tools of capital to try to control the workers. And so all unions are not created equal. And as they went into neoliberalism and didn't really need that around so much anymore, they started rolling it back. This is a free fluff piece for passive income. Outside the U.S., people would probably say Bernie is a conservative Tory. But then they've always got something to say. Well, it's the best we can do. Is it, though? I mean, I contest that. I contest that Bernie Sanders is the best we can do. This feels like that red pill dating strategy BS. What do they call it? Pickup artist stuff, except it's for the Democratic Party. Yeah, transforming unions into American Soviets. That is ultimately something you would want to do. All right, let's jump ahead to where Kyle starts talking again. Okay, there we go. New profile pic just dropped. Actually, I am getting that right there. Nice. Okay, I totally just screenshotted that. Okay, there's the smugness. Here we go.
Oh yeah, everything that Bernie warned would happen has happened, and that's just another layer of credibility for the guy who's been beating the same drum.
And yet, like, so weird, he keeps telling people to do stuff that hasn't fucking worked at all. Whatever. But, like, why you would hold Bernie Sanders up as this fucking prophet? That's amazing. No, didn't he say, like, all the we're going to pull Biden left stuff? None of that happened. Like, what are you talking about? That's so bad.
Generations.
Playing around. We are not fucking around. So, this is why I need everybody to understand. People are outing themselves.
Literally all you are doing is playing around. Literally all you're doing, that is our criticism. You're wasting people's time. That is the complaint, Kyle. You got it in a nutshell.
Themselves in this moment. Take note. Anybody who's like, oh, for this reason and that reason and that reason, actually, it's not great that Bernie and AOC are shattering records and leading the resistance and showing us the way out of the wilderness. If they are...
What are they showing us? They did rallies. They said platitudes. They said buzzwords. And they raised money. What did they show us? Can you be more specific? Because I'm noticing like a conspicuous lack of specificity here.
Are saying that, they are your enemy. They are not your ally. Be careful of people trying to hijack this moment. And
like, this is where they've just stopped even trying to sell you on it. They're just like, obey or else. Like, the comment before, it was like, all I hear is just don't criticize the leader. Don't criticize the leader. Obey or else. That's all they're saying. Like, obey or you're the enemy. Could you at least try? They're not even trying to sell it.
And you have to beware those charlatans, man. You have to be... Again, we welcome anybody and everybody in the tent who is willing to fight back against Trump. But if you are trying to tamp down the enthusiasm of the people who have proven they can lead the resistance...
What fucking resistance? And how has Bernie proven that? He got up twice for presidential runs and absolutely laid down at a critical moment. What the fuck are you talking about? And also, this really gets back to the heart of what happened eventually with the United Front under fascism, which is communists, organized communists approached the social democratic leaders and the social democratic base to work together in the United Front, the United Working Class Front. And the SOCDEM leaders were the last to get on board. The base was like, yeah, we'll. So Kyle is trying to act here like this arbiter of who's allowed in the tent. The leadership needs to be wrested away from these people. And I hope this is as off-putting to the average person as it is to me and apparently a lot of the people in the chat, listening to this. This is cult speak, and I know a lot of Americans seem to go for that. But for a lot of people, I think they would look at this and go, you're not leading me anywhere. I'm not giving you anything. So as far as, he's telling you straight out, we'll only let you in the tent if you let us lead. Fuck that. That's not going to work because we actually do need to wrest the leadership away from them.
And get us out of this mess. If you're
and they probably know it too. It's probably why he's saying that preemptively.
Nitpicking that.
Like this whole thing just doesn't seem like position of strength to me. It sounds like, cult logic basically, and just trying to shout people down and threaten and intimidate.
And saying, oh, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think I like how they're doing it. Bitch, you have every opportunity in the world. You go set up your own event. You go do your own thing. Let me know how many fucking people you get. And when you don't get as many as Bernie...
Okay, Bernie Sanders has household name recognition because he ran in a corporate party primary. Do you think it's actually other people's fault that they don't have the same recognition? Like, I'm not a big Jill Stein fan, definitely. I think she represents more of that contrarian wing of the Greens that I can't wait to, someday never hear a thing from again. But how many people have actually heard her even talk? Almost nobody. Almost nobody. You got to go way out of your way to look it up. So he's doing the same thing that I was talking about before, where they're like, why don't you hold a rally? It's just, well, I guess they call it punching left. This is what these people would call punching left. That's what you're doing. Because you're saying you can't criticize us because you can't draw as many people because you've never been on cable news like Bernie Sanders, a fucking sellout, corrupt senator, has. Yeah, I guess you're right on those facts, but like that doesn't put you in the right morally, and that doesn't give you the moral right to lead this movement. Like that speaks nothing of your credentials. It literally just speaks to how much exposure you've got in the capitalist media. Do you see the problem there?
AOC, you can go to Shut the Fuck Upsville. And you'd be surprised. A lot of people are shocking me
I love
in the
Kyle,
sense that
man.
they're hopping on board and they seem to be genuinely down with the Democratic Tea Party. And then there's others who...
It is going to end like everything else associated with the Democratic Party. It's going to be a cringeworthy train wreck that goes nowhere. And I wonder, is he thinking, as he's spewing all this stuff now, where this is going to be in 3 or 4 or 5 years? Is he thinking that far ahead? Because this guy co-founded Justice Democrats and then abandoned it. Why? Because this whole thing he's pumping up here so arrogantly went nowhere. Has he considered the possibility this isn't going to work out at all? And he's just going to come off like a giant dickhead? Or is he just taking another page out of the Cenk Uygur playbook, which is just step 1, become a giant dickhead. Step 2, keep doing it. Like, I feel like Cenk Uygur is coasting off of unpopularity at this point. And that's pretty much what Kalinske is setting himself up for. Not that I'm particularly caring about his career. I'm just saying these are such catastrophically bad decisions he's making in terms of this presentation. Wildly off. Let me hear from the chat here. It's sick knowing liberals said the same bullshit to black Americans literally fighting to catch up 40 years to the rest of America. Yep. It's like Hassan thinking his celebrity appearance at Democratic rallies is, quote, pulling him left. LARPing as the left. If Hassan is at all serious, he needs to take criticism about that to heart. If he's serious. Look, he's got his sports car. He's got his $3 million house. I think that's, as serious as he needs to be. This really looks like a psychological mind trick. Makes me think of Mormon cult behavior. This is such browbeating. It's so lame. People just laughing. I love Kyle just for comedy value. You can go to Shut the Fuck Upville. I need to like talk like, can you imagine talking like this? Can you imagine? Let alone to an audience of 1.5 million people. You can go to Shut the Fuck Upville. And he's like, he's like waxing those eyebrows, like, just thinking of the sick burn he laid down with that. Oh, it's such white nerdy guy stuff. Yeah, he's been rocking that like pseudo Eminem look for a while. It's not working. I thought it was a phase. This is why education is getting cut, because when you don't know any deep history or any history outside of your own personal space and lack critical thought, analysis just has people spinning in circles while they are getting robbed blind. Stalling for time is such a powerful tool for the bourgeoisie. You are right, Clark, and that is like one of my main objections. We just let 10 years go by, and now Trump is back, and look what he's doing. And I'm as outraged as they are pretending to be or appearing to be. Yeah, I'm outraged by that. And guess what? I think we should have been building something independent, not twiddling our thumbs, waiting for the squad to just pull it together. Have you noticed that isn't working? And again, time is not really on our side here if we're trying to... Again, fascism is not inevitable. It's not inevitable. But it's going to be the default outcome if you just let capitalism roll on further into decay. The Vanguard guys went to Kyle's wedding. That's why they ass-kiss him. Well, they saw his rise to prominence, and he gets invited to all the political cons and stuff. They want that. Capitalism will be the end of humanity. Yep. All right, let's knock out a little bit more of this, and then we're going to call it.
Are pathetic losers who are trying to pretend like this is no big deal and don't look at it, and actually Bernie and AOC are wrong about this, and this. And here's what I have to say to those people.
Who is saying this is no big deal? I haven't heard a single person say that. This is like imaginary people Kyle is making up to make his own position look better. Or like, again, exclusively comparing yourself against Jimmy Dore. Okay, yeah, you win. Would you like to, try in the real world now?
Go fuck yourself.
I was going to say he's totally right, by the way, about how it almost feels like that brief couple months. Remember when who's the guy who used to Bill de Blasio? Remember he ran for president, then he dropped out and endorsed Bernie.
Yeah,
and it was like all these establishment people. Not that Bill de Blasio is I know he technically has some pretty aggressive credentials. Whatever.
No, Miki Kant.
Yeah. Either way.
Okay, I just can't watch this anymore. That fucking guy's face on the right. Bye. There we go. All right, we're caught up with the chat pretty much, and he's doing the thing I said. Kyle acts like an edgy teenager circa 1999. Are you saying he's immature and like hasn't grown up at all, and his politics reflect that? That's so weird. I was thinking that. Yeah, this is about it. Kyle, time to dye his hair blue for the Dems. That would actually probably improve him somewhat. Stay in school, kids. Yeah. Well, anyway, we're caught up with the chat, and that was as much as I could stand of that video. So I think we made our point today. I mean, hopefully we're at original recording time, 6 hours and 45 minutes. So hopefully we did. But this, this is what it's like. This is why I was having such a hard time doing this offline, because there's so much that can be said. It's like endless. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know what it's going to take, but we've got to find it. We got to keep groping for that key and, get the situation into a better place. I don't have too much else to add at this point, but thank you so much, everybody who showed up today. Got 51 people at this far into the stream. I'll take that. It's good to see you all here. Just appreciate that. I'm not that articulate anymore because we've been going for such a long time. But thanks again, and we will see you in the next video.